Call to order the Town of Telluride Town Council agenda. It is Tuesday, August 12th, 2025, and it is 10:01 a.m. We are in person at Rebecca Hall as well as hybrid online. Next item on the agenda is roll call, starting to my left.
Ellen 11.
Eva Shawnet.
Me and Fee.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
And Teddy Erico. First item on the agenda is executive session. 1A, Oak Street Agreement, executive session to discuss the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of real, personal, or other property interest under Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 24-64024A and Section 4.6A of the Telluride Home Rule Charter, and 1B, Telluride Home Rule Charter and upcoming municipal election for a conference with the town attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on a specific legal question under Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 24-6-4024B and Section 4.6D of the Telluride Home Rule Charter. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
We have a motion from Ashley and a second from Mian. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Yes. Ellen, yes.
Yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. We will go into executive session. Is now 11:19 a.m. and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were for 1A, Teddy Erico, Meehan Fee, Ashley Von Sprecken, Dan Enright, Lance McDonald, Kevin Geiger, Zoe Denal, Ellen Levin, and Geneva Shawnette.
Nancy Mills was in there.
And then for 1B,
Oh,
in addition, we had Tiffany Kavanaugh and Lindsay Mills. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is number 2, work sessions, update on Oak Street Gondola Station planning, and we have Lance McDonald to present.
Good morning, council. So this work session is about the gondola station planning to explore other uses that could be implemented with the new gondola at Oak Street. The work is being done pursuant to an MOU between SMART, the Town Mountain Village, Town Metro, or the Metro, Telluride Mountain Village Metro District, and the San Miguel County. This work is also consistent with your goals and objectives for 2025. As you may recall, this project started in February, and we are going to be completed with this project in late August with a final council presentation on September 9th. There were stakeholder meetings and pop-ups and open houses for the public in late May and into June. There was a town council work session on June 12th. At the June 12th meeting, you looked at 3 different alternatives for potential site planning and some preliminary architectural renderings to help guide the decisions as to which were the best ideas that could be incorporated into like a preferred alternative. What you're looking at now is a draft preferred alternative that would be finalized for that September council meeting. The draft that you'll be looking at today attempts to incorporate, and I think it does a good job of incorporating the public comments received to date and also the council direction provided at that work session in June. Presenting today will be Allison Cote of Design Workshop and Todd Kennedy of CCY and Becky Zimmerman of Design Workshop as well. So with that, I would turn it over to Allison to walk you through the latest iteration of the plan.
Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be back with all of you today. It's been almost 2 months exactly since we last saw you all, and we're really excited to share the update. Our team has been working hard and coordinating with lots of different community members, stakeholders, and internally to share this with you today. So for today's presentation, we're going to keep it pretty quick so that we can have a little bit of time and discussion. We'll have about 15 minutes of presentation with some slides you've seen before and some new information, and then are really exciting to hearing your feedback. So we've had a really exciting 6 months in the town of Telluride. So we've done a lot of work to date. I won't go through this in too much detail, but just letting you know, we've spent some time in town understanding the context. We reviewed the existing conditions. We were with you back in June, sharing some different iterations and ideas. We really listened and incorporated that feedback into the preferred alternative plan that you'll see with us today. And so just reminding that all of that work is really building on where we end up with the final concept plan. And so today we'll share with you this update. We will work to incorporate any comments that you have and then use that to present back to the gondola subcommittee, to the broader community, as well as council in early September. So early on in the process, we really wanted to hear from the community. What do they hope this space could be? We really wanted to understand what was important about the gondola plaza that needs to be carried through to the end of the project. And so the idea of this small town, this historic and really authentic connection to the community was really critical to the space. as well as making sure that transit and circulation was really at the heart of what this plaza does. It is the gondola plaza. There's bus lines. People need to be able to move through it easily and accessibly. But it's also a place where people come together. So maintaining this idea of a gathering space where people could really come together through markets, through food trucks, through entertainment, and enjoy all of the wonderful things that there are in Telluride. It's also a really critical location adjacent to the San Miguel River, which is the San Miguel River Trail is just part of the Telluride community. It connects all parts of the community. It's really a special place for people who live there. And so we really want to make sure that we're thinking about all of the users and building a space that is really authentic to this Telluride character. That feedback from the community informed these big ideas that we've used as kind of our guiding lens throughout the process. And that is that this needs to be a transit-focused space, that ease of circulation and access, that this is really a portal into Telluride if you're coming down from Mountain Village on the gondola, but also if you're coming from the town into the space. There's a lot of really great entry and arrival sequences that really connect to the Telluride community. That idea that this is community gathering. When we were there, we saw kids, we saw dogs, we saw people. Lance ran into, I think, everyone he knew when we were standing in the plaza with him. This is a place where people come together. And finally, we want to think about how does this contribute to the Telluride community from an economic sense. And so we think about that drive the vibe. How does this contribute back to the community? And so these should look familiar to you. On June 12th, we shared these 3 different concepts. Each one looked at the gondola plaza in a different way, and they were exploring some different trade-offs. The big thing that we were exploring was street level gondola access versus a second level gondola access. We were exploring different ways of connecting through the space and around the space. We explored different ways of how we connect to the river. So either portals or more of a serene experience. We looked at different ways of exploring transit and circulation within the space. And then we looked at different ways where the buildings could really frame and connect to the town. And what we heard from all of you is that this portal to Telluride, that big idea we had, is really important, and that this needs to be grounded in the community's vibe. That overall, there was a support for this idea of a second level terrace, that the 2-floor gondola or the second level access gondola had, but we don't want it to feel like a sky bridge. So really feeling is that it's one building facade and really connected rather than 2 separate spaces. There was overwhelmingly from council and the community, a preference for a street level gondola and ensuring that that's a covered space that is safe and comfortable for accessing that really important transit connection. The other thing that was really critical is the idea that San Juan Avenue has an improved transit drop-off area for buses, for personal vehicle drop-off, and that is really seamless with the connection to the gondola. There was overall huge support for the idea of extending the town grid into Oak Street through that plaza space, and you'll see that reflected in our plans, as well as maintaining the central lawn for kind of that informal gathering with small events and stage, things that bring the people together. We heard overwhelmingly that the River Trail corridor should remain kind of passive, that serene, natural experience, and be buffered from some more of the active uses within the plaza space. And overall, there was really a desire to see commercial uses, food, beverage, retail, with a support for, that can really support the gondola. And so I'm so excited to share this, which is our draft preferred concept plan. This focuses on being a year-round community space, and I have some more diagrams that I'll share in just a few slides. The primary driver of this is connectivity. So connectivity to the gondola, maintaining this as a strong presence from the street and from the town, clear pathways for vehicle drop-off, bus drop-off, and clear movement patterns for both bikes and pedestrians and everyone using the space. It really focuses a lot of that active plaza space inward towards the lawn and green area where a lot of the seating and gathering happens. And this lawn is really intended to be flexible for all sorts of events and activities. And then you'll see in this concept that the river trail is really buffered from the activity of the space with a couple limited access points that are currently existing into the plaza for circulation and access from that river trail. So we're really wanting to make sure that we're thinking about how this fits into the town of Telluride at all times a year. And so we explored what's the capacity of this plaza and this space during the summer where there's festivals and events and farmers markets and kids and dogs playing. How do we capture all those different uses within the site? And so making sure that this can still be a place for film festival, as well as for someone who's just casually walking their dog on a Tuesday afternoon. And so these diagrams start to explore how much can this plaza kind of capture with the additional uses that we have added in. In the wintertime, we're thinking about gondola queuing. We could accommodate 150 to 400 people depending on overall capacity. Thinking about that transit access from the buses, organizing spaces for ski storage, as well as incorporating lockers, and thinking about the kind of that vibe with the introduction of some additional food and beverage for après ski, building snowmen on the lawn, or even kind of activating the space in the winter months. And I'll pass it over to Todd, who will share a little bit more about some of the architectural elements of the plan.
Hey everyone, great to be back with you. Sorry we can't be there in person. To jump into this, we started looking at floor plans at a very high level, very programmatic level in terms of, again, understanding where we are in an overall architectural process. We're working towards 15 to 20% of schematic design. So very, very early in terms of level of development for both these plans as well as the architectural character that we're going to review. We've explored a little bit on what's possible in the subgrade space, really just to determine how much square footage would be available. And right now that's about 16,500. That number could shrink. It probably doesn't grow much more than that number, but that sort of represents a baseline of potential opportunities for commercial space in a lower level zone. As we move up to the main level, what we've created is we've got the gondola building and gondola loading area. Represented in gray is covered outdoor space, which serves as new protected queuing spaces for the gondola that allows for some amount of that queuing to happen under the protection of a roof, but still outdoor, connected to the elements. The goal of this, when we moved to the architecture, was really to create a sense of a front porch to the gondola building. To the left of that gray zone, you'll see a pink zone. And that is what we've identified as ski lockers. Right now, we've drawn that with a certain configuration. It could be drawn to accommodate more lockers, less lockers, depending on the town's goals for those lockers. If they're public day use lockers or seasonal rental lockers, all of that programming can shift. As we move to the right of the gondola building, we've got what we referred to as the plaza building. And this is really made up of 2 levels. The program is generally repeated, and they're both food and beverage outlets. This could be operated by a single operator and have those 2 levels, or it could be 2 separate outlets, depending on how the town wanted to go about leasing arrangements and sort of thinking about a variety of product here. One thing we've tried to do is we've thought about these plans and the program is how what we're creating here might feel a bit like a deconstructed food hall, so that there's potentially these 2 food outlets, as well as back to the main level plan. There's a little yellow square down by the public restrooms, Allison, if you'd highlight that with your cursor, so that an entrepreneur like Cowboy Coffee could have a permanent home here that is not a food truck or wagon based thing, but on top of that, still providing power and tie-ins for other food cart type opportunities throughout the plaza. So as you come here, there might be a multitude of food options to either begin your ski day, end your ski day, or your time spent in the backyard here in the summertime. As we pop back upstairs, I think the last thing to point out is the blue zone. Actually, the pink zone that Allison was just highlighting is just a repeat of the ground floor for additional lockers. As we move to that sort of blue area, what this is this is an outdoor terrace designed to really double the plaza space so that there's so much circulation and pedestrian movement happening with a focus on transit below, while there's still room on the plaza level itself for lots of outdoor seating and lots of gathering. We wanted to create the opportunity that allowed for additional gathering to sit and operate with friends, to grab a meal in the summertime, whatever it might be. And before we move into the three-dimensional images, we'll point out one more thing, that the roof of the gondola front porch, as we talked about, is this sort of grayish area that Allison is highlighting. And we've held that roof deck of the second floor back from San Juan Avenue to prevent the sense that there's this sky bridge connecting them. So Allison, we can move to the next slide. As we look at this, the idea is that the gondola building really has this front porch, but you don't have the sense that it's this occupied space. So that doesn't feel like a bridge connecting both the plaza building to the gondola building itself. From an architectural character standpoint, again, this is really early. We're focused on really creating activation and the sort of perception of activity by, an appropriate use of glass without getting too modern with it, creating front porches so it feels welcoming. We've transitioned from the primary building material being brick when we last met with you to using wood to warm this up. And then we've still continued to explore this idea that these two sort of iconic elements are really harkening back to Telluride's mining heritage in terms of these Corten steel elements. One is the primary staircase up to that upper level food and beverage and terrace area. The other is for the gondola building itself. And like we talked about last time, right now, we're showing those enclosures as predominantly glass, but then with sort of spaced Corten steel panels that allow daylight to filter into the gondola building, really changing the loading experience from sort of what is currently this dark, shadowy space to something that really becomes light filled. Those Corten bars, screens will also help with solar heat gain and preventing that space from heating up. We can go to the next slide, Allison. So this is looking down Oak Street. This image is really talking about, how this building fits in. This isn't out of scale at all with surrounding buildings, with Camel's Garden to the east at 3 stories, with the Telluride Properties building across San Juan Avenue at 2.5 stories, and with the Boot Doctors building at 1.5 stories. This building is fitting in very comfortably at 2 stories and feels like it completes the architectural goal and the planning goal of this extension of Oak Street and the public space of Oak Street into Gondola Plaza. As we move to the backyard or the lawn side of this space, you see the gondola building on the left. Last time we'd met, we talked about an opportunity to really create visibility and transparency down into the gondola building. So the screen extends partway down, but then is held up. So there's really a sense of the movement of the gondola chassis and being able to look down and see the loading of the gondola while you're up on this terrace enjoying a meal or a drink with friends. On the ground floor, again, plenty of space to preserve outdoor seating for the existing F&B establishment in Camel's Garden, but then also expanding those opportunities to improve outdoor seating and create outdoor seating for these new F&B establishments on the plaza level. We can go to the last slide, Allison. And then from this image, again, just sort of reverting back to this idea of making sure that as you arrive here, that what we're proposing feels like you're arriving in town, not arriving at a ski resort. So how's this in scale with Telluride, and really putting this into the context of Camel's Garden, the other buildings surrounding us, again, feeling appropriate in scale, feeling appropriate in terms of the approach to glazing, and not getting too modern, but responsive to the character of town.
Okay, thank you. So for next steps, we are working with our teams, including civil engineering, cost estimation, and our architectural team to really work through some of the details here. We are going to be meeting with the Parks and Rec Commission later in the month, as well as meeting with SKICO. And our goal is that after today's conversation, we take this draft concept, which we're looking at this as 80% of the preferred draft, and really moving that into a final plan based on your feedback. We have one more connection with the community and neighbors. Once we hear from all of you what your thoughts are, we'll meet with stakeholders later this week to share this same presentation with them, have an opportunity to hear any thoughts or feedback they might have for us. All of that will get wrapped into a final deliverable, a package that will be shared with the town and with all of you. And we're really excited to present that final to you on September 9th to kind of complete this phase of work and look to work with the town as to where to move this concept in the future. So with that, we'd love to open up for discussion. I'm happy to switch back to any slides. I think I might stay on this one because I think gives a good overall context. And look forward to hearing your thoughts and answering any questions. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Lance, you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, thanks, Allison. Could you or Todd or yourself go through the transit connection a little bit more in depth? Either three-dimensionally or in the site plan, just so that we understand how that's coming together.
Transit connection like from the bus lines or the gondola itself?
The bus line and
Yep.
the local transit.
Absolutely. So this shows a pull-off that pulls into San Juan into the plaza space from San Juan Avenue. So essentially making San Juan a full 24 feet, so a full lane or full 2 lanes. It would still be one way so that movement could happen in this north lane. And that allows for quite a bit of bus and vehicle queuing adjacent to the plaza space. There's bump outs on either side that help to really identify this as bus only zone or vehicle drop off only zone, which would be identified likely through paint striping and things like that to ensure that this really remains focused on transit. We have adjacent to that drop off area, I think it's about 12 feet or so of sidewalk. So a lot more space than currently what's there with that pinch point that incorporates bus shelters, bus seating. It has an entry into the ski lockers and it has a secondary entry into the gondola space so that you can get off the bus here, really comfortably move into either the locker or gondola space or through this portal into the plaza, which really reveals the mountain and reveals all the activity within the space. Lance, is there anything else you want me to cover?
No, that's great. I just, there's been a lot of work in that area. I just wanted to highlight that.
Great.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Dan, I see your hand up.
Comment if we're ready.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I generally feel very positive about this design. I think the general shape I feel very happy with. I think we're doing good things. My biggest comment really is I think we are under accounting the amount of bike parking we need still. 21 spots, I think, is what was said here. I'm looking at it. And that just, I think that's less than what we currently have. And especially if we're increasing our programming and the usage of this area, that needs to be substantially increased. So wherever it feels like it makes sense to shave off something else to increase that capacity is something I would be in favor of. Perhaps slightly less ski locker in order to trade off for more bike parking, which is a year-round use in our town. We definitely see skiers biking their ski equipment to this zone already. And I think that will only increase with more programming. So that would be my biggest feedback at this point. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Ashley?
I have 2 things. And actually Dan's comment about the biking prompted another thought that I had is that this is the ski locker stuff is really great. I'm wondering if, because, you know, skiing is only a fraction of the season, if there is a way to utilize that space maybe in a more flexible manner so that it's not so strictly just like ski room, dressing room space, or maybe half of it. Maybe it, I don't know. I'm just thinking about the seasonality of skiing and that it only occupies 4 months of our year. And it's a lot of square footage dedicated to ski lockers, which I am hugely in support of, but maybe figuring out if it's not maybe permanently installed lockers on the bottom floor, that maybe they get rolled out and that space can be utilized for something else during the summer months. Just an idea. Maybe that's not something you guys care about. That's just something to put on our radar. My second comment is, I really think that because of like our investment in this space and our really community need for like better transit movement and transit use, I'm really hoping that this space can be utilized to accommodate possibly some of the larger buses that we have. In that, I'm a little concerned about I know you guys put that second bump out on the Oak Street San Juan convergence, and so intersection, to narrow it just to a single lane. I would really like for us to, before, obviously this is getting a little bit detailed, but really considering maybe keeping that open all the way through to 2 lane and then having it narrow to 1 lane later or something. I just didn't know the flow of that. I'm just worried about the radius of vehicles turning to get, if they are parked further up, having to turn to go around that bump to then get onto the street. That's just a thing that I noticed, that seems like that could be a pinch point and become kind of antithetical to the idea of transit moving smoothly through here.
And actually, that's at Oak Street, right?
Yeah, the Oak,
Yeah.
see how it flares up there at Oak Street and San Juan. I'm curious if that is a necessary component, if we're really looking at flow of large vehicles like buses. If one is parked close there, they're not gonna be able to make that radius. They're gonna have to back up. I'm just thinking about the overall flow of stuff. If we're really wanting this to be kind of maybe a transit hub, making sure that that can facilitate those vehicles. And then my last comment, and I will be done, is the image that you guys have looking south, illustrative 2, with the continuation down Oak Street. We talked a lot about feeling like the street is continuing, and to me, the visual that this is giving me doesn't give that same perspective of the street continuing. I think that like looking at how we can grade it so that there isn't even a step up, that it's more of like there has to be some elevation change there for water and stuff like that, because it isn't a street. But looking at that again, feeling like maybe the materials are different so that it feels like an extension of the road, or there's not this curb right there to step up as it continues off of Oak Street. Again, that's probably a little too specific, but just if we want it to really feel like Oak Street is continuing down into this space, that there aren't these kind of markers that make it feel like it actually isn't, that it's disrupted, because that to me feels exactly the way that it is right now. And those were my comments.
Ashley, thank you. I'm going to piggyback on both Dan and Ashley a little bit, because Ashley, your point about that view corridor, I agree. And maybe removing the bump out would solve that problem significantly as well. And the one idea is, I know it's a little tricky with Camel's Garden and their ability to load and unload passengers, but if you could somehow go 2 lanes and then 1 lane's an automatic left up Fur and the other stays straight on San Juan to get to Pine, that might be a way to split the traffic up, because I thought that concern Ashley made about it bottlenecking, it bottlenecks now and it will only be worse in the future. Secondarily, agree with Dan on the bike parking and wanted to suggest an option that could either give us flexibility on a smaller footprint or more valuable land on the ground space, as maybe those ski lockers are utilized subgrade with maybe even the restrooms. Just a thought, but gives flexibility. And I know it's early on in the process, but love the thought of lots of brick down here. I think that would be a good look. And when you look at transfer, you look at Camel's Garden, it's pretty consistent in the neighborhood. And I will leave it at that and go to Elena.
Yeah, I want to echo bike parking. Like I can think of, if I were going to meet some friends down there for like a drink or a happy hour and it was 4 of us, there's like a good chance all of us are biking there. So those 21 places are going to maybe serve like for social interactions, and we're looking for a lot more than that. I think with the ski lockers, I really like Ashley's idea of having that have some flexibility. And I think maybe talking to like Telluride Academy or some of our summer programming that works with kids to figure out what they would, if that space would be useful for them and what they would want it for would be helpful, instead of us trying to decide what the community needs. I would love to kind of make that a conversation with people who we might see as good partners in that. The thing that I really wanted to bring up was about the second floor terrace, which I really like, but this is kind of a question and a comment. It's in a different color, so I'm like wondering, is that public space? Is that space that the food and bev establishments are leasing? Like, you know, right now it looks like it's primarily set up as dining. And while I'm not like totally opposed to that, I also want to make sure that we're creating open public spaces that do not require someone spending money to feel like they can use them. And even if this technically isn't, you know, private, like rented space from the food and bev establishments, the way that it looks makes it feel like you would have to go in and buy something in order to use some of those spaces. So I think if that's the intention, I don't love that. I would rather save that space as just public space, maybe putting more benches so it feels a little bit more approachable and that you wouldn't have to necessarily like buy a coffee or buy a sandwich to sit there. So I think maybe, and this is in the details too, but maybe making sure we're really aware of how we set up that space so that it feels really approachable and, you know, can support the businesses there, but doesn't feel like it's an extension of the business. Because I think something we've talked about a lot is that we are lacking like open public space for people to meet and gather. So right now this looks like, oh, that is, you know,
A restaurant patio.
yeah. And I like wouldn't necessarily feel like I could sit there without buying an Aperol spritz, you know? And like I think I want it to feel like anyone in their ski gear can just sit there. I've got the point across, so I'm going to stop talking.
Great. Mian or Geneva, we haven't heard from you. Any thoughts or comments?
I like what everybody has said so far. I think that there probably is an opportunity to use some of that ski locker area for bike parking, and could be as easy as removing the ski holder with the little lock and having ski or bike racks on there. Obviously that's getting into the granular design, but that we're not at yet. But overall, I like the concept. I agree with Elena on the free space concept, and I also agree with some of the traffic feedback. I think that like one of the things I'm most excited about with this development is the transit improvements. So we need to really make sure we get that right and work with SMART and make sure that we're not missing something, because we have lots of good ideas, but folks do this for a living. So I would love to involve them in the conversation before we make any sort of final approvals.
Elena?
I just got a text message that I think was a good idea, so I'm going to share it. In terms of the flexibility of the ski locker space, like we have a program room at the library that is very highly used and sometimes hard to get space in. And so maybe we think about having another space like the program room that can just be reserved in kind of a similar fashion. That's just sort of like open to
In the summer months.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if we're not using it for ski lockers. So not my original thought, but a good one.
Mian, do you have anything to add before we open it up and wrap this agenda item up?
No, I think everybody sort of already made my points. I think Geneva kind of made my last point, which was that I like the idea of potentially using the ski lockers to have additional bike storage. I mean, I think we've all expressed that. So I think you've heard that really clearly, but I think that is going to be crucial, obviously, as we try and eliminate vehicle usage in town as much as humanly possible. I think to Teddy's point about brick, I'm generally not a fan of it. I think everyone knows that. I especially would love to make sure that we don't see blue brick in any future renderings.
I can agree with that.
But I really do love the finishings. I really think that this was an incredibly thoughtful design for this space that is so beautifully incorporated into what we have currently in existence. And I just want to thank you because I know that there was a lot of feedback, and this is even better than I could have anticipated. So thank you.
Great. I'd also like to remind everybody, what we're doing is conceptual and something for far off into the future, and just trying to be efficient and slow in our planning process. And there's plenty of time for people to chime in. And nothing has been decided for what will happen at the gondola. So I just want to be super clear with that. We do have a bunch of hands raised online. Ashley, do you want to throw something in real quick?
I just want, before we move on, maybe, we didn't discuss at all the subterranean basement space, which is 16,000 square feet proposed. And I think that maybe we should, again, like Elena, you just were, somebody texted about like more of like a flex space that could be rented. Maybe that's also a space where that could be utilized, because it would almost be like a little mini black box kind of space where it could be dark or you light it or whatever. So I just wanted us, because this is a big square footage, just wanted to kind of see what people's thoughts and stuff were on that.
Me and real quick before we open it up.
Oh, the one other thing that I wanted to look at just in that little transit corridor is to ensure that there is possibility or planning for electrification charging for our buses. So there is a concept that, as the bus comes through, it pulls up the charge. That is obviously one of our major town goals. And so I just want to make sure, I don't necessarily completely understand how that can be implemented. I thought it was sort of as an overhang, but there may be other alternatives. But I just want to make sure that that is something that we're very, very much baking into this this site plan.
Great. It's a work session. Would love to hear from the public. Tiffany, we're going to limit everyone to 2 minutes on this. There's a bunch of hands raised online, so I want to make sure we get everyone's thoughts. So we'll drop to 2 minutes. I will start in the room first if there's any comments in the room. Seeing none in the room, we will close public comment in the room, but we will then open it up online. And Tiffany, you can choose the order you like.
Daniel Zemke.
Hi, Daniel Zemke, counsel for Coffee Cowboy. Haley was present but had to step out. Just want to make sure that the design plans, which are great conceptually, include them as a stakeholder, because I know that that's an important business function, even though they are moving over to the Voodoo space. So we look forward to working with you on this project and continuing the relationship. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel.
Next up is Madeline Whiteman.
Hi. Thank you for calling on me. I have a couple questions. Since this is going to be a transportation hub, where's the parking? Can that subterranean area be used for parking? During the wintertime, there's so many cars that come through there besides the buses dropping people off. So I'm wondering where the parking is if this is a transportation hub. Secondly, I wanted to find out how this is going to be paid for. That is a question I have. And then also looking at the design from the Oak Street area, it appears that the openness, which is currently there at Gondola Plaza, is gone because there's another building in the way, which to me makes it look much more uninviting than bringing people into the area as it is today, where people just hang out, they see the space and they hang out. So to me, it looks more closed. And I guess those are my comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madeline.
Lastly, we have John Miller.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. John Miller with Telluride Ski and Golf. I just wanted to mention, it looked like from the plans that there was adequate space around Chair 8 for both grooming and skier queuing. But I just wanted to make sure that the consultants and staff are still thinking about those things as we continue through this schematic phase. I noticed on illustration number 3, there were some large trees that were rendered, and I just, I don't think the reality is that there's going to be an option for trees in that location given the ski queues. And so I just think it might be better to have a more representative photo of what it would look like without that large mature landscaping. And then on the ski lockers, I would just mention, I think that there is an opportunity to maybe recoup some of the cost associated with maintenance of this space through those ski lockers. Depending on how it's structured, they really tend to produce a generous amount of revenue. And if it's done the right way, I think there could be adequate bike parking with a ski locker component that could help kind of pay for all of the overall cost of maintenance for the landscaping. So thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, John. Seeing no more hands raised, I will close public comment for this agenda item and say a special thank you to our consultants.
Let's
Address any of
respond to
the,
that.
yeah, let's answer the
Do
question.
you want to answer the questions?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think during work sessions especially, we should engage.
So my
Last-
answer to the first question is that we're not envisioning this as a park and ride, but as a transit center in terms of the gondola. So we have a lot of pedestrian traffic coming down on the gondola, and then a lot of people who have to go to work and then they get on a bus to head down Valley or back to Norwood or regionally in town. So the idea would be potentially to move the bus stop that is currently utilized on Main Street for all of our down Valley buses to this gondola station, which would get some traffic off of Main Street and allow our locals who live out of town but work in town, our workforce, to just get off the gondola, wait in a nice place and get on a bus to go home. Or for visitors who are coming on a bus from Phoenix on one of those ski groups or something like that. So that's
Yeah.
sort of my
It's to alleviate the
Right.
need for parking. It's not
Right.
going to create the need for more parking. It's going to hopefully reduce it by having a more streamlined public transportation opportunity.
Exactly. And we certainly would like, we've been talking a lot about putting more parking on the southwest area of town in an effort to prevent so many cars from having to drive so far into town before they park. So parking is not part of the concept of this and doesn't need to be a transit hub. I think right now the gondola is a huge part of our transit plan, but we're trying to enhance the transit nature of it and make a more comfortable place for people to be, for buses to be, so that they're not in the way of the rest of the functioning of the town.
And a lot of what Geneva's just mentioned has also been concepted and discussed as part of SMART's master plan as well, specific to the buses that are coming in from outside of the confines of the geographical boundaries of the town of Telluride. And David did just kind of weigh in via text message as well and says that he is happy with the concept as presented.
It's also more of a multimodal hub or a multimodal connection rather than a transportation hub. It's where you're connecting two different primary modes of transportation. So
If we should refer to it in that terminology,
I made that.
so that it's less confusing, I'm totally open to that. But I think it should be clear that we're not conceptualizing parking here, because that's not part of the vision of this. And then the second question had to do with, how are we going to finance
Finance.
this? So
I think
somebody else talk.
I think too, John had a great point, which I think we had also envisioned in regards to the ski lockers, but I think it's just really important to understand that part of our job as council is to concept what could happen in the future. And any conversations about funding for this development will be occurring at a later point. But it's ultimately best for us to understand what the full vision could potentially be and what the community needs. And then have those conversations when we get to that phase.
And there could be a variety of uses that drives the revenue based on what the locals need versus what may be great for a tourism economy versus prioritizing other things like potential more open space down there. So it's just a giant unknown. But we are sensitive to the cost and that it's not a blank checkbook. Any other comments? All right, I will thank you again, since I got shut down the first time. No, that's fine. Always good. Thank you for your time today. Great presentation. Just really exciting to start to get some options of what our future could be at the base of the gondola. Lance, thank you for leading it. Appreciate it very much. That brings us to 12:03
Thank you.
p.m. and we are going to push back agenda item number 3, administrative reports, to the back part of the meeting. and break for lunch.
Thank you.
We are going to restart the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is 1:01 PM on Tuesday, August 12th. And just to remind everybody, we are in person at Rebecca Hall and also online. Next item on the agenda, we are pushing back the administrative reports that were scheduled at 11:30 to approximately 4:30 PM. If you are tuning in to hear that update. And that brings us to agenda item number 4, public comment. Each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes, and overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing none, Tiffany, are there any hands raised?
No, I don't see any.
All right. Public comment on non-agenda items has been closed for this meeting. That brings us to agenda item number 5, presentations and proclamations. 5A, introduction of new Assistant Park Supervisor Logan Vaughn, and we have Todd Broughton here to introduce.
Introducing 2 people.
Okay. Would you prefer to have Herbert Valdez come up with you and do it together?
Yeah, if that's okay.
Sure, whatever you guys want.
All right. Yeah, so I'm here to introduce Herbert Valdez and Logan Vaughn. Herbert started with us back in May. He initially was a seasonal employee with us. An opening came up and he decided to go full-time year-round with us. Herbert came up here from Mammoth Mountain, California. He worked at the ski area there. He's never been to Colorado, so he just took a leap of faith and
Thank you.
came on up, and he's been working out really well for us. Another interesting thing, or another impressive thing that I think about Herbert is he and his family moved to the States from the Philippines in 2003, and in 2011 he became a U.S. citizen. So anyway,
Great.
we're extremely happy to have Herbert with us. And then next up is Logan. Logan's originally from Indiana. He's been in Colorado about 3 years. While he's been here in Telluride, he's worked for Telski. He's also worked out at the cemetery, doing landscaping out there. And he's been with us for a little over a month, and he has been working out great. So we're extremely happy to have both these guys with us.
Awesome. Welcome.
Great.
guys.
Welcome to the team. Thank you so much. You can say something if you want, but you certainly don't have to. Welcome aboard again, and thank you guys so much. Todd, thank you too.
Yeah, thank you guys.
That brings us to agenda item number 6, appointments to boards and commissions. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, September 1st, 2025, for possible consideration at the next Town Council meeting, September 9th, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, and 1 seat is being considered today. 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistant Arts and Special Events, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, and this seat is also being considered today. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Public Art Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note that Town Council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, Council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And with that, that brings us to agenda item 6B, which is the Planning and Zoning Commission, the 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term with Sherab Kloppenberg. And just so we're clear on this process, we'll kind of bring in 6C a little bit as well, because she is also applying for this seat of the Board of Adjustments and Appeals. And I know for me, still has the new kid on the block for another couple months, along with Ellen and Ashley. I don't think we've had this scenario before where someone has applied to two separate boards at the same time. So if you could give us a little background on that, that would be great.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So as you stated, Sherub Kloppenberg is applying for the alternate seat on P and Z and applying to fill a vacancy on the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. There is only one vacancy on P and Z. It's an alternate seat. And her application and resume is attached to your memo that shows her experience that she could potentially lend to this board. If you choose to appoint her to an alternate seat, it would be for your choice of a 1 or 2 year term, and it would be effective immediately. Staff recommends for the Board of Adjustment and Appeals appointment, as there are no members of this board currently, that if you choose to appoint her, that it would be to a regular seat and it would be for a term of 2 years, also effective immediately. And I believe that she is with us here today.
She is, and I want to make sure that it is, there are some boards that you cannot perform double duty on.
Correct. Those boards are Hark and P and Z, so one member cannot serve on both of those boards at the same time.
But it's totally acceptable if we choose to appoint her to both, and there's no conflicts. So I just want to make sure we were clear on that. And Sherub, is there anything you would like to say on behalf of your applications? We'll ask you to step up to a microphone, please. Either one.
Hi there. I just wanted to say a little bit about myself. I've lived in Telluride since 2009, and I've had an architectural design business here since then. And I'm just really passionate about this community and about contributing and getting more involved in government. I threw my hat in both of those because I felt like I'd be a good fit for either one, and I thought I'd let you hash it out. And depending on the commitment level, I can probably do both. And it seems like that's possible based on what I understand of the time commitment. And if you asked me to choose, I would probably choose the planning and zoning. But I'd like to do both if possible.
Great. I think that helps us. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, Piper, anything else that you need to add?
Nothing else from me.
I would entertain a motion if we are ready, unless we have any further discussion,
We're just gonna do this as two motions. I think makes the most sense, right?
because two different boards, I think so. Before we take a motion, I will say I should open up for public comment if there's any on this application. Is there anyone in the room that wants to discuss this potential appointment? Seeing none, Tiffany, anybody online?
No.
Nobody online as well. So again, unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to appoint Sherub Koppenberg to an alternate seat for a 2-year term effective immediately on the Planning and Zoning Commission.
A second?
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Dan. Mian, how do you vote?
Yes.
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, you are appointed unanimously to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And then we have to go to 6C, which is for the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. And unless there's any further discussion for that, I would entertain a motion.
I don't think there's any issue with you serving on both of these because I don't think that Adjustments and Appeals meets
Ever.
ever.
In a time, in a time manner for you, I think I wouldn't be too concerned.
I move to appoint Sherub Koppenberg to a regular seat for a 2-year term effective immediately on the Board of Adjustment and Appeals.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And we really appreciate your willingness to serve your community. And let us know how the one card parade board and commission goes.
Do I need to hang around for anything or?
No, Piper will reach out to you and you can ask her any questions as well to make sure you're set for the next meetings and you can get your calendar all squared away.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. That gets us to agenda item 7, consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
I move to approve the consent calendars as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley and a second from me. And Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Me, yes.
Elena, yes.
Yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, the consent calendar is approved unanimously. Agenda item number 8, action items. 8A, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, accepting the dedication of Tract A and B and all other land and public ways dedicated on the final plat of the Gondola Terminal Station, Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado. And we have Kevin Geiger to present.
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin Geiger. I'll be briefly presenting on agenda item 8A. This matter, of course, will look familiar to you. You had a detailed discussion on this back on July 1st, followed up with a subsequent discussion on July 22nd. On the meeting on the 22nd, that's the meeting you'll recall, you took first reading and approved an ordinance authorizing the conveyance of an easement for the Hotel Columbia. What we're doing now is backing up and resolving the possible ambiguity from the mid-90s approval of the Gondola Terminal Station development, and in specific regard to the dedication of a variety of public ways and tracks down along that area, specifically Tract A and Tract B, along with other, quote, public ways that were dedicated as part of that mid-90s approval. So this is the resolution that will resolve that ambiguity of whether that dedication was actually accepted by the town. There's a resolution that we have drafted for this. It's in your packet materials, I believe, right after page 101, which is the memorandum on this issue. It's a fairly straightforward resolution of acceptance of those public ways, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this issue.
Great, Kevin. Thank you very much. Any questions for Kevin on this agenda item? Seeing no questions from council, is there anybody in the room with any public comment on this? Seeing nobody in the room, Tiffany, can you confirm there are no hands up? There are no hands up online to discuss this item. Are there any further discussion from council? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, accepting the dedication of Tract A and B and all other land and public ways dedicated on the final plat of the Gondola Terminal Station, Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. Ashley had to step out of the room, but with that, it is approved unanimously with one vote short. Do you have to make a note of that, Kev?
We will. It's fine.
Okay.
Not positive. It's fine.
Great.
Yep.
That brings us to agenda item number 9, public hearing. 9A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, approving an easement agreement for the certain elements of the Hotel Columbia that are within the town's San Juan Avenue right-of-way, also known as Tract B, on the final plat of the Gondola Terminal Station, Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado. And Kevin will present this as well.
Yeah, we'll keep it going, Mayor. Thank you. Agenda item 9A. This is a public hearing because this is a second reading. Second readings are required. Ordinances are required for the conveyance of any interest in real property by the Town of Telluride, which is what you're contemplating here with the conveyance or dedication of an easement on this issue. You'll recall we are dividing up the relative interests of Hotel Columbia vis-a-vis the town right-of-way, which you just accepted a minute ago. Even though we think it was dedicated back in the 90s, we've resolved that ambiguity now. And what you, pursuant to your direction, indicated or directed at your meeting originally on July 1st was that you were comfortable seeing an easement come back, conveying an interest in real property to the Hotel Columbia as it relates to both windows and balcony elements, mainly fronting south onto San Juan Avenue. We will deal with a revocable encroachment permit next under agenda item, I believe that's 10A. That will handle the remaining elements, for instance, the ADA access, the snow melt, and the awnings for Hotel Columbia. So this is second reading on this ordinance. The easement agreement is in your packet materials as well. It's a fairly straightforward easement agreement. You will enjoy certain benefits from that easement agreement, including indemnification by the recipient of the easement, along with insurance as well. So without further ado, I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Kevin, thank you very much. Any questions for Kevin?
Nope.
Seeing no questions for Kevin, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the room for comment on this public hearing item? Seeing nobody in the room. Tiffany, can you confirm nobody's got their hand raised online? Great. Seeing none, and unless there's any further discussion from council or questions for Kevin Geiger, I would entertain a motion.
Following a public hearing, I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, approving an easement agreement for certain elements of the Hotel Columbia that are within the town's San Juan Avenue right-of-way, also known as Tract B, on the final plat of the Gondola Terminal Station, Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
And yes.
And Teddy, yes. That public hearing item is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item number 10, action items. 10A, consideration of a revocable encroachment permit, REP 25-04 for Columbia Telluride LLC to maintain encroachments consisting of awnings, snowmelt system, and accessibility ramps in the San Juan Village right-of-way for the benefit of the property generally described as 301 West San Juan Avenue and known as Parcel B, Block 1, West Telluride, according to condominium map of Columbia Hotel condominiums recorded March 19th, 2002, Plat Book 1, page 4185 through 4192, and decks at reception 406252. And Kevin Geiger is to present this as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep going on agenda item 10A. You should have a memorandum in your packet materials located at page 118. This is from Public Works, Kathy Knight in particular. Ms. Knight is not available to present this item today, so I will attempt to help you or walk you through this. This is the REP that I just briefly mentioned under agenda item 9A, where we have bifurcated out or pulled out certain elements for the easement and certain elements for a revocable encroachment permit. You'll see that the revocable encroachment permit here deals with awnings, the snow melt, and the ADA access. Fairly straightforward approval, and a recommendation of approval is also what has been received from the Public Works Department. Application fees have been paid, and there will be a subsequent fee for the actual issuance of the permit. I think that's enough introduction on this issue. You will also enjoy, similar to the easement discussion, you will enjoy elements of indemnification and insurance being added for the town of Telluride under the revocable encroachment permit. Any questions? I'm happy to answer any.
Great. Thank you so much, Kevin. Any questions for Kevin on this agenda item? Seeing none, is there anybody in the room that has a comment? Seeing none, Tiffany, can you once again confirm if any hands are raised? There are no comments from the public on this, and unless there's further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a revocable encroachment permit, reception 25-04 for Columbia Telluride LLC to maintain encroachments consisting awnings, snowmelt system, and accessibility ramps in the San Juan Avenue right-of-way for the benefit of the property generally described as 301 West San Juan Avenue and known as Parcel B, Block 1, West Colorado, associated to condominium map of Columbia Hotel condominiums, recorded 031902, Plat Book 1, page 4185 through 4192, and decks at reception 406252.
We have a long motion from Ashley. Do we have a second?
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Can we just call out that it's REP-25-04 and then it is that the property is known as Parcel B, Block 1, West Telluride, as opposed to West Colorado.
Oh.
So
I will accept the amendment.
perfect, and I will second it.
Great. Nice work, man. Kevin, you good with that?
Yes, and it looks like the second was Ms. Fee.
Okay.
Got it.
Great. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Daniels.
And Betty, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thanks for showing up. Kevin, thank you for that. Multiple in a row for you. That brings us to action item 10B, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the 2025 municipal budget to reappropriate certain unexpended 2024 budget line item amounts, making supplemental appropriations from existing fund balances to various accounts, and making supplemental appropriations from revenue in excess of those estimated in the 2025 budget. And Kaylee Ranta is here to present.
Thank you, Mayor Erico. This is our first round of budget adjustments for 2025. We will see a second one in December or January. Let me get this started. Okay. Budget management includes periodic adjustments of the current budget to reappropriate unexpended funds from the preceding year's budget that are necessary for ongoing work and projects or costs that are contractually committed to the town but not fully expended. Some adjustments are also used to address grant funds, which may span a period of time exceeding the town's calendar budget year. These adjustments typically occur after the prior year accounts are closed out, outstanding bills are paid, and revenue adjustments are posted through the town's annual audit. And council approved the 2024 audit at the July 1st meeting. This budget amendment process creates an opportunity to make modifications due to changes in revenue estimations that have been identified since the budget was adopted in the fall of 2024. Section 1, which is on page 134 of your packet, reconciles the beginning 2025 budgeted fund balance to the audited fund balance and shows the audited excess in fund balance or shortfall compared to the budget. And then the net effect column on the far right shows the change in fund balance after all of the requested mid-year budget adjustments if they are approved. So this is section 1 from your packet, and mainly the net effect column shows that we're not asking for budget adjustments in excess of that audited excess or shortfall. Section 2 of the adjustments addresses the reappropriations of unexpended 2024 budget lines that were expected to be spent last year but will be expended this year instead. These capital projects either span 2 years or were not completed in 2024. Therefore, the balance will be rolled over to be spent this year. Some notable items in this section are from the Energy Mitigation Fund, a USDA grant, and corresponding revenue for a compost pilot program for $10,000. And then Parks and Rec Energy Projects expense of $8,000 that'll be rolled forward. In the capital fund, fleet replacement of $240,000 and a Casta bus replacement for $191,000. I believe we had 2 buses budgeted for 2024 and only received 1, and plan to receive the second one this year. And then the youth hangout capital cost of $142,000, quarry improvements of $77,000, and River Park corridor for $5,000. And in the wastewater fund, system improvements of $1.7 million to be carried forward. Section 3 concerns the budgeting of new revenue sources that were not addressed in the 2025 budget, and any increases in the revenue over current budget used to fund budgets. This section includes an adjustment to the fund balance for the set aside in both the affordable housing and open space funds for the increased or decreased reserves at year-end 2024. And that's because if you remember from budget last year, we budget those 2 funds with the 0 fund balance. So everything goes to those set aside accounts. And then additional items in the affordable housing fund are the purchase and sale of deed restricted housing units, which couldn't be estimated last fall. And the final section, section 4, these supplemental budgets are funded from fund balance reserves. With respect to all the funds. The request is for new items that have been approved since the budget year commenced. These items were typically not known and hence not budgeted in the fall of 2024 when the 2025 budget was approved. A lot of these items are just to move line items within a different line item where it's a better fit. We're reclassifying a lot of payroll items between the Parks and Rec department, between different divisions. And then IT had a few to reclass some line items within their department. A majority of the adjustments in the water, wastewater, and open space funds are also to move budget into different line items. And then in the capital and street, bridge, and alley funds, there's an increase in the West Pacific Avenue street improvements for $2 million, but then a corresponding decrease in the Mahoney Bridge replacement, which is in the street, bridge, and alley fund. And then both of those transfers are also reduced by $2 million, and the street, bridge, and alley fund is almost completely funded through a transfer from the capital fund. And then fleet replacement, an additional $1.4 million for street sweeper with grant revenues of almost 500,000, a hook lift truck, and then some other smaller equipment. And then at the direction of council, an additional 22,000 for the town hall, Rebecca Hall feasibility study to investigate the feasibility of a full replacement of Rebecca Hall. That's it.
Great. Any questions from council?
Yeah, just to make sure that I am tracking and understanding our budgeting, because it's obviously important. Noticing just that a few of the adjustments, a few things stood out. Nothing, we just went through that audit, so I know our financial situation overall is quite good, so nothing that generally concerns me, but just to help make sure I'm understanding fully and where this process happens. The three that I sort of see the biggest changes are capital improvement, wastewater, and affordable housing fund. I think I sort of understand capital improvements and wastewater where we're working on those big projects. Can you just help outline specifically the affordable housing fund? Because that one is about a 60% reduction of the estimated beginning balance, or the net effect on it is about a 60% reduction. Can you, I know it's not your department, but do you have any insight as to why that one specifically seems, as an overall percentage of that fund, is so different than what our initial estimated balance was?
Yeah, a big part of it is that housing set aside where we put any additional fund balance from 2024 into that expense so that it would be zero again. And then just the housing units also that we're purchasing for resale.
Okay.
So there's only, not a whole lot of adjustments to the affordable housing fund, but they are big numbers.
Yeah. And then once we have recouped the money from the resale of those, then it'll be readjusted back to close to where we were, minus the set aside that we took out of there as well. Okay. Thank you, Kaylee.
Any other questions for Kaylee? Seeing none, since this is an action item, is there anyone in the room that wants to discuss this budgetary item? Seeing none, Tiffany, can you confirm if anyone is online with their hands raised? Okay, great. And if there are no other further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the municipal budget to reappropriate certain unexpended 2024 budget line item amounts, to make supplemental appropriations from existing fund balances to various accounts, to make supplemental appropriations in excess of those estimated in the 2025 budget, and to direct the town clerk to set a public hearing for September 9th, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Kaylee, thank you so
you.
much. Zoe, I have a question for you. We are about a half hour ahead on timing. Do we want to catch up on, to be more accurate timing based on the printed agenda and go into the manager's report for a little while? I know we have two gentlemen sitting in the audience patiently awaiting the next agenda item, but in case there were people that wanted to.
Yeah, since we
Can-
did receive a public comment on that agenda item, I think we could keep to the time frame a little bit better. So I'm happy to touch on the manager's report.
Great, let's do it.
Hey. So in our manager's report for this August 12th council meeting, from communications, we touched on our wayfinding, placemaking and signage project. So the steering committee, will meet with Guide next week to review the 90% design of priority one signage, which includes parking, street, campground, facility IDs and directional signage. Unfortunately, due to the impending bid process, fabrication time and ground freezing, installation is most likely expected to be in the spring of 2026. We held a Chair 7 engagement meeting with stakeholders. So that's the town design workshop and this Telluride Ski and Golf hosted 2 targeted stakeholder meetings on Wednesday, August 6th to discuss the process of the current development plan for Carhinge and the Lot L sites. The meeting included employee rental housing tenants, deed restricted owners, and neighbors of the 2 projects. The meetings are recorded and the presentations can be found at bit.ly/chair7 Carhinge. We held our August merchant meeting. So this was held on August 5th to discuss the midpoint parking pilot check-in, bears, wayfinding, the comprehensive plan and other topics. And for any of our merchants that missed that or anyone else who is interested, those recordings can be found at bit.ly/TOT merchant MTGS, short for meetings. And the next one will be held on Tuesday, October 14th at 1 p.m. For our housing development, no huge updates from our previous council meeting. Still working on Canyonlands and the Tower House public-private partnerships. Right now, it's currently under construction for Canyonlands. They were working through some utility issues and they will be commencing construction again here shortly. And Tower House has been issued their permit, so they will also be getting their construction underway as well. Trying to get the highlights. Shandoga Building F Phase 2 is under construction on no delays there. Virginia Placer Phases 2A and 2B. As we know, we're still working on pre-construction for 2B and the building permit was submitted for 2A. And so groundwork will most likely begin shortly on that project. I mentioned for the Lift 7 neighborhood planning, our stakeholder meetings, and we look forward to continuing that process. Next steps is to continue for Lot L is complete the preliminary plan, cost estimates and financing strategy. And for Carhinge, complete the conceptual PUD and preliminary subdivision applications by the end of this month or early next month. So also for anyone who's interested in that, again, that bit.ly link is bit.ly/chair7 Carhinge for anyone who is interested. From our historic preservation planning and building department, we had our comprehensive plan kickoff and our recap and next steps. So in partnership with Logan Simpson, who is leading this process, and the historic preservation planning and building department staff, the kickoff event started on July 21st through the 24th. And that included various pop-ups throughout town, interactive roundtable discussions, launch of the first series of brief surveys to collect community input at this early stage of the long comprehensive plan development process. So for anyone who is interested to please fill out the survey. And I don't see a bit.ly link for our comprehensive plan, but it's on our Engage page. So engage Telluride.org. And I'm sure there is an Engage page that maybe Lindsay's texting me right now. It is bit.ly/TOT comp plan. So TOTCOMPPLAN, comp plan. For Parks and Recreation, Town Park Campground is open and online reservation booking windows are posted on the town website. This is the last reservation booking window and it opened up 9 a.m. today, August 12th. And those are for reservations between September 15th and October 5th. Town Park Pool is open and the facility schedule is online, but the last day of the pool season is kind of ahead of us on Sunday, August 24th. So get your last days of the pool season in. For fall programming, we have currently adult co-ed soccer league started on August 4th, and youth soccer starts on August 21st, and the registration for that is currently open online. Club youth soccer starts on August 18th. For special events, the 2026 CASE grant application is available for submission from August 8th to September 22nd. So those are open. Recent events that we had on town property was the Mountain Club Barbecue, the Show Bar Concert Series, Kodo Live at the Drive, the Box Canyon Trail Races, Kodo Duck Race, Church in the Park, and the Augmented Community Concert Series. So many great public events. Upcoming, or actually we just had it, was the Telluride Jazz Festival, but upcoming is the Mushroom Festival. The Show Bar Concert Series continues on August 21st. Camp Alderwild, the put on by Planet Bluegrass, will be held on August 22nd and the 23rd. Mountain Run, August 23rd. Film Festival, August 22nd, 27th through the September 1st, and the Imogene Pass Run on September 6th. One added piece that is not in the manager's report, but something of interest is the diversion we're on Lower Bear Creek was closed today by the State of Colorado Division of Water Resources to maintain river flows for more senior water right holders. So this diversion feeds the stream throughout the campground and park along the kids' fishing pond. So these facilities may be impacted as a result. Just an update there.
Sure.
From Public Works, Main Street accessibility improvements, the construction of the ADA accessibility ramp installation as part of the Main Street project. It is nearing completion. So KSK is wrapping up their last at Colorado and Alder. This intersection presents the most challenges due to the complexity of the stormwater infrastructure installation. As KSK wraps up the installation of the new stormwater system at Colorado and Alder, they will then return to address any punch list items identified during inspection. So there is a significant punch list, including the removal and replacement of sections of the ramp at the southwest corner of Colorado and Fir, where ponding issues have been noted. Additionally, the contractor will need to repair the asphalt patch back at South Aspen, North Pine, Willow, and Alder. Public Works did receive feedback regarding the stormwater management and the new ramps with that severe storm that we had on August 1st. While it was unusual, the incomplete asphalt patch back worsened the water flow of the ramps. So KSK and the project's contractor intend to repave the road to correct the elevation in coming weeks. And this action should alleviate the current ramp issues, especially during heavy rain events. So to stay informed, go to bit.ly/TOT Main Street or sign up for our texting. Moving on to the Pacific Avenue improvements, Telluride Gravel is making progress on finishing up all the ramps at the intersection of West Pacific and South Davis, as well as completing the 10-foot sidewalk that connects Davis and Tomboy. A portion of the sidewalk near Davis will remain unpoured because Public Works plans to return to that area to install a new pressure-reducing valve. Additionally, TGI has shifted its focus to West Pacific, west of Tomboy, to install the stormwater infrastructure, which they are doing so now and this week, that will replace the current inlets and piping. The impact on parking along South Tomboy and West Pacific Avenue continues. However, residents and those affected along West Pacific are permitted to temporarily use the Car Hinge parking lot. As part of the broader West Pacific improvements, the town is also collaborating with Telluride Lodge HOA to enhance the area along their frontage. So rather than replacing the existing 5-foot sidewalk, this section will be transformed into a unified green space with trees and low plantings. The design direction reflects council's guidance from the September 13th, 2022 meeting when the final sidewalk alignment was still under review. So the approach also supports the overall vision for a corridor by creating a natural landscape buffer and presenting the scenic views along Pacific Avenue. And there is a little picture of that in the right-hand corner of the manager's report as well. And so to stay informed, visit bit.ly/TOT Pacific Avenue. Any questions on those as I continue on? All right, great. From Public Works, Mahoney Bridge replacement design phase, the town has contracted with KLJ to design and replace the aging twin 72-inch corrugated metal pipe culverts at Mahoney Drive. They are currently 30% concept approved and moving towards the 90% design with the hope of having the final design this fall. For the Public Works facility expansion, they have released for bid confirmation of funding availability. So we are still waiting to hear more back on our FTA grant of 2.2 million that was awarded, but currently on hold for that project. The 2025 paving program, this will address priority streets identified in the PCI study that was conducted in 2024, which is the Pavement Condition Index. So this project is scheduled to occur this fall. Work is set to begin in October and will not coincide with any major festivals. There will be a few changes to the 2025 overlay program as Public Works seeks to improve stormwater infrastructure along South Mahoney and its associated side streets, which interconnect with the stormwater system. Portions of eastern Colorado will also be removed from the 2025 overlay program to develop options to help with vehicle speed control and pedestrian safety of eastern Colorado. So looking again at raising sidewalks or crosswalks, I should say, or other speed control pieces before we do the overlay.
So Zoe, for that portion, that's gonna be separate from like the spur bike path?
The overlay, yep, that's strictly streets. Mhm. Yep. Moving on to water and wastewater for the sanitary sewer rehabilitation. So C and L has completed the planned pipe lining with the town. Phase 2 will commence in late September. We'll focus on lining the existing sewer main along the valley floor using the UV trenchless technologies. So stay informed with bit.ly/TOT sewer lining. Also to note, we had an emergency sanitary sewer main line repairs in the alley of South Colorado between Aspen and Townsend. Public Works identified significant sewer backup caused by a blockage that seemed to be construction grout. Over 40 feet of pipe have already been removed and replaced, with additional 40 feet expected to require removal as well. Public Works has observed an increasing amount of grout entering the system and suspects it may originate from grout used to support new foundations during construction and or from grout used in internal finishing work.
So how do we address that?
So it's hard to, so we get that out to our building community to be more cautious. It's a start. It is part already that they need to follow certain rules to prevent that. If we are able to tie it to a project, then there is a shared cost in that replacement, but you can't always tie it to a project.
Seems like that amount of grout is unlikely from internal finishing, like from grouting tile. It seems like that a foundation project would be a much more realistic culprit in that.
And I think we've had conversations with those that are in that type of construction, but it's very hard to directly correlate those pieces. But I know staff is working with all of our partners on that currently.
So this is like people rinsing things off and they're just running into the sewer line, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the expert. I don't think Kyle's here, but let me text him and see if he can add more in. But I think there's a lot.
Like, do we need a construction waste policy along with our fat oils and grease policy? Seems like.
I mean, it sounds like it. I mean, this is I mean,
40-foot
it's,
40-foot pipe.
this is a lot of money for the taxpayers to be paying in order to facilitate,
And the convenience too.
yeah.
Or supervision, requiring supervision for that kind of work or something.
I'm gonna make note, but if Kyle does jump on at some points, we can.
You
ask him
can
more
interrupt, or
questions.
we can bring it up at a later time, just as long as Kyle can give us some recommendations on what he think we can move forward to try to avoid this situation in the future, and then have appropriate remedy and finding the offender.
Do we, Zoe, do we take like any sort of like deposit or bonds
Yep,
and
yes,
stuff?
we do.
What is the project size that starts at?
I'm looking at actually building on that. Cause you happen to be here, Sam.
Sam just happens to be here.
Happens to be here.
I am Sam. So if it's going down sanitary, which this did, it's probably not foundation. Just because the sanitary is not even attached usually to the project yet. That would be in the streets and storm. That also is bad. But what happens not beside, tile is correct, that's small amounts, but we do a lot of the heat tubings and slabs that are poured internally. And they're poured after the fact when sanitary could be dealt with. And that is a lot. I heard all this obviously from Kyle and stuff, and I was surprised too. I mean, I don't know how that's a lot of material to be done in sanitary.
Is this like the first time that we've dealt with this? Like, I'm surprised that it's construction grout, I guess, is like, it seems like that. Is this something that's happened to us before? Or is this a one-time thing? Maybe it's kind of a one and done, like a fluke situation that happened. I'm just trying to figure out like if we actually need to like put something in if we need to change something, or if we need to just be like, this was a weird thing that happened.
This is the first time I've heard, and it could have been built up over time too. I mean, concrete could be built up over time. Or the grout, it's the same thing, just bigger gravel. I think we have rules in order for washout. It's just, as in many things with rules, somebody there to enforce them. I would suspect this, I don't know, weekend. It's hard to tell. I was pretty surprised too. Is there any other specific?
No, I think that sums it up pretty good. Thanks, Sam.
I think like,
Kyle is jumping on, Tiffany. This will be helpful.
I think like with the fog, step one is friendly outreach to our building community, friendly reminders.
Any other questions on the manager's report? On any other topics or items?
Zoe, thank you very much. Like to remind the public that if you need more information or clarification on her report, the Town of Telluride webpage and the Engage page are for you to visit. And unless we get Kyle jumping on, Kevin, we can go to you for the attorney's report if you're ready.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. You have a couple things to mention today. One is, it's been covered in the newspaper, but hasn't been mentioned since our last meeting. The district court opinion on ballot question 3A came in on August 4th. You may remember we were in that litigation until the very end when we were dismissed out. It was the day before the trial on April 18th. The district court ruling found that there was nothing improper, nothing wrong, nothing misleading with the Tabor election that was shepherded by SMART. And all issues have been dismissed on that litigation. You may also recall the Town of Telluride has pending before the district court our motion for attorney fees and costs for being involved in that litigation for a period of about 3 months when it was apparent that the town had absolutely no role in that election for ballot question 3A. So that is pending. We'll see what a court does on that issue. Just a brief update. This is a municipal court issue. There was first a jury trial scheduled for July 25th that morphed into a bench trial. And in that bench trial, a guilty verdict was handed down on a dog on the valley floor charge. And there was a defense asserted of a service animal, affirmative defense, that was not accepted by the court. So that guilty charge stands. And also there was a subsequent, I should say a preceding earlier plea of guilty to an unlicensed dog on that same individual. So my thanks to Mr. Wilson in our office, who handled both the trial to the court on the 25th of July and then subsequent briefing on the ADA service animal defense. And again, that was rejected by the municipal court. And then finally, I don't have a lot to update you on this because it just came in and I'm still digesting it with our outside counsel. But late last night, there was a ruling on Diamond Ridge that found that arguments advanced by the plaintiffs, these were the landowners in direct vicinity to the 3 parcels that are owned by the town and the county. And you may remember these individuals were asserting that those 3 parcels were subject to the PUD from 1991. And the court affirmatively rejected that argument and found that the 3 parcels made up principally of what's called parcel C originally, that those are not part of the PUD. Just came in last night at about 6 o'clock. I'm still digesting it. I'll get a copy out to town council after the meeting today. But we were waiting about 1.5 years on that ruling. So that is an interesting development.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Kevin, just on the previous matter, the court rejected the ADA on the dog. Was it because that there were insufficiencies in their ADA requirements, or that ADA animals are not allowed, period, no matter what? Just to make sure I understand, because in case I'm asking.
No, it's an important distinction. So
Yeah.
I can provide you with the court's decision on that, and I'll do that. But basically, it found that the animal in question was not sufficiently trained to qualify as an ADA service animal.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
Nor was the individual necessarily receiving the benefit of that animal to assist it in one of its essential life functions that was prohibited, or it's not prohibited, excuse me, compromised by a disability. So it was kind of a 2-prong analysis on it, but it's specific to the dog in question and the individual in question, not the overall defense of could a service animal be permitted? And the answer to that, I think, is quite affirmatively yes. And we have had some examples of that.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
Thank you.
Just so everyone knows, there's an application process you have to go through. You submit the information to the town attorney's office. It's also then submitted to the town manager's office. And there's an examination of whether that animal and the individual are authorized under the ADA to be on the valley floor as a service dog. So that is an issue we haven't had go to litigation, but it's been raised a number of times in the context of the valley floor, but also we see it sometimes in housing related questions. Different standard for housing because it doesn't have to be a service animal. It could be an emotional support animal. Getting into the weeds now, but there you go.
Great, Kevin. Thank you very much. Any questions for Kevin on any of his updates? Seeing we have a few more minutes before we are back on time for that agenda item where we shuffled around, I will start the council reports. Agenda item 3C, and we'll start with Elena.
All right. I think I just have a case meeting to report on. So we have 2 new events coming up in September, or not events, but like one-off street closure events coming up. So just 1-year approvals, but there's going to be a West Slope lacrosse fundraiser on September 4th, and then a premiere of When Dishwashers Were Kings on September 10th. So those are both fun community events, only a single year approval. So just kind of one-offs, but wanted to mention those. We got some organizational reports, and I just wanted to highlight that one of our organizations was Mountain Film, and they they reported that the single complaint that they get the most and the biggest barrier to ticket sales is lodging prices. So I thought that to me was kind of the most pertinent thing to come from that report. So I just wanted to mention that. And then the case board talked about the budget for the following grant cycle, and they're going to come to us with a new request for a little bit of a bump up. I think we were equal last year. They didn't ask for an increase. So this year we're going to, I think, ask for a little bit of an increase, mostly in community support. Overall, there's been a trend that the requests for community support have gone up while requests for arts and special events have mostly, are pretty similar year after year. So the increase in funding will reflect that. And I think that's my only report. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Elena. Geneva?
Yes, we had a Telluride Housing Authority subcommittee meeting, I guess it was last week, our regular meeting, and everyone at the full THA board, so everybody who's here should be ready for a recommendation coming soon of an update to the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines, dealing with all sorts of issues. One topic that we discussed quite a bit at our last THA subcommittee meeting is with regard to some affordable housing units that exist in condo buildings that are otherwise free market buildings, and issues with HOA dues really burdening those units. We have sort of fixed, I'm going to put in air quotes, fixed that problem by putting some protections for HOA fees for units, mitigation units like that after a certain date. But some of the units that were created before the town put those requirements in place have left a handful of these deed restricted units in trouble with, really high monthly HOA fees. So we talked a lot about how to sort of resolve those issues. And so I'm just saying that now so that folks who are not on the THA subcommittee can sort of think about that. And this has been an ongoing issue. We've had some really great communicative owners of these units that have been reminding us that we need to deal with this issue and over the years. And I think now is the time for us to really make a plan. From special assessments, like if a pool needs to be redone, to also just like monthly HOA fees of like $900 that now make your deed restricted unit unaffordable. So keep an eye out for that topic along with others. And if you are an owner of a deed restricted unit, of any kind of deed restricted unit, please tune in to our next handful of town council meetings, because we will be discussing updates to the guidelines, which we do every 2 years. I think that's all I have for that.
Great. Geneva, thank you very much. Mian, do you have any updates?
Just two really quick updates. We all attended the Gondola Leadership meeting on July 28th. During that meeting, I once again gave my technical tour presentation that Ashley's heard 3 times at this point. But we also, again, continued the conversation in regards to project development and terminal planning. There were presentations from both jurisdictions, both ours, Mountain Villages, and then a separate presentation in regards to the Angle Station itself. But I think the focus predominantly was in just a more well-rounded conversation as to the parking of the gondola cabins themselves overnight and in storage. But more to come on that, but it really was just more informational, I think, for everybody that was in attending, to make sure that we were all kind of up to speed as we get closer to being able to apply for federal grants for that project. The other meeting I had was a Colorado Flight Alliance board meeting. Not a ton to report from there as well. The utilization of the airport and our flights is directly mirroring what we're seeing in regards to lodging occupancy, which shouldn't come as much as of a surprise to anyone. And we talked specifically about summer and winter flight performance and planning, but then went into an executive session just to really have some conversations in regards to some proprietary organization and personnel and airline matters that will be reported out later.
Great. Mian, thank you very much. Ashley, do you have an update for us?
I don't. I obviously was at the Gondola Leadership meeting, and Mian gave her a quick sum up of that. We did have a museum meeting, but it was scheduled at the same time as our special council meeting, so I did not attend. So I don't have anything to report on that. And those were the only meetings that I had between our last meeting and now.
Great. Dan, we'll pass it off to you for
Thanks.
final report.
Not much for me as well. A couple of mine were also already covered, but planning and zoning was also one that I had. Pretty light agenda on this month's meeting, mostly gathering their input on our upcoming comprehensive plan update. Some interesting conversations, including things of defining what is categorized as a small and micro scale businesses in our community, making sure we're incorporating them and supporting those size businesses. Topics like Hispanic engagement, making sure we are soliciting and specifically engaging with that community, because that has been a challenge for a number of projects we've done recently, is getting that segment of our community's input. Topics like making sure there's third spaces. Ellen has somewhat talk on that with our gondola Plan B area when you were talking about the sort of platform third space. Like, yeah. And things like incorporating future land use map and natural disaster resiliency, including both avalanches and wildfires is the big topic there, and how that also incorporates with insurance rates, which is a thing we could also connect with our upcoming conversation with our building codes. That's all their input is, of course, going to be incorporated, and we'll hear more about that as we continue to work through our comprehensive plan update. Thank you. That's all I have.
Great, Dan, thank you very much. Tiffany, 3D related organization reports. I assume we have none. Great. 3E, comments on payments. And remember, as always, to provide those comments by email. And so that gets us pretty well back on track to resume agenda item 10, action items, and specifically 10C, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, repealing and reenacting Articles 1 through 10 and enacting new Articles 11 through 13 with renumbering of the existing Articles 11 through 16 of Chapter 15 of the Telluride Municipal Code Building Regulations for the purposes of adopting the 1 International Building Code 2024 edition, 2 International Residential Code 2024 edition, International Existing Building Code 2024 edition, 4 National Electrical Code 2023 edition, 5 International Plumbing Code 2024 edition, 6 International Fire Code 2024 edition, 7 International Mechanical Code 2024 edition, 8 International Fuel Gas Code 2024 edition, 9 International Energy Conservation Code 2024 edition, 10 Colorado Model Electric Ready and Solar Ready Code 2023 edition, 11 International Property Maintenance Code 2024 edition, 12 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code 2024 edition, and 13 International Code Council Performance Code for Buildings and Facilities 2024 edition. And we have Kristen, Sam, and Tommy here to present.
Thank you very much for having us. So we had a work session and now we are moving forward towards next steps. So as you all know, one of the 2025 Town Council goals and objectives, number 3A1, was to adopt the 2024 International Code Council Building Codes and 2023 National Electrical Code. In order to meet the 2025 adoption deadline, Sam, our building official, and Tommy, our building inspector, dedicated significant time over many months to review of proposed code updates and development of a detailed draft ordinance and proposed amendments. The draft ordinance and amendments were subsequently reviewed by Allie Slayton, Assistant Town Attorney, and myself, with revisions incorporated. And a Town Council work session to review and discuss the draft ordinance and amendments took place on July 1st. At the July 1st work session, Town Council provided staff with direction for next steps. And this is just a very brief high-level summary. So Town Council indicated they did not want to delay the process for adopting proposed code updates amendments, but did request an internal review of the SEB code cohort regional amendments to the energy code as distributed and presented by Eco Action Partners during public comments at the work session. Specifically, Town Council asked staff to conduct a review of the SEB code cohort's proposed amendments to the energy code, Identify any amendments that could be incorporated immediately into Telluride's current code update, if any. Flag amendments that require further engagement, feasibility analysis, or staff capacity review, and consider scheduling a future work session separate from 2024 IECC code adoption to evaluate their implications and determine if additional funding or staffing support is needed to implement code amendments. So staff conducted that internal review as requested by town council. And a brief overview of that review is that, or actually this is a higher level, brief overview of sort of the steps necessary, and then I'll get into our staff analysis. So at this point in time, high level, local jurisdictions are only required to adopt the 2021 International Conservation Code and the Model Electric and Solar Ready Code. Staff are proposing to adopt the 2024 IECC and the Model Electric and Solar Ready Code, consistent with 2025 Town Council Goal and Objective 3A1. State law requires local jurisdictions to adopt the Colorado Model Low Energy and Carbon Code, the LECC, when they update any other building codes after July 1st, 2026. This is not a requirement at this time, and the LECC is still being finalized with a final date of September for when it will exist in order to be able to move forward. So the Sneffels Energy Board co-cohort, SCBCC, has proposed a number of amendments which staff reviewed thoroughly subsequent to our July 1st Town Council work session. And these are our determinations, high level. The town of Telluride already has a number of the proposed amendments in place or already exceeds the requirements of the proposed amendments. Some of the proposed amendments are not applicable to the town of Telluride's unique circumstances, and others require further research, feasibility analyses, community engagement and input, including from builders, contractors, and/or additional staff capacity to administer and enforce. And this is a bit of a deeper dive. Staff analysis for the items where the town of Telluride already meets or exceeds are the following. For heated slabs, the requirement for R10 under full heated slabs, we already meet that amendment that was proposed by the SEB co-cohort. Garage doors, the requirement in the amendment package was to require garage doors to be R16 for heated garages, and we actually exceed that. We're at R18. Mechanical commissioning, requirement for mechanical commissioning for homes over 2,000 square feet. We already meet that as well. So staff recommendation for these is the items above are already required. Code amendments are not needed. And when I say code amendments, I'm talking about the proposed ordinance and amendments package that you have under review as part of your packet. For each of these items, there's a more detailed analysis in your staff memo and packet for this town council meeting. So for the second group of proposed code amendments, which are not applicable and or necessary in Telluride, these items fall under that: log homes, substantial cost difference waiver removal for commercial, extension of pool cover requirements to indoor pools for commercial, window to wall area ratio, continuous insulation, and manual J design temp updates. Again, there is background and analysis in your staff packet, and staff are here to answer any questions you may have about the analysis. And so our staff recommendation for these items is that the items above are not applicable and are necessary in Telluride. In some cases, providing flexibility options to builders contractors is preferred. It's important to also take into consideration the impact to historic structures, which is something we've discussed a lot internally. And so the third batch, final and third batch, is the following proposed code amendments require additional research, feasibility analysis based on staff review. The setting of maximum air leakage rates, heat pump required for primary source of heat, renewable energy purchase, on-site generation. We already have requirements in place, but further research is needed. The ResNet HERS, ERI compliance allowance, substantial improvements, home size, and glazing U value requirements. And finally, the all-electric requirements by a certain date. So the staff recommendation for these items, they require additional research, feasibility analysis prior to determining if additional amendments should be considered at a later date. A more complete understanding of potential unintended consequences and staff capacity to implement are required before taking next steps. So overall, our staff recommendations based on the analysis that you requested we do is to move forward with a first reading of the proposed ordinance and amendments on August 12, 2025 today, and a subsequent second reading at an upcoming town council meeting. And you have that ordinance and amendments in your packet. And noting that adoption of these code updates and amendments will not preclude future consideration of adoption of additional relevant and feasible codes, amendments, and policies. And further noting that while we are on a 6-year code update cycle, that does not mean we can't much sooner make decisions to do further updates to the code. But we are recommending that we update to the 2024 IECC, the whole package that I'll put on the screen in a moment, and then move forward from there. So our second recommendation overall is to schedule a work session with town council to obtain direction on any next steps in terms of research, feasibility analysis, et cetera, relative to potential additional amendments proposed by SEB EAP and prioritization of same. So that is something that could happen as soon as you'd like to do a deeper dive and for us to gain some additional guidance as staff in terms of which areas you'd like further exploration of and analysis. So this was what Mayor read to us, which is the list of code updates. And I will stop there. We are here to answer any questions as you move forward.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions from council?
I mean, I have thoughts, but if we're gonna have an additional time to talk about kind of some of those remaining question marks that still need some more analysis, I feel like I can probably wait until another meeting. Unless,
That's okay.
I mean, I was gonna talk about heat pumps, but I feel like that's one of the things that if we want to wait and hold that conversation for another time, I don't know.
I mean, that sort of difference between, and there's of course a lot of nuances and subtleties in here, but one of the primary differences between the IECC and the LECC is that electrification or that energy input element to which heat pumps get to. And so I still, I think there's some fair analysis and some fair discussion. We had it, as you all heard at the last meeting. I'm still leaning and have a preference towards the LECC, especially since I wish to be a leader in this space. I think Telluride should use its position to not do the bare minimum. And since this is a mandate that's going to be coming down from the state in the very near future, as well as our other regional partners, my understanding is they will be adopting the LECC as that's released. Aligning with that, I think, is an option I still wish to explore. So I can leave it there for now if you wanted to take it back over, Elena.
I think
I'll just kind of jump
Yeah.
in really quickly because I also just want to clarify that no other jurisdictions have made that comment yet. And I did clarify that because that was stated to me as well. And I just want to make sure that we're not making decisions based on incorrect information or misunderstandings or alignments. I think I agree with you, Dan. Like I would love to see us as a leader in this industry. However, I would like us to move forward strategically. Our staff has said that there are areas that they need to do further analysis. I also do believe that we need to ensure that our builders, our architects, the people that are working in this space are set up for success. And given the fact that the LEC is not mandated to be implemented until after July 2026 in this state, I think that we have the time to step forward in a way that is a little bit more structured and allows everybody to be set up for success. And so my personal belief is that we should adopt the code that's being recommended by staff and then take the time between now in July to do that analysis and make sure that we can then be successful when we bring in the LACC.
Well, and to kind of continue on that, like I think I want this to be an ongoing conversation. I think this is, we're not ending here. I think if we have things we can go ahead and adopt, I don't want perfect to be the enemy of good. Like this feels like a step in the right direction. And I think we continue to work on some of these. Something that I've been like blabbing to Darren about, so he's probably sick of hearing this, is the idea of like networked heat pumps. And if we can somehow make that, if we can explore if there's a way to incentivize that or make our code more amenable to people sharing the infrastructure of heat pumps, like individuals, because I know it's easier on, on government projects, like town projects. But when it comes to residential projects and privately owned projects, it's a little trickier. But if maybe this is a time to look at that creatively and see if there's a way that we can make it easier for people to get efficiencies and to invest in these big, capital projects on their homes, either new or just remodels. But I definitely, I think for me, the heat pumps was the big one that jumped out that I'm super interested in. And I know a lot of our energy use goes towards heating homes, and a lot of the times they're empty homes. And if we can, find efficiencies there, I think that would be huge. And I think, if there's a creative way to make it easier for people to invest in heat pumps, I would love to see what that looks like. But again, this kind of feels like part of the ongoing conversation, so I don't want to take up too much time.
Geneva or Ashley, any other thoughts?
I think Mian hit what I was thinking. And yeah, I don't have a ton of comments. I'm always in the back of my mind wanting to consider, how these changes are going to reflect in costs for individuals. I know that, we deal a lot with, how expensive Telluride is for everyone at various income levels, and just keeping in mind, how these would affect, our homeowners and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I think right now I'm most aligned with what Mian said, and would support with what the staff has presented to us right now.
Ashley, thank you. Geneva, anything to add?
I generally agree. I think if we need to take segmented steps, I'm in support of that because we're taking steps. And I do want to hear from the public, because I think that I anticipate we're going to hear different things from the environmental perspective versus the development perspective. But I think that staff's put a lot of time into this, and I like being more up to date on the most recent broad requirements. So 2018 till 2025 is quite a gap in the upgrade, and we're due. So I would rather not delay that.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to add one point. It supports most of what Mian said, but just that we really understand, that staff really understands, and we as elected officials really understand what that timing needs to be for the outreach for the architects, builders, subcontractors, everyone who are affected. It's cost is one, time is another, and the feasibility of how these changes get incorporated. And so I just want to make sure that our approach to get feedback from those entities, and there's probably some others, including the environmental side, that we give everyone enough time so we make sure we are making fully educated, supported decisions, and not moving too quickly, but also going in the direction we need to be, which is being more responsible. Any other questions or discussion before we open it up to the public? Tiffany is grabbing a sign-in sheet to see who's the lucky person that gets to go first.
Like Dylan Henderson.
Perfect. Number one on our public comment sign-in sheet is Mr. Dylan Henderson.
I forgot to sign in.
That's no problem, Jimmy. You can come up first.
But it's your first time.
Yeah.
So.
How much time would you like to allow me?
I think I'm good with 5 minutes on this one. I think we've got to hear the opinions, and we have time for this.
So this actually, I'm here, Jim Mahoney, on behalf of Columbia Telluride LLC, which is the owner of Hotel Columbia. You guys have seen us a lot recently, know that we are getting super close to pulling our building permit for a very substantial remodel. The project's been under design for about 18 months, and it's been being designed under the 2018 International Mechanical Code for its mechanical system. And that code allows for ventilation through a mix of both mechanical and natural ventilation. And that's kind of how this has been designed. This new code would require full mechanical venting, which would be a pretty big change to our mechanical design. And our goal was to actually submit for a permit by September 1st. But if the way that your kind of ordinance is written right now, even if we submitted today, this new code would apply to our submittal. That's permissible generally through like a pending ordinance doctrine. In certain instances, I just kind of got flagged on this last night, so I haven't had a chance to look at, at that doctrine. But no, it is somewhat allowed. But in quick conversations with our mechanical engineer, it would be new design costs to redesign the entire system, because it would take, I think, around 20 penetrations to ventilate the system mechanically. Those would have to have certain separations from underventing and exhaust, which is just a big change at this stage. With not really much notice, I guess we could have keyed in on this on July 1st. We didn't. The fact that we are actually on the agenda today is why we keyed into this and are here kind of chatting with you guys today. So that's really, I would ask you guys, to consider, would you, make the effective date your publication at second reading, which you do on most of your ordinances. That would be our general ask of that, and give us the time to get our plans in that we've developed. So,
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Sure.
So when we do code change, we don't spring them. In other words, it wouldn't be, generally it's 30 days or some amount of time after it actually goes into law. And since you've been in the HART process and everything, you are sort of vested in the old code. We've been doing this we always encourage, because that we've obviously been talking about it for. And what they're really talking about here is mechanical ventilation versus opening a window. And this is something in my long time here, have said, we don't open windows here lately we do, but not very often, because it's more often cold. So we don't get that ventilation. So I've encouraged mechanical ventilation, and in the new code, it will be required, not just encouraged. But no, Jim and Bill, if that's what you both are here for, no, we certainly wouldn't do that, and never have before.
Okay.
We give people a chance.
I would just
catch
ask,
up with the code.
yeah.
We don't, that's not something we understand design timing.
And I don't know the exact section of the ordinance, because I don't have it right in front of me, but I believe there's an effective date section, and so that's what triggered this being here for that. So
Often HART, or at least how it's been established in this town, is your HART approval establishes your.
Okay.
In other words, you don't have to submit a permit prior to that. You came in under that 2018, your project can continue. That was a good code then, and hopefully a better code coming up. If not, we don't.
Well, I appreciate that, and Sam always gives me great education whenever I get the chance to speak with him too. So
That would be awfully. When states do it on a certain date, like California, it just comes in. Well, that's a little different, but all the local jurisdictions do it a little different. We don't, no, we don't spring stuff.
Well, it's a worthwhile question because there have been
Oh, no.
development categories where after we vote, if you don't have your building permit in, you're under the new rules.
I do understand.
Kristen?
I would, I think I think it would be really important that town council recommend that we refine that part of the ordinance to make it absolutely clear that there is that, you know, if your project started then and specifically what allows you, what triggers this and at what time for those projects that are underway. And I think we could increase that specificity very easily so that there are no concerns in the building community on topics such as this for projects that have gone through HARC and are now coming into that building permitting stage and in between, and we can discuss what makes the most sense for the community. But I think that's a really important point, and I think we could clarify that if town council were open to that in the
I'm okay
ordinance.
with it as long as it's not going to trigger a flurry of applications.
Right.
We've seen that, like, people have been in the process, have already got their designs. That makes sense to me, but I just don't we've seen before where we start talking about something and then we get 15 applications for people trying to avoid. And I certainly understand your perspective, but we want all new construction to be under these guidelines. And so being as far down the road as you are makes sense to me, but I certainly don't want to.
Does it feel like
Kevin wants to say something too?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Mr. Mahoney. Actually, I think he raises a very good point, and I'm going to draw it to your attention. I'm not sure how the language necessarily made it into the ordinance, but I do think it needs to be corrected. Take a look at page 166 of your council packet material, and I'm specifically looking at section 5 along with section 6. Section 5 in the second sentence indicates that project may be evaluated prior to the date of publication and up until August 11th, 2025 under the current codes. And then it goes on to say in the last sentence, all projects submitted on or after August 11th shall be evaluated per the requirements of this ordinance. And I think that's the language that, number one, I don't think is legally valid, nor do I think it's permissible. So section 5, I think at a minimum should be changed. There's also a quick typo in section 6 saying that there's a public hearing being held today, August 12th. That will be at your next meeting. Should you schedule this for consideration on second reading, it's not a public hearing on first reading. So if there's a motion forthcoming, just make sure we're looking at both section 5 and section 6 changes as indicated. And I'll help you through that if you get to that point.
Okay.
That, I think we're good with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dylan, we'll get to you in a second. I wanted to wrap up this one thought because Ashley sounds like you had a
I
thought.
was just gonna clarify, do we, based on what Kristen just said about like getting specific, is it that we want to say something along the lines of like, if your like HARC approval has happened by a certain date, that we feel like that's enough? Like, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, do we want to be specific there?
Yes, I think that's the direction. that we
So,
go.
and we feel like HARC approval is something that would be significant enough through the process. It's like if you've gotten that approval, it seems like it would be quite a burden to have to re-engineer, because you would have to probably most likely go back to HARC because it's going to probably change the exterior of your building in some way. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, do we have a threshold? What is it?
Even in the process of HARC, it might be difficult too, though, not just the approval.
I don't think work sessions at HARC count. I think
Yep.
a full application.
So I didn't prepare specifically for this point, so I'm gonna have to go off my memory on a vested property right and also what Mr. Mahoney is talking about, the pending ordinance doctrine. So the vested property right statute does say that codes can change after you have a vested property right. Those codes have to be related to health, safety, welfare. I think it references particularly the plumbing code, the electrical code. I can't remember if it references the building code, but those codes can change and impact a vested property right. If you want to be specific and not have that general principle be applicable, then I think you do need to be specific on what you're trying to exempt through the process. So just to reiterate, you could have a vested property right, could be a P&Z approval, could be a HARC approval, certificate of appropriateness, and the codes can change on that subsequent to that approval being issued previously.
Right.
And that's legal under Colorado law.
I just don't want to be punitive to someone who did nothing wrong. I mean, that's really the way to look at it. I mean, if the rules aren't in place, you follow the rules that are in place. And if you're following those and all of a sudden someone changes it and you've spent, significant time and some money, not even significant money, or you're planning on a certain budget and then you get it changed, I'm not sure that's the way to go. We do want to go towards these, go towards these new, codes and adopt them for sure. I'm just not so sure how to create. It's tough on the fly since this point was brought up to try to figure out what that hard date is. And Geneva's got a great point. You just don't want to open the door to people to flood it, but you don't want to penalize the people who have got a certain.
We've been
we've
utterly inflexible about this, about other things that we changed when rules are updated. And if you didn't get your thing in, you are gonna have to lose money because you have to redesign or whatever. We're stopping this right now. So I think we need to be really careful about saying this council is now going to be way more permissive in this category than we have been in the past.
I mean, but I'm like, why can't we? I feel like we are. We're saying like we need to draw the line, but we just need to tell people what the line is.
Yeah, and I just said I don't know what
Seems
the
like
line is.
Reasonable line. Like at that point, you're building design.
How many projects are in the same boat as this group? Like have their approvals from HARC, but have not pulled a building permit yet. If that's correct, that's the status.
Yeah.
There are a number.
We literally more than 10.
And it's not so much, it's submitting the bill. And once you're submitted and sort of.
Yeah,
paid
then you're in.
Yeah, then you're in and the code sort of, that's kind of funny. It's always maybe I should be careful. Maybe I was being illegal. I would often give if they were, it was a week after or something. I mean, I get what you're saying, that the rules are the rules, but when codes change, we didn't change from a bad code to a good code. We changed from former code to a better, newer code. And I always feel like one of the things we always allow, you can go to a newer code. If we're in this preparation right now, if they would have wanted to go to all the things that are in the
2024.
code, we'd say, sure.
Yeah, of course.
So the other code was just not as good as the new code. So that's kind of how we've done. We don't let it go very long. I mean, and there's I haven't seen many.
But I mean, looking at this on like from an environmental standpoint of what we're trying to do to achieve our carbon goals, a big hotel is like exactly the type of project that we want to fall under these new.
Yeah, but a big hotel, I think what he's saying is even a big hotel that is at the 2020 or 2018 level is still going to be much better than previous big hotels that were, built in the 60s.
You could
and
say that
70s.
about
So-
anything.
Actually, in this particular case, environmental, they'd be using more energy in the new code because they'd have to mechanically ventilate. Now they can open the windows, which they won't, but because it's cold not a lot of the time, but yeah, so I mean, yes, I see what you're saying. I think that what I heard Kevin say was, and I do remember reading that, the life's kind of a health, life safety issues. So if it was
danger or something
like a fire sprinkler thing, well, then no, you'd have to do them more strict. But I'm not, we tried to be fair about it, is all I'm saying to Dylan and Jim. This came to me just a little while ago and I said, and frankly, when I was thinking there was going to be a third reading, which is, in other words, I was thinking more like October 1st. I mean, the 30 days and the meetings are 30 days apart. I don't know when this would be in effect if everything went.
I wanted to ask, I think Kevin might be the only person who was here during this time. How did we handle the new employee mitigation requirements? Like when we enacted those, which was a while ago, but I'm just curious if we have precedent for how we want to roll something like this out.
Yeah, I think what we did is we looked at the same provisions I was just talking about with the definition of the vested property right and the notion that codes can change, but if you have something that has already gone through an approval process and received approval, or an application has already been received and it's full and compliant and can be acted on, then they have the legal right to be judged by the code or the code requirements.
submitted under
Yeah, that are in effect at the date.
Park approval or building permit approval, right? Like, that's what we're talking about right now.
And we did this like far more recently, like
Yeah, the basements.
2 years ago, because we received a flood of applications, a lot of which were not complete, but because it was the receipt of the application that that was the trigger that allowed you in, we ended up having to put a moratorium down, and it was wildly unpopular and it was really contentious. And I would really love us to avoid doing that again. And also,
oh my gosh, I was saying that I think we should do that again.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because I don't.
Because that was the only way to stop it.
And I feel like since then, nobody has raised that to me once. So I don't know if I agree with the assertion that it was wildly unpopular. The people.
I don't think this is an emergency.
No, I don't think
and
this is
we're
an
not
emergency.
going
That
through
was
emergency protocols, but we knew that there were a number of applications that were gonna, come in a rushed manner to try and get in under the old rules. And for something like this, getting a building permit in is a big process compared to getting a HARC application in.
But I guess I wasn't necessarily even proposing that it is that your application has been received. It was that these projects that have been approved or are already in the approval process are the ones that get that thing, not that people.
Well, we're talking about HARC
Yeah, I'm just
applications
saying,
or
like,
building permit application.
But the HARC, mine was for HARC to say that if you have submitted your plan, that's meant like you got ready to go, you handed it in to HARC already, that you're in that pipeline, not to incite people to flood HARC now with applications, but to recognize that people have put in time, have already, got their plans at this stage and they've submitted. That kind of was where I was, not to say that there is now an application deadline that you can hurry up and,
HARC approval better.
I do too.
Because the exterior, if they are on their second HARC meeting with getting feedback and conditions, it's not final. Nothing is final yet. So I have a hard time believing that they're designed for the interior HVAC and the way they're going to do their infrastructure and systems is like not changeable, because everything's changeable because they don't have approval yet. So I think HARC approval is where it stands. And once people get that, they're like, okay, I'm good. And now I just have to do the next step of applying for the building permit.
Sometimes going through the HARC approval process isn't at the timing of the applicant. And you're going through a process that you may or may not control timing for. That's not.
I personally would feel more comfortable if it was projects that have a current active application to HARC.
I think it should be HARC approval.
I'm on HARC approval. HARC asks for people to change way bigger things than what this is requiring. And I've never seen a HARC application get approved on the first meeting.
Well,
they're designing the outside of the building. They're not designing
so much changes
the guts of the house at that point. They don't even know if they can build what they want to build yet, if they're in the process of HARC.
I would still support if they're actively in that process to allow them to use the old code.
And I think
We're stuck on 3.3 though.
if we're stuck on that, then I'd just like to further this discussion along. And then when we get to the point of making a motion, unless there's something else somebody wants to chime in on, I'd like to keep moving this forward to get other opinions on it. And we'll get to a point where we're going to have to make a motion and we can go one way or the other way and see how we vote. Kevin?
Yeah, I was able to pull the provision under Colorado law that I was thinking of. So let me just mention it for you and mention the limitation that I think you need to take into account, because I don't think HARC approval does it unless you are more specific. Vested property right is not protected from changes in the application of ordinances or regulations of a general nature, which includes building, fire, plumbing, electrical, and mechanical codes. Colorado Revised Code 2468-105 sub 2. So if you just getting the language that I was hearing was if you've submitted a HARC application, or some people were saying if you've been approved by HARC, even if you were approved by HARC, that Colorado law provision would tell you that that vested property right still can be amended or has to comply with new building, fire, plumbing, electrical, and mechanical codes that are in effect at that future date.
So we have to just change the date overall is what you're saying. We can't make an exception.
I would say there's two ways to do it, I would think. One is you would have a specific provision in the ordinance that would say, notwithstanding this provision, Colorado Revised Statute 2468-105 sub 2, notwithstanding that it says these new codes will apply, you are specifically finding that they will not, provided that there has been either an application or an approval. You need to be clear on what you want there. Or the other way to handle this is you put an effective date of the ordinance into some period into the future. You say
Later.
starting, instead of the date of publication, which is the normal, we sometimes will say the ordinance is not going to be effective until 2 months, 3 months, January 1st, 2026, at which time this new code provision, all these new code provisions will apply. I think there's a couple ways to walk you through it, but I don't think saying HARC approval covers it, because that specifically as a vested property right still tells you under Colorado law that building, fire, plumbing, electrical, mechanical codes, they can all change on a vested property right. So again, two ways to do it. I think we can bring you language back. You don't need to be specific on that issue. Just tell us what option you want and we can bring it back on second reading in the ordinance.
I don't want to do a date certain because I think that's gonna get us to the exact
That
place that we
flood.
were 2 years ago. It's gonna flood us with applications. We already have a very big pipeline. I do not want to put more pressure on our staff, and I do not want to create issues with the development community here, because then we're backlogged.
They're gonna be
without a doubt.
upset regardless.
I mean, well, no, but I think, I mean,
Understandably.
no, but I
Nobody
think
wants the rules to be changed on them. We experienced that in the cannabis industry. They would change the rules on us all the time. We'd say, but we just spent all this money on XYZ under the old rules. They don't care. It's like, this is just how regulations go at some point.
no, and I think that's a valid point. I think when we're talking about the state, yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do, but like this is a small community and these are our friends and our neighbors and the people that create this community. And I think that we can be understanding of the fact that what we will be asking them to do, which is right, and which is what we want to, achieve our climate action goals. But we need to be able to step this through in a way that is beneficial both to the environment and to like our overall economy as well. And so I think I just do not want us to get in, like we've not made this mistake. We've been through this before and I'd love for us to move through it in a way.
Proud of us for how we dealt with it before, because we actually stopped the bleeding.
Yeah, I think though, I don't want to cloud the two different issues. First of all, that one was decided years ago, and this is a new topic, and we can all decide what we want and vote accordingly. But we still have.
What do we do if there's a tie? What happens?
Fails.
No action.
It fails.
Pass.
Okay.
Motion doesn't pass.
That's right. Because,
Back to public comment.
yeah, we're going to go back to public comment. Thank you for being patient.
I forgot about you.
Yeah, exactly. So Dylan Henderson, I am the architect on Hotel Columbia. So I did come here because I was concerned about the language. So I'm very glad that we're going to address that. I would suggest, having been part of quite a few code changes in my career, that the typical thing that we see is that you'll have a first reading, second reading, third reading, that you'll adopt that at the final reading, and that there's a grace period. For architects, that's very clear because Sam will say, second reading is October 1st. I'm making this up. The grace period is between 30 days and 120 days from what I've seen in my experience. And I work both in Colorado and California. California is way more draconian about it, to your point. But when California does this, they give you a date that's far enough out in the future that even if you're in a year-long process, you have time to adjust. So if we're doing this based on readings, I would suggest that you give a healthy
grace period for people to be able to, who are in the design process, because to Teddy's point, when we go into a HARC approval process, if a client came to me and said, how long will it take me to get through HARC? The answer is anywhere between 9 to 12 months. If you get through concept and prelim, and at prelim, you don't have very many conditions of approval, you feel confident as an architect, as the client, to engage structural and engage mechanical at that point. Because what you're trying to do to come back for final HARC approval is that all of your exterior penetrations are shown. All of your structure is worked out. I can show the thickness of my fascia, because that's what DRB wants to see, right? HARC wants to see, like, what is it that you're actually building? If in the midst of that process, if I was at prelim and I had gone into this and I wasn't agendized for another 4 months, and this code hit me and I said, holy cow, we've got to now readjust full structural, full mechanical, that would feel punitive in the duration of time that it takes to get design review in town of Telluride. And we're unique, right? Like, this is a unique town where we take a lot of pride in getting that design input. So I would just suggest that however you work this out, whether it's final or at early application, maybe it's not concept, but I would say some part in that design review of profile, which can take a year, that you do set that, that vested right, you'd have to write that code correctly, Kevin. But I appreciate that. The one other thing I will say that that you should look at when you're going through this, because you have some other things you're looking at, is when you adopt the 2023 electrical ready code, just be aware that when we started, like 17 years ago, we put a 200 amp panel on a house. We then quickly moved to 400 amp panels. Now we're at 600 amp panels. And the reason why is because we have to be ready for solar. We have to be ready for cars. We have to be ready for multiple car chargers. That's all of a sudden putting us into these huge electrical panels on these new projects. If you adopt this electrical ready code without amendments to it, you're going to potentially see 2 600 amp panels on a single family residence in Telluride. That is crazy. Like, that's crazy town, right? Like, we shouldn't have to do that. They're massive. They're very hard to place. They have a lot of requirements, not to mention the fact that we don't have the grid here to support that. So I think if you're going to adopt that code, the city of Crested Butte and the city of Aspen just did a study on this, and REG was running it. You should tap them for this, because there's 2 things: the electrical ready code, and then section 402 of the 2024 IMC does not allow natural ventilation in the in this new code update, which means that all projects have to be singularly mechanically ventilated. And if you do that, you are going to greatly up the electrical usage on these projects, especially if you have to be electrical ready. So this is nuanced, right? And if you don't have the grid to support it and you require it, in the case of Hotel Columbia, we would actually triple the size of the transformer. We couldn't even do it, right? So you've got to be careful with how you adopt those things as they relate to the energy grid that we currently have available in Telluride. And it's fine to phase that in, but there's a couple sections of this code that you have to be really aware of before you just say adopt the entire IMC 2024, because we just holistically may not be able to comply with it, and it may actually not be in line with that zero net carbon shooting for. So just be aware of that. Public comment. Thank you.
Great, Dylan. Thank you very much.
And
Tell if you want to. Okay, next on our public comment sign-in sheet is Kim Wheels.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kim Wheels, Energy Specialist with Eco Action Partners. We submitted a lengthy memo that I hope has provided helpful information for you to consider. I want to acknowledge that this situation is quite uncomfortable for Eco Action, as we do not want to be seen as controversial. Telluride has been one of our strongest partners throughout our existence as an organization, and we aim to continue to cultivate that partnership. However, as the town's contract partner for climate action initiatives, including building energy code adoption and enforcement support, as well as the recipient of the state's Energy Code Cohort Grant and leader of this effort to support governments in adopting a regionally aligned advanced building energy code, we feel it is important for Eco Action to represent those roles in this discussion and to provide Telluride with our best recommendations and professional consulting expertise. As such, we recommend that Telluride seriously consider adoption of the Low Energy and Carbon Code and an updated Telluride Energy Mitigation Program Calculation Workbook with this current Building Energy Code update in order to continue forward with the progress already been made on these efforts with the participation of town staff. I understand from our team's meeting with town staff that one of the goals for adoption of a new energy code is to have time to perform thorough research, feasibility studies, and to fully understand a code in order to ensure ease of implementation. Our team is in full alignment with these goals and has the resources to support them for the adoption of the LECC. I presume that this research has already been conducted by Telluride town staff on the 2024 IECC, and I'm curious what has been identified in those studies conducted and what Telluride town staff's plans are for training the building community, as it is important to understand that either the LECC or the IECC would introduce significant change over Telluride's currently adopted 2018 Energy Code. As a representative of the State Energy Code Board that developed the amendments to create the LECC, I want to assure you that it was developed as an improvement, not more costly, but a more straightforward and comprehensive approach to addressing energy use in new construction and remodels across Colorado. The state is developing materials to support adoption of the LECC, and we are providing specific requests for information from cohort members to the CEO. If Telluride has specific concerns or questions on the LECC, please share them with us so that we can include those in our list of questions. Our grant includes funding to provide public outreach, education, and workshops, as well as workforce development to support implementation of the LECC across the region prior to the end of June 2026, when the grant timeline ends. If Telluride adopts the 2024 IECC, these resources will not be directly applicable, if at all, to support Telluride's Energy Code implementation. Telluride is applying for state funding to implement a benchmarking program to address existing buildings. This is an important, progressive, but very difficult policy to implement. The town will need to be willing to stand firm on climate action to be successful. By comparison, a building energy code, even a progressive one, is the easy, low-hanging fruit policy to address building energy use, and the state-developed LECC would help progress Telluride toward an all-electric energy code. I'm curious if anybody has considered the potential implications and message that is being sent to the state of not having shown progress toward adoption of the LECC and not having a plan in place to do so, despite being fully involved in the code cohort for over the past year. I've worked with town staff through previous building energy code updates for over 18 years. And while we may not have agreed on everything throughout the process, I believe we came to agreement and mutual support with previous code adoptions. And I remain hopeful that we can find common ground this time as well. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important topic.
Thank you, Kim. Next on our public comment is Emma Girona.
Hi, everybody. I am Emma Drona, and I serve as the Executive Director of EcoAction Partners. But today I'm in front of you as a longtime resident of the town of Telluride who's deeply invested in the future of our community. I'm here today to urge you to direct staff to adopt the Colorado Low Energy and Carbon Code rather than the 2024 IECC. This decision is about far more than technical standards. It's about whether we take decisive, meaningful action now to meet our 2030 greenhouse gas reduction goals. The built environment is the largest contributor to our local emissions. Every new building that fails to meet the most ambitious standards locks in decades of avoidable emissions, higher utility costs, and greater retrofitting expenses down the road. The Colorado Low Energy and Carbon Code was specifically developed to accelerate energy efficiency and decarbonization in alignment with our states and our own town's even more ambitious climate targets. Adopting a less ambitious code now will make our future goals exponentially harder and more expensive to achieve. Right now, Telluride is the only municipality in our regional code cohort who is not considering adopting the LECC, which creates unnecessary complications for architects and builders who work across multiple towns. Requiring them to learn and comply with two different base codes will add confusion, inefficiency, and cost to the process without delivering better outcomes. I understand concerns about upfront costs and wanting to do our due diligence, but the reality is that the cost of inaction, that of wildfire risk, water scarcity, declining snowpack, and the erosion of our mountain ecosystems will be far greater. These are not abstract concepts. They're changes we're already experiencing here in Telluride, as you can very clearly see today by the air quality from the multiple fires in our backyard. We cannot afford to delay this process any further. This is our opportunity to catch up on the community, to catch up to the communities that are leading in this realm, who have had more progressive codes in place for some time now, including net zero codes for homes over a certain size. This is our chance to match our actions with our values and ensure that homes and buildings we construct today will serve us sustainably for generations to come. I do want to recognize that taking this type of progressive action, along with the other items adopted in the Telluride Climate Action Plan, will be challenging, especially for you all, our local elected officials and government departments. I recognize the concern for resistance from residents or industry groups and constraints due to limited budgets and staff capacity. However, I wish to offer this guidance and ask you to consider the time and expertise that has already gone into the development of LECC and the SEB Code Cohort Amendment Package. The cohort team has worked with countless elected and staff representatives, building industry stakeholders, community and state representatives, and technical experts to compile this recommendation. The consequences of not acting in this regard greatly outweigh the cost of intentional action to reduce our impact on this fragile environment. Luckily, the data is behind us, and we have a path forward that will support us in reaching our 2030 goals of 70% emission reduction. The choice is clear to me. We can either continue to debate the impact of these codes and push the ball further down the court while more research and analysis is done, or we can act now. As of today, while I make this comment, we only have 1,602 days left until 2030. I'm asking you, our elected officials, our community drivers, to use those 1,602 days wisely. As a neighbor, a community member, and the leader of an organization dedicated to climate action in our region, I'm asking you to please urge town staff to adopt the Colorado Low Energy and Carbon Codes. Our future literally depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Next on our public comment sign-in is Dave Valentine.
All right, thanks, Scott. A lot of this when I'm reading it, just need a little more clarification. I was looking first at a section on the energy use with the different tables where we're doing mitigation fee. And it says snow melt system. Is that just on ones that are on the ground, concrete and decks, or does that apply to rooftop snow melt, which is going to be required under another part of the code you want to put in there? So, since that's for safety, whether I don't think that one should get a tax on it, as opposed to somebody who doesn't want to shovel their walks, they wanted a heated sidewalk.
Generally, David, no.
Okay.
Rooftops and egress wells are not part of our.
Oh, great. Yeah, that helps. You might want to put that in here.
Part of the
no melt system.
Temp fees. And even some other, excuse me.
No, you're great, Sam, but I will ask David if you just want to run through your questions and if you guys want to take notes on those questions to answer them after
okay.
the full public
Yeah,
comment.
and then other on these portions of that same mitigation fee, is that an annual one? And is that for new construction or only, and everybody's, if they have existing, then they're getting this new annual tax? Good to know that one. And then also trigger points on it. A lot of condos around here have been built in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and there are a ton of them. And some of them just have 3 or 4 units, and some of them have dozens and dozens. If one unit, a new owner comes in and they want to gut it and remodel, does that trigger the entire HOA's building to follow all of these codes, or just that one particular unit? And that would be helpful in knowing that, because a lot retrofits on how these buildings were designed and built, especially in the 80s. It's just like, why did they do that even back then? And retrofits are just prohibitively expensive. And so you don't want to deny one owner's remodel because everybody else can't do this. So that'd be good to know in that portion. So a lot of this is just clarification. Maybe we can clear that up before moving on to second reading, third reading, etc. Right, thanks.
Great, Dave. Thank you very much. Do you just want to address any of those questions, or?
Well, the snow melt,
Yep.
I went out of turn there, but generally, so the new codes come in, correct? And then depending on the situation, we don't, in other words, I'm not sure what David's asking on the energy, we already do mechanical ventilation for condos and different things. And yes, it does cost more. And for instance, Telluride Lodge, as many fire sprinklers now are required when they do so much, it's up to their HOA and stuff. So new codes do come in and they do they do cause more.
I think
Cost.
David's question, the way I heard it was that it was like, I live in Telluride Lodge which is true. So I live in Telluride Lodge. When I go to remodel my owner occupied condo, that doesn't then trigger a bunch of new building stuff that has to happen throughout my building just because I'm remodeling my condo, for example.
No.
That was the question, right? Yeah. Yeah.
No,
So
sorry, I misunderstood.
No, it's okay.
that. No, it's unit specific or project specific.
So because Telluride Lodge is the first condos built in Telluride in the 70s. And so there are some condos that are there that have been untouched, that were built with that code and have the leaky windows that, let out a ton of heat and all of that stuff. But then if you go and remodel it, whatever that code is, just follows for your property. It does not extend to the rest of the building.
Anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, we do have a hand raised online. Tiffany, if you can unmute Kendra, that would be great.
Hi there. My name is Kendra Held, and I'm the Climate Action Coordinator for Eco Action Partners. I'd like to frame my comments by recognizing that in a time where federal support for environmental initiatives is being critically diminished, local and regional integrity to emissions reduction commitments is more important than ever. Small communities working together towards shared goals is crucial, which is why I've been proud to work with the Snuffles Energy Board and the Building Energy Code cohort. This Energy Code cohort and associated grant funding provides us with a low-cost pathway to reduce emissions for new buildings. This makes a lot of sense. If we are adding to the building stock and increasing energy use, then we should build it to the best standards, reduce biases towards fossil fuels, and make them as efficient as possible. This cohort began last October with the goal of getting input from governments across the 3-county region, interviewing contractors, providing relevant workshops and trainings, and working towards consistent base code for the region. Last year, the Colorado Energy Office looked at the 2024 IECC, which is the energy code being proposed for adoption, and said that we can do better for Colorado communities. The LECC has undergone development over the past year, with the final draft published this May. The Low Energy and Carbon Code is based on the 2024 IECC, but has a few identifying improvements. The LECC clarifies 3 pathways to meet code, where historically Telluride has strongly encouraged contractors to use the ERI pathway. Additionally, it clarifies confusing or misleading parts of the 2024 IECC. Importantly, it removes the 2024 IECC's bias towards fossil fuels. Additionally, the LECC is the base code being proposed to regional jurisdictions this winter. Contractors are already planning on coming up to speed with the LECC, supported by grant-funded training opportunities. However, an adoption by one government of a different base code would require these contractors to unnecessarily learn both, costing them time and money. Adopting the same base code across jurisdictions supports contractors' desire for regional consistency. Finally, adopting any new energy code will require training for the building community. The state is developing materials to support adoption of the LECC, and our grant includes funding to provide public outreach, education, and workshops, as well as workforce development to support implementation of the LECC across the region. Telluride adoption of the 2024 IECC would require separate resources to be directed towards updating the building community on the 2024 IECC, in addition to the regionally adopted LECC. Of course, every jurisdiction across the region may have slightly different amendments, but having all participating jurisdictions on the same base code is a benefit to contractors, provides flexibility, and supports a pathway to a future all-electric energy code. Adopting the LECC before the end of the year is not only possible, but would align with the trainings that the Energy Code cohort has provided this spring and will provide this fall and winter. In order to be aligned with regional energy codes, support contractors, and keep climate action commitments, I ask that you urge town staff to adopt the Colorado Low Energy and Carbon Codes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other hands raised online, Tiffany?
No,
We will close public comment for this agenda item. After receiving the public comment, any questions for council, for staff, or internal discussion? Geneva, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I mean, I would just love for staff to respond to some of the comments that we've been receiving from Eco Action. I feel like this is the first time I'm hearing about the LECC stuff, and I don't know about other regional municipalities considering that versus not considering that. And I imagine that they've spoken to you about it in the past. So can you give us some sort of insight onto why you're recommending the 2024 ICC versus the state program? And it just seems like we're on a weird timing intersection for these things, with what's coming from them seems to be urgent, yet we haven't heard about it before.
I'm not sure where our building inspector, Tommy Stanke, is right now. He must have had to step out last minute, and he would be the best able to respond to the more detailed questions, as he's been the representative of the building department to the code cohort, the energy code cohort, facilitated by Eco Action Partners, along with Darren. But for the building department, it's been Tommy. So I had hoped that he would be able to be here to respond to those questions. I would say high level, from my perspective as a director of this department, I know that Tommy has participated in all of the meetings. I know that both Sam and Tommy have put a tremendous amount of time into going through every element of the updates that are brought forth to you today to make determinations as to what should be amended, what's appropriate for the town of Telluride in order to meet your goal as town council of adoption of the 2024 IECC and 2023 energy codes this year, by the end of the year. So they've been working on this for quite some time. I do think that there is opportunity, absolutely, and I said this during my presentation, for further research, impact analysis, ensuring that there are no unintended consequences. And my understanding is that the LECC won't even be published and available for adoption until September, per information provided by Eco Action Partners. So it's a work in progress. And again, that could be something we have a work session on and think further about. But my understanding from my team, and I can tell you they've put so much time into what you're seeing, is that further exploration is needed, feasibility analysis, prior to taking that step. Again, it's been under development and is still in draft form at the present time. So partly it's a timing, to your point, the timing.
Well, September 1st is not that far away.
It's not that far away. It would change. And Sam, you can
Yeah,
speak to this a
well,
lot better than I can.
A couple
Yeah.
of things on the timing,
Yeah.
and we were tasked, we've been working on the 2025 or 24 codes for 25 for a year, took several years. And again, the energy code's part of it. And I understand that Telluride and with the climate action and all that's another whole part of it. But this is a small part of our overall codes. So we've been working on all of it. I think, and I'm on a state committee now too for factory housing and manufactured housing. I listen to them, and a lot of this is timing. We have another big one coming up too. That's also July 1st, 2026. It's the Wildlife Resiliency Code.
Wow.
And you think energy's making your heads explode. Wait till you see this. Hart may not be able to even exist. You can't have any vegetation within 5 feet of a structure for that code. So there's a lot of things going on. We're trying to get these codes in for now. I don't know of any local jurisdictions on the Western Slope that have adopted any of these codes. I believe one, Crested Butte, has an all-electric code. I haven't had a chance to talk to them about that yet, or Mount Crested Butte. I'm not sure which one. But there's not, when you look at the big ones, Durango, Montrose, Grand Junction, they're not even thinking about it. So, I mean, the state, if the state passes something, then we'll work with it. And it's the same way with the wildfire code. there's gonna be a lot of changes in the maps and how they do stuff. And so we're trying to be, proactive, but not jump in is all. That's kind of that's been my thinking on this all the way back. And I was involved with the first code that we did here 25 years ago, Green Code. So, I mean, I'm not against any of this. I just want to step by step by step. And this is an upgrade. And I listening to Dylan, I agree with him too. I'm not sure that, and I talked to the guys at SNB. I'm not sure we have the ability to do all of what we're talking about if we say right now, no more gas. So, and what happens when we have a power outage? I've been here when there's 24-hour to 2-day power outages. I just, there's some things that we haven't gone through yet, how this is all going to work. I want to talk to other jurisdictions. This wasn't part of what I was asked to do for the code change. So
I'm just
it's to your timing.
looking at the state, what the state is saying is that after July 2026, when we update, we have to update to the
So I can jump.
CFD.
I mean-
So if we're updating now and then gonna go another 8 years without updating,
What would be a
well,
Again,
it was
it's
8
more
years last time.
But I think to that point, and that was, I mean, I had a long conversation with Kendra this weekend, I think. And then, I've received communications from Kim with clarifications as well. And I think this is one of those places where when we know better, we do better. And right now, what we know and what is recommended by the people that we have to put our trust in, which is our staff, is the recommendation to come up to this level of code. Now, that doesn't preclude us from meeting the LECC by July of 2026 or December of 2026, whenever we feel, when our staff says that we as a community can meet that code successfully. That's what's most important to me, because if we try and jump in and meet a code that we don't know the full implications of, and then we're amending things and we're confusing things and we're frustrating our building community, it's irresponsible. And I think as much as I want
We're about to amend, we're gonna have to amend things and confuse things.
But
because it's required for us to update to this after July.
Right, but it gives us time.
But that's my point, is that we have between now and July of 2026 at a bare minimum to allow our staff to do their analysis and make sure that as we make those changes, we're doing so in a way that allows our building community to be successful. It allows our.
But we're putting something new into place in the meantime. We're talking about it anyway.
Yes.
So
I just want to make sure there's a clarity, sorry to interrupt you, Geneva. So after July of 2026, if there is another code update, that's when you have to do it. You don't have to do it by July of 2026.
I understand.
Okay,
Exactly.
making sure.
I understand that. I'm just saying, like, if we're wanting to avoid whiplash for the development community, it seems counterintuitive to update a code and then 6 months later or longer, another year, update the code again versus just updating it once to what it needs to be.
So are you suggesting then that we do not do anything until we decide whether or not we want to do the LCC?
I'm a little confused as to why our staff has not presented to us about the LACC thing coming up, because it seems like a statewide requirement that is on the horizon, and at least presenting that in conjunction with.
But that's.
They said-
But it's in our memo.
Wait, they did
Hold on, I
address
don't
it.
think it's whiplash though. To me, it feels like more of it's an intermediate step, because whiplash is going forward and then backward.
Sure.
This is like, instead of making a big jump, we're putting in a little step here. And then if we decide in future dates to move to this, we're already at an intermediate point. There's, like Zoe was saying, we don't have to do it on July of 2026. It's just after that point, if we decide to update it, then we have to meet those standards. So to me, it doesn't feel like it's like this. It's like, this is the middle step where our staff feels comfortable and has done the research and is able to present to us this. We know that these other regulations are coming, and that in the future, if we update after that 2026, then that'll be the law of the land and that's what we'll have to update to. But this doesn't feel like we're jerking people around. This feels like we're escalating up to this thing in a more gradual way rather than doing nothing now and then doing a big jump
I think
in a
I
year.
can get behind that concept, but I also think that part of the education and the training for the building trade, that the more stringent electric only, et cetera, stuff from the state is coming, we're gonna have to be having the same conversation where people are like, I'm already this far down the road of my design and now I have to do this new code, and it's happened within a year or 2 years of the last update.
What if it happens in 4 years?
But I think the other,
But that's not in line with our climate action goals, which are to get to the more stringent rules as soon as possible.
but Eco Action Partners received grant funds to provide trainings to the building community to bring them up to the LEC standards in preparation for that code. So
But doesn't that depend on us adopting it?
well, it shouldn't. And
I think it probably does.
okay, so, but I think then I would maybe love to hear from staff if they were aware that those grant funds were predicated on us adopting a code, if that had been communicated prior to the grant application.
I mean, Darren's, yeah, go ahead, Darren.
Because ultimately, I mean, I just will say,
I'm not pointing fingers at anybody.
No.
This is just a super awkward, like.
I mean, if
I
we're
agree.
going
Two
to, I
paths
kind of
across
agree
the-
with Geneva, like I want to be more aggressive about how we approach this, but without having a shock to the system. But it does seem like if this is in the pipeline, like why wouldn't?
Yeah, I'm just gonna even back up just for full understanding of kind of how this all evolved, and then we'll hop over to Darren. I just pulled up our 2025 Eco Action Partners contract, and part of their contract is support with updating the 2024 IECC and state required all electric ready and solar ready codes with the opportunity to look beyond and above the codes. So that was part of their contract to this. Now with the building cohort, which we voluntarily are participating in with a letter of support, we've kind of lost sight of how we're collaborating and working together. And I understand that has brought confusion to this council and complications with staff of getting things very closely to our packet deadlines and trying to navigate those things. So yes, this is awkward and not navigated as clearly as we would like to with our contracted partners. But with that, you can go ahead and answer that question.
Yeah, Darren Graber, Sustainability and Grant Administrator for the town of Telluride. So, one thing I would say is even if anyone who's listening or watching, take a look at the Colorado Energy Office website. There are a lot of codes up there. So building code and energy code not being the same, but often affecting, I mean, they both affect energy use, consumption, things like that, sourcing of electricity or energy. The model low energy and carbon code is up there for anyone to read and check out. I think when we're talking about the grant, we submitted a letter of support for the grant opportunity. We participated in the meetings, and I personally, while writing that letter of support, wasn't aware that there were commitments to adopt specific codes in order for reimbursement of the grant to occur, because that I just wasn't aware if that was in the language of the full grant application. I will say that I currently was on a letter of working on a letter of intent for the town of Telluride for another grant from the Energy Office that is for potentially policy development, but it doesn't assume that the person writing the grant can guarantee that policy will actually be adopted once it's developed. So I can't really speak more to what was in the grant language because we didn't write the grant. We submitted a letter of support. So.
Thank you.
It just feels like strange that in 6 months or a year, we look back on this, we end up at some point adopting, like at some point Telluride will adopt the LACC, like, and then we'll look back and be like, well, we could have just gone right to it if we had waited 3 weeks.
So
And
then,
that's-
well,
and
of
that
course
feels
we,
awkward.
so then, I mean, I think.
And not efficient and moving the goalposts on.
So then do we want to just wait until our staff that completes
They
their
feel comfortable? Yeah.
so then we don't adopt anything now. and then we wait until our staff feels comfortable adopting the LACC? Or do we want to take this middle step knowing that we are still asking for better? And we are still moving towards that
It's like
goal?
different, they're not exactly going in the same direction. The two codes.
I want to kind of reel it in because we're starting to go a little bit round in circles. And what it comes down to is that we're either supportive of this motion with maybe an amended on timing or not. And unless there's something new, and yes, it's complicated and with, certain deadlines and drafts versus approved stuff, that doesn't make it easy on staff or us or a lot of people in the room. But, we're tasked with do we want to take staff's direction and support it? Do we want to take their direction and amend it in our motion, like a date, or not adopt it? I mean, that's kind of, and if we have new stuff to add in this discussion, happy to take it before we get to that point.
I have a question for staff. How long would it take you to do an analysis on the LECC for adoption? Like if we were to go that path?
Yeah, before you answer, I'm just gonna even take it out a little bit further. So we talked about our community partners, regional partners and their timelines. And maybe that would be helpful, and not just like how we can be doing this, but I think more holistically, how we're also working within the region too on their specific timelines. The county is looking to discuss this and potentially adopt in the late first quarter, second quarter of next year. Mountain Village has more legwork to accomplish before the discussions can occur. So there is no set date for that. So I think it would definitely be looking to push it into next year, if we were to pause it right now.
So none of the,
I feel like my question, how long would it take staff to do the analysis?
Staff wouldn't do the analysis.
Well, what-
We
in the-
would find consultants to help us with this.
Well, in the memo, it says that staff wants more time to do analysis on the LECC. So what does that actually?
That means we've been working on this right now and then just our regular jobs. And so what that means to me is what would be extra time, either via consultants to go around and see what other jurisdictions are doing, check with what the state's doing with it. My experience with the state and their mandates is things change. Even the fire code that supposedly is coming in July 1st of next year, everybody will be on that. The state, that's changing now. I mean, the map and different things, they're working on it. So that's how I would look at it. I mean, again, council could speed that up or whatever else.
So is that like
What?
6 months? Like what? I guess it feels really vague, and I kind of.
Well, yeah, it depends. I mean,
It's been approved since May 25th. It's in its final form. And if there are going to be any changes, they'll be published September 1st. So like, it's been out there to look at since May.
So I think, but to your point, Sam, like you said that in preparing for this code change, it took you about a year.
Yeah, I've been going
So-
to 2024
would
code
say-
changes for 2 years, 3 years.
So
I mean, seeing a,
3 years is what Sam
but
took to.
but
get
it
to
could be
here.
done in 6 months, but that's
But with
6 months to
improvements
do
of money, yeah.
do the legwork. And then to draft it, I mean, it would be like, I believe so. it's correct.
that worked for the
It'd
community.
Be next year, yeah.
I'm going to kind of back us up for just a moment. I think staff, when they were given direction by town council that our goal was to implement the 2024 IECC, staff took that as very clear direction and put a tremendous amount of time into getting us to a place where we would meet your town council goal by the end of the year, and then be able to execute on it, plan to roll out trainings for our contractors, builders, et cetera. I think when, based on what I read of the letter that we provided as a letter of support for this regional partnership, at that time, the goal of that group was the 2024 ICC as well, as my understanding. And we made no commitment to do that. And actually a neighboring jurisdiction just adopted the 2021 IECC. Only went to 2020. Mountain Village, so only went to 2021. So we are doing what was said in that letter, which we did not commit to. We just said we would participate in this cohort. We made no commitment to do any specific adoption. I think it's evolved over time, which codes do, which discussions do. So now it's in a different place. I also, although I haven't been sitting in the code cohort meetings, Tommy and Darren have been. So Darren, correct me if I'm wrong, and I hope I'm not misspeaking, but I'm not aware of any other towns in our region that are online to adopt the LECC immediately, or that anyone's committed
I
to
think that, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Town of Ridgeway is looking at it.
looking at it.
But the other, I know building code and energy code is not this simple. And I don't understand the technical side of building code. I'll be the first to admit it, but we do need to tackle our building stock, and I'm 100% supportive of that. I just want to make that clear. But I would like to see, if we could know between 2024 all electric and low energy carbon code, those are all three different codes, effects, costs, and I mean effects in terms of carbon reductions, GHG emissions reductions. Again, it's council's choice which direction we take, but knowing that if we adopt other codes after July of 26, that this will be kicked in. One way to look at that would be if we went with 2024 for now, maybe someone else starts adopting the LECC, we get to see some outcomes there. I'm not trying to slow us down. We need to make progress on our building stock, like I said. And yeah, I don't, it's not my job to push us one way or the other. I think 2024 was what we had targeted. The code cohort has been really helpful, especially for the building staff on the more technical side. I understand the desire for regional consistency in a base code. I just don't know how we make that practically happen, to be honest.
Zoe, I want to ask two quick questions. One is, one's more of a statement. If we adopt the 2024, we are making progress. I don't want it to sound that we're not making progress. And then two, you touched upon it briefly. But I want you to confirm Mountain Village, San Miguel County are close to adopting. I kind of thought I heard conflicting information
No one's going to be
today.
adopting this year. The
Okay.
county is looking into potential adoption for next year. Mountain Village is working through, they're not calling it a climate action plan anymore, climate action roadmap. I'm not quite sure what they're calling it. They're working through that piece and then looking to move discussions forward for the LECC. They just recently adopted the 2018 codes. Is that right? What is it?
21.
21, thank you.
Mountain Village.
20, they must,
Before everything except for energy.
yeah.
So they didn't need, energy was, they wanted more time with that, so they did 2024 codes and all of the other mechanical as well, which affects things, but they did the 21 so they could further look at it. And if we go farther in our region, there's not even, people aren't even thinking about anything, so to be honest.
So we are being aggressive in our desire and pursuit to meet our climate action goals. And so I think right now, the conversation for us is whether we, to Teddy's point, whether we want to take staff recommendation or if we want to do nothing until staff does the analysis on how we can get to the LECC that is being recommended by one of our regional partners. I mean, I believe in smaller steps to get down the path, but if the rest of the council does not believe that, then that's okay as well.
And we may have to prioritize other things. We've got a lot on the planning department's plate right now.
I mean, I would support smaller steps if our intentions are heard by staff. I think there's at least half of us who are really interested in pushing that forward. So I don't want to, throw out a year's worth of work. Again, I don't want perfect to be the enemy of good. And that kind of feels like I'm coming back to that. But I hope it's clear that we are very interested in moving towards, a more progressive code. And it sounds like the state is
Gonna
kind
require it.
yeah, yeah, and it's sort of like creating a framework for us to follow. So I think I can get behind this, but I just want to make sure that it's clear that there's an appetite to explore that. And if adopting this gives you the kind of runway you need to move in that direction, I feel like that's maybe a good middle ground.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna jump in a little bit more too. The building code cohort, their consultants are there to help us work through some of these pieces. So we do have that leverage and tools to continue to work through some of that. We might have to do additional feasibility as well. Again, people keep talking about the grid, like, do we need to do feasibility on our grid and SMRHA, SMPA? So I think the real discussion here is, do we want to adopt the 2024 codes as presented, which also gives us some more time for that feasibility while understanding the tools that we have in place and the I don't say direction, but sentiment from council to do that? Or, as you mentioned, do we want to wait and try to be one of the more aggressive ones and accomplish that next year? I think there are two things on the table. Sorry, go ahead, Ashley.
You brought up the thing that I've been sitting here, like, that's been, I think, the biggest kind of like unknown for me is where our actual grid is at right now with,
Right.
yes, sounds great. We're gonna do all electric, all this, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, I'm very concerned that, like, we don't have a representative from SMPA, that we haven't gotten a report, that we don't understand what that implications of that really are. And I would rather us take this, like, I really do view this as an intermediate step that gets us from good to better in all of our goals that we're looking for with adopting this, which was the direction that we gave to our staff, which I feel like that's gotten a little bit washed up as well. That, to me, it feels like we have to really understand what this does, because it's a lot of pieces to the puzzle. And I really want to understand our grid and our electrical systems and how that is all going to interface and work. And if we need to phase it in order to keep up with that, so we're not putting our electrical grid into a really jeopardized position, that's where I want us to head. So I would be in support of adopting this better, progressive plan where we're at today, that we need to look forward, obviously, because we know the state is going to make this a requirement, but work with our partners to make sure that we are also in the best position to usher ourselves into this new reality when it needs to be done.
I can live with that. I just really hope that everybody is ready for the feedback and the negative feedback of changing twice in what we hope is a short amount of time. We need to do that. But we're already getting some consternation now for this change, and then having another change within a few years is gonna also have us experience that.
But it goes back to the outreach to the community to make sure they're engaged and not engaged, theoretically at the last second. And since we're bringing this up now, we will have time to engage our builders, subcontractors, architects, et cetera.
Well, and in the trainings about these updates, can we have part of that conversation be, this is the goal we're working towards, we're not there yet, but have this on your radar? Like, I think
Absolutely.
yeah, if we're already sitting in a room with all of these stakeholders and contractors, I think that's our opportunity to be like, big picture, this is what we're looking at, but right now this is a step that we're at.
I think we can even phrase it as, this will change in the future. Like, that this is the reality for the future. So, like,
Get there.
Because then it gives the community even longer of a runway to prepare, because it's not the building code yet, but they can kind of know that that's the goal that we're working towards. I think that feels like a really amenable middle ground for me. So I'm on board with this.
I don't mean to interrupt, but if I could add one really brief point. we did have a really helpful meeting that Eco Action helped set up with Adam Berry from the Energy Office, and he was really good at explaining some of these things in the code. And I would also just add that they refer to it as the model low energy and carbon code because, you know, it is meant to be a model of like that progressive, mostly progressive you could go. I think one piece that I heard in that meeting that was really helpful, it is meant to help with grid concerns. I want to add that the low energy carbon code is meant to take that in consideration. One of the ways that I asked a couple follow-ups on because I didn't know what the terms meant that I found interesting, but I think we'll need to educate the community on is that it will require appliances that speak back to the grid and does peak shaving and things like that. So it'll be something like times of day when either heating for us, probably most likely in winter, is at highest demand. You may have throttling down of your appliances, your space heating, things like that in the low energy and carbon code. So I think there will be education we need to do for residents on that code, actually, not just for builders and things like that.
I can say, kind of following on that, my biggest concern and why I keep using the phrase feasibility analysis and more research is you can make changes to the code, but you have to have fully thought out the consequences because you can end up with unintended consequences. And I'm less concerned about doing another round of updates specifically in the energy space in a year or whenever we're ready versus doing something very quickly now where there hasn't been the years thinking of our team through all the elements, amendments that are really important specifically to the town of Telluride, what's going to work best for this community, where we don't know those unintended consequences. And then we move forward. And then that has a much more negative impact than just being able to make changes when we're ready and then be able to update the community at that time. Like there's a balance there. And I think this is a big step forward for the town in terms of moving up to the 2024 IECC. And then there's lots of opportunity and my team looks forward to working with you. We'd love to have a work session where we talk about those next steps soon so that we have your direction, if that's the direction you go in. Otherwise, if you pause, we would want your clear direction either way so that we meet your expectations.
Kristen, thank you for that. Unless there's anything new to bring up, I'd love to see if someone would like to suggest a motion.
Oh, wait, can we just go back to, I think at the beginning of the conversation, we were talking about if we were to make a motion, what amendments we would make to section 5, and then obviously just a quick date change in section 6. So do we want to, if we're going to make a motion for this ordinance, when do we want to have that sort of deadline for projects? So in the motion or in the section 5, it says projects that have a current active building permit will continue to be evaluated per whatever. Do we want to change? Kevin made a couple language recommendations, and I don't know if we have consensus or understanding as to what we want those to be.
And it basically are they in the application pipeline? Are they in an approval pipeline?
Right.
I mean, I would
Are
love
they-
to
are they-
understand how many people have an application turned into HARC.
So many.
More than 100?
Real months out. What is it?
No, we're fairly caught up actually on the HARC reviews in terms of projects that are in and us bringing them through the process. We've worked so hard as staff to get caught up on those reviews, the ones that go before the HARC board and come before the HARC chair. But there are a number of projects that have recently been reviewed or that are nearing obtaining a CA approval. And so there is a batch that would be in that either in progress through HARC and they've been through some continuances or coming out on the other end with their approval, but that haven't gone yet to building permit. And if I were going to estimate, I would say I would like to say less than 10, but why don't I do this? I'd prefer to be accurate. So if I could circle back to Zoe with a number and she could communicate it to the town council.
That sounds fine.
I'm happy to do
And
that.
If the answer was there are 50 single-family homes that have applied that are waiting in line, then that would give me some consternation. But if we're talking about 10 or 15 who have applied but have not finished the
Don't have approval.
progress, I personally can live with that.
Well, there's some who have applied but haven't been on an agenda yet. Like, what about?
So I think that's included in her.
Okay.
There are very few in the queue that haven't been scheduled on an agenda to come before HARC. We've been working really hard to catch up. So the turnaround time for when you submit a complete application to when we can get you before HARC is in the 1 to 2 month range right now. But that is for those projects going before HARC or the HARC chair. We've been just trying to push them through because we know that that's important to the community. That said, there are a number in progress and or just came out with their HARC CA that need another month or two before they come here.
And I'm on board with
Yeah.
allowing them. To
Yeah.
me, the question was like, at what point in the park application process do they get, under the old rules? And if there's only 10 or 12 or 15 that haven't made it far into the process, but their application is in, I can deal with that.
Maybe I'll make a little more distinction too. I was speaking to HARC chair and HARC projects at that level. So that's large scale, small scale, and minor applications. We also have been receiving a flood of insubstantials. Those are administrative reviews. And so I don't know if you want to make that distinction between those in this, because the insubstantials, as we review them, I mean, they're going straight through us to building permitting, but there are more volume in those smaller ones, which have less
Those are
impact
gonna-
from all these
won't-
regulations. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, those are very small.
I would be fine saying that projects that have a current active HARC application, given the number that Kristen just shared with us.
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, that's what I just.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure
As of today's date.
as of today's date.
Yeah, like no one can come in tomorrow
as of-
and get in the
I think it
line.
has to be.
It's the effective date of the ordinance when the
Yeah.
ordinance is approved. Because that's the language that was in that section 5 provision that you can't have. You can't have something that halfway through said, unless you're gonna do a moratorium, but you can't have something halfway through that says after this date on first reading, nothing will be.
Oh,
Because it has to
Yeah.
be
Can I just
approved.
clarify how that happened? So at the last meeting, you might remember we converted the first reading to a work session. So these dates are what would be here if we were adopting today. So that was just missed when we pushed this back a meeting. So it was never meant to be effective today. It will be effective upon first reading once published.
Can we say projects that have had their first HARC meeting by the date that the ordinance goes into effect?
I mean, you can put it any number of different ways. What I was originally suggesting was one trigger is they have a vested property right already. Or they have a complete and compliant application that's been submitted.
Right, so either
received.
the start of the process or the end of the process, but nothing in the middle.
I mean, I think putting it to their
Hard
first
to-
meeting of HARC is tough because they don't necessarily control that. Usually the trigger is the application's in, it's complete, it's compliant. They're entitled to be judged by the codes in effect at the time of the application.
That feels
Feels
the most fair.
fair.
So complete application by what date?
On the effective date of the ordinance.
Okay.
Which
Which
is the
would be
date of
next-
publication.
The next reading, right?
Yeah, it's, the reading is usually Tuesday, publication usually is the Friday after. So it gives them a couple other days.
I mean, that's
I
what,
don't love it, but that's kind
Yeah.
of like what it has to be, I guess.
Yeah.
yeah, I feel similarly. It's not ideal, but none of this is, so.
what is the date?
September 9th, if you go to second reading after this.
Sure.
That's Tuesday. The Friday is gonna be 3 days later.
Friday is the 12th,
Yeah.
September 12th.
And so it would be, so then in section 5, the change would be current active HARC application. Correct?
Yeah, so let me just,
The date? Okay.
what I would say is
That's-
instruct staff to do a comprehensive rewrite of section 5 to have the effective date be the date of publication. And we'll get rid of all this other language that had the date certain of August 11th. And then I would add an additional sentence, and I can read it to you right now. And you can call on me to complete it during the motion.
Okay.
Notwithstanding Colorado Revised Statute, Section 2468-105, sub 2, the town will not apply these new codes approved under this ordinance to any vested property right or a complete and compliant application received by the town on the effective date of this ordinance, or by the effective date of this ordinance. And we'll change section 6 too, because it says public hearing will be today. And that explanation makes perfect sense, Ally. I was wondering how it happened, but
Yeah.
it makes sense.
Me too. I was kind of, whoa. But because we went.
Yeah, it just didn't get caught. When we did a work session, we thought we were gonna do first, right?
I would entertain a motion. Good luck.
I move to approve an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, repealing and reenacting Articles 1 through 10 and enacting new Articles 11 through 13 with renumbering of the existing Articles 11 through 16 of Chapter 15 of the Telluride Municipal Code, building regulations for the purpose of adopting the 1 International Building Code 2024 edition, 2 International Residential Code 2024 edition, 3 International Existing Building Code 2024 edition, 4 National Electrical Code 2023 edition, 5 International Plumbing Code 2024 edition, 6 International Fire Code 2024 edition, 7 International Mechanical Code 2024 edition, 8 International Fuel Gas Code 2024 edition, 9 International Energy Conservation Code 2024 edition, 10 Colorado Model Electric Ready and Solar Ready Code 2023 edition, 11 the International Property Maintenance Code 2024 edition, 12 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code 2024 edition, and 13 International Code Council Performance Code for Building and Facilities 2024 edition. And with the following amendments, a comprehensive rewrite of section 5, adjusting the effective date to be the date of publication. A change to section 6, which is the adjustment of the public hearing date to the 9th day of September 2025. And Kevin, can you provide the final language previously discussed for this motion?
Yes, to add a sentence in section 5 as follows. Notwithstanding CRS, Colorado Revised Statute, section 24-68-105, sub 2, the town will not apply these new codes approved under this ordinance to any vested property right or to a complete and compliant application received by the town by the effective date of this ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Ashley. Kevin, one last chance.
And I'm sorry, did the motion say direct the clerk to set this? Yeah.
Sorry.
I direct the clerk to set a public hearing for
September 9th.
September 9th.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Kevin and Tiffany, are we good now?
Excellent.
And me and you accept their amendments? Ashley, you accept as a second?
I do accept as the second.
Okay, great. We have a motion on the table and a second. Mian, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Thank you guys for all your time and your patience, and we really appreciate it.
And through that.
Yeah.
Can I
Stuff was a little.
quick favor also, just because, can we just see, I would love to see a copy of the letter of support that the town wrote for that grant, as well as the grant application itself, if that's
We have the
possible.
grant application?
I can definitely send a letter.
Okay, perfect.
Do we
And
have the
then-
grant application too?
Yeah, that would be wonderful. If you got,
Yeah, I don't know if we have the application, but they can
thank you.
send it.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
Great. Okay, moving right along. 10D, consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 215 San Juan Avenue 103 FH. That's transfer condos, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado. And Zoe and Allie are here for this one.
Yeah, I can jump in, Ally. This is just another opportunity for the council to give staff direction on a first right. This is for 215 San Juan Avenue in the transfer condos, unit 103 FH. 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and a tier 2 unit. We do have a deadline to exercise this first right by August 21st, and that is why it is on your agenda for the 12th. The buyer does have the seller, I see my typo now, has interested buyers and does not prefer the town to exercise this first right. And they do not have the requirement to go to lottery. Right now, the town is close to its staffing goals, so I did not add in our 30% number. However, we still have needs under recruitment and other aspects like that we could use this for. But other than that, I think I'll leave the discussion for council. And given the fact that this seller has interested buyers, he does not have a preference for the town.
I was just looking at the, our exercise of our first right for the last few years. And last year we bought 3 out of 11 units. This year we've bought 2 out of 8. So that's like pretty similar. And I'm okay with letting this one go.
I agree.
I agree.
Yep.
Fine with that.
No
objection.
It is, since it is an action item, is there anybody in the room?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Nope. Anyone in the room for any comment on this? Seeing none. Any hands raised online, Tiffany? Nope. Are there any other questions for Zoe or Ally? If there are not, I would entertain a motion.
Or there doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be, right?
Yep.
No, non-action?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're good and we just,
Sounds like
we're not buying it
non-action.
and everyone's good with that?
Thank you so
I
much.
think we're good with that.
Okay. Awesome. That brings us to agenda item 10E, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, setting forth the form of ballot question authorizing the issuance of debt relating to affordable housing projects and improvements and other matters relating thereto. And we have Kaylee here, Zoe, and Kevin all chiming in on this agenda item.
Oh, boy. Let me work on my screen sharing.
You're about to spill all this.
I know. Okay. That is stressful. Here we go. So we are discussing, having a discussion surrounding a ballot question, authorizing the issuance of debt relating to affordable housing and improvements. Within this presentation, we have our representatives from Butler Snow and Hilltop. Butler Snow.
Yeah.
In this discussion, we will provide what is being proposed, our current first proposed limits for debt authorization, our current funding sources, why we are discussing an increase in our debt limit, the borrowing rules, and any key facts and takeaways. Before I pass it off, just to give a highlight. So the purpose of this discussion is to discuss a ballot question that would allow the town to borrow more for various affordable housing purposes. This action is to increase the existing debt limits following the recommendations of Butler Snow, our bond counsel, and Hilltop Securities, our financial advisor. We're going to say this several times throughout this presentation because it's very important that this is not a tax or fee increase. It updates how we can borrow using money already approved by the voters. And again, this follows our goals for keeping our workers and families in our town, supporting our economy and protecting our community character and our environmental efforts with affordable housing. So with that, I will pass the presentation off.
Hi, I'm Kim Crawford with Butler Snow, and our firm serves as bond counsel to the town. As you can see from this slide, the town already has $18 million in authorization for debt for housing purposes. That was approved by the voters in 2018 and 2019. And they have also received voter approval from 3 taxing sources. There was a half-cent sales and use tax approved in 1994. And at that time you issued, the town also approved $5 million in debt, which was issued, or most of it was issued, but since it was so long ago, what was unissued, which I don't think was very much, is considered stale. It's stale after 20 years. So you no longer have that $5 million debt authorization outstanding. You do have the 18. Also in 2018, the voters approved 2 mil property tax, and that 2 mils, that a different question at that same election approved an $8.1 million debt authorization for housing purposes. And then, excuse me, in 2019, voters approved 9.9 million in debt, and also it approved a short-term rental tax of 2.5%. That was specifically dedicated to housing. All of those taxes are being imposed whether or not debt is issued. So the town is collecting those taxes, and they can use them for the purposes that were authorized in the ballot questions, but they are limited in using those funds to pay back debt by the amount of debt that they have voter authorization for. So again, essentially what the town would like to do is kind of bolster its debt capacity, because it's already got $18 million authorization previously approved, but based on the amount of revenue that's being generated by these taxing sources and certain other fee sources, and just the need for housing in the town, the town would like to consider increasing its debt capacity to allow the use of these tax revenues to fund debt. And next slide, please.
Okay.
So what's before you today is just increasing, the $18 million debt will remain outstanding, and the town would like to authorize an additional $64.05 million to again, for housing purposes. This was approved, well, the taxes were approved in 94 for the sales tax, and that's no longer outstanding, but the sales and use tax can still be imposed. Housing revenues, as you all know, are significantly higher today than they were when these initial ballot questions were approved. And so the town is collecting these revenues, but not borrowing to fund against them. And new housing revenues have been included that were not voter approved. There's a short-term rental regulatory fee and a housing mitigation fee. Fees do not have to be voted. As you know, fees have to relate specifically to the service that they're providing. So these are specifically related to the short-term rental, or to housing. So they can be used and pledged to pay these bonds back if they're issued. Next slide. So again, the ballot question in the resolution that's before you authorizes $64.05 million in debt. And that is the maximum amount that the town could borrow under this ballot question. However, there are additional $18 million that was previously approved, and so it would increase that amount. But Jason Simmons from Hilltop, I don't know if he wants to go into this a little bit, but he worked with the town to figure out exactly how much you could borrow based on your current revenues and certain interest rates. So Jason, do you want to go over that?
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, members of council. Jason Simmons, Hilltop Securities. We worked with Kaylee and Lamp to come up with some reasonable projections for kind of net available revenues from the various sources that Kim has referenced. And as mentioned here, and this is pretty typical for what we do when we're putting ballot questions together, is we kind of take a look at where we are in the current interest rate cycle, what we think are reasonable expectations for an interest rate in today's market over a 30-year horizon. So we took a look at those revenues, and we essentially sized a bond issue based on a 4.5% interest rate over 30 years. We will need some debt service coverage for these types of taxes. It's very common for us to have a minimum of a 125 debt service coverage, because you need to be able to show that there can be some variability in these revenues and still be able to pay debt service. And so we also took a look at what was budgeted for 2025 net revenues, and we increased those by 5%. That came up with a par amount, as Kim had suggested, of 64 million. Then in the ballot question, there are certain parameters that need to be put in. Essentially, it's a box of which this debt can be issued. One is the maximum debt authorization, so that's a 64 million. We also have a total repayment. Actually, we just have a total. We don't have a max annuals one, Kim, but we just have a total repayment. So for the total repayment number, we did use a slightly higher interest rate at a 5.5% interest rate, because we want to make sure that, you know, most of our clients who issue some debt authorization, they issue it over multiple years. So we want to make sure that if you're telling voters that you have $64 million of debt authorization for housing projects, perhaps maybe you issue some in the next year and maybe some 2 or 3 years down the road, or maybe even some 5 or 6 years down the road. We want to make sure that the town can deliver on issuing all that 64 million under different interest rate environments. And so that's why we come up with the total interest rate cap using a 5% or 5.5% interest rate. So that total repayment amount is $132 million. Again, that's pretty standard kind of process that we go through when we're working with our clients on ballot measures.
Thank you. And I think Zoe's going to go back to this slide.
Sure. Just kind of as a reminder, so the purpose of us looking to increase this borrowing capacity, it helps supports our construction, or even more importantly, the subsidy of our affordable housing projects. So how much we can subsidize that ultimately gets passed on to the renters or buyers. Acquisition of land for the housing, performing of any sort of related studies, funding programs such as down payment assistance, and also making sure that we can have housing projects for our local residents, reducing commuting by keeping people close to work, supporting a balanced year-round economy, and helping preserve our community character.
Thanks. So as you all know, under Tabor, you have to vote debt and tax increases. And Jason mentioned that there was not a tax increase in this ballot question. The tax increase would be the maximum annual amount that you could impose for a tax, but all of these taxes have already been approved. So all we need to do for Tabor purposes to vote debt, and we also have to have a maximum total repayment cost. So under your charter and under Tabor, debt has to be voted, which is why this ballot question is in front of you. And again, we've been saying this, but the taxes have already been approved. So 94, 18, and 19 tax increases. These taxes are going to continue whether or not debt is approved. So no taxes are going to change, and the taxes are going to continue. This would just allow the town to bond against those taxes so that they could do projects more quickly and not have to do like a pay-as-you-go kind of financing structure. So this increase in the limit is based on the current revenue capacity. As Jason explained, he, with your town staff, looked at what your revenues have been, what's been coming in historically, didn't project it out. It's all based on what you currently are having or are receiving, and then determine how much you could afford to borrow based on those numbers. And again, it does not require any tax increases. These are some facts about the measures, and Zoe might want to jump in, but this will not raise taxes or fees. Your taxes and fees are already set. This is not going to increase those. It would increase debt. The debt would be increased by approximately 64 million, but the town is not required to borrow the full amount. Anytime the town decides to do a borrowing, if there's a good project that they want to invest in, you will hear from all of us again. We'll come back to you. We'll have to get an ordinance that authorizes the issuance of bonds. So it isn't something that would just be done automatically. And as Jason also just said, that this ballot question accounts for this being done over time. So the whole 64 wouldn't be done now. It could be done 5, and 20, or any denomination based on whatever your project costs are. However, there is a time limit for voted authorization is 20 years. So all of it would have to be spent within 20 years, or it would need to be revoted. What this measure will do, again, is to set this maximum borrowing limit, allows timing of these actions based on opportunities. So if something comes up, you will have already received voter approval to issue this debt. So you'll have the flexibility to go out really when opportunities present themselves, to evaluate it at the town level, to decide if this is something that you want to do for housing, and to move forward with issuing debt instead of, again, as a pay-as-you-go. Will require town council approval and oversight. You can't issue the debt without the town authorizing the debt issuance. So it would definitely come back to the council. And next slide, I think we're going to get Zoe again on this one.
Yeah. And I don't know if council has any questions of our different funding tools or want some insight into that. We can come back to that as well, but just want to leave it here for the key takeaways. I think we've said enough times, there's no new taxes or fees proposed. It just updates our bonding authority to match our current and new housing revenue sources. If voters approve a higher limit, the town can only borrow what the revenues at the time can support. And the increased capacity will strengthen the town's ability to be responsive and address the housing needs, support the local workforce, and maintain our community stability. That's it.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions from council on that presentation and this consideration agenda item 10E?
Thank you. That was informative, everyone. So I appreciate it.
Seeing no questions, this is an action item. Is there anybody in the room? Seeing none. Any hands raised, Tiffany? No. Seeing none. If there's no further discussion from council or any questions on this presentation, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, setting forth the form of ballot question authorizing the issuance of debt relating to affordable housing projects and improvements and other matters relating thereto. Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Mian. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Mean yes, sorry.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And I don't know. I feel a little hesitant. I don't know that this feels truly necessary at this time. I feel like we've been having other thoughts about this. I feel like we might be overwhelming some of our voters. I think this would be the third charter or ballot question on this. I don't know that this timing feels right to me.
We all voted.
We already voted.
No, you should vote.
But no.
Right. Dan, no.
Discussion.
Okay. I'm a little surprised the way it's going, but okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Did you yes or no?
I said no.
Okay. Just want to confirm that. Teddy votes
Conversation is fine.
yes. And it passes with one dissenting vote. That brings us to agenda item 10F. Consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, setting forth the form of ballot question relating to the imposition of a town excise tax 5% on the purchase price paid for each ski lift ticket and other matters relating thereto. And we have Kevin Geiger to present.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Kevin Geiger on agenda item 10F. Let me mention a preliminary issue, which we just realized yesterday afternoon. Apparently, there are 2 copies of the memorandum that were in the first council packet. And the resolution, which is what you're taking action on today, apparently didn't make it into the packet, even though it was submitted. So we apologize for that. But what we did is we've updated the council packet. If you have access to the online version, you should see it at page 207. And I want to make sure we're all there before we proceed forward on this issue.
Okay.
And what you do, if you don't have it pulled up with the current packet, you need to go to the Town of Telluride website, pull up the meeting for today, and then pull up the agenda, which has been updated on the online version. We apologize for the issue on this. We just realized it late yesterday afternoon.
And since this is a Tabor question, Kevin, would that potentially cause any problems?
No, I mean, it's the resolution's before you now. If you want, we can also give you hard copies of it if you'd prefer to see that in a hard copy format.
I'd say just confirm exactly where you want us to start and end.
So just to confirm, on page 207 now of the packet, you should see at the top agenda item 10F, and then it is titled resolution number, and then there's a blank. Does
Got it.
everyone have that?
Does everyone have that pulled up?
207, you said?
Should be 207 of the new link.
Resolution number.
Yes, got it.
Everyone got it. Okay, and apologize for that. Just again, members of the public, if you're following along with us, this is in the updated link on the Town of Telluride website under meetings for today. Click on the agenda packet for today and go to page 207, which is the resolution. So to start, there is a memorandum accompanying this issue. You'll find that memorandum on page 205 of that same packet materials. And what we're working through right now, or what we're doing, is we're similar to what you just took action on. This is now election season. We are referring various ballot measures to the vote of the electorate. And one of the things that has been directed is a possible excise tax on the purchase price paid for ski lift tickets, and other matters relating thereto. That is what this resolution would do, a 5% tax on the purchase of a lift ticket to fund gondola expenses, capital improvements, and paying for gondola operations and maintenance expenses. You'll see that language on the carryover of page 207 to 208 of the packet materials. Again, that's the resolution on this issue. We have worked with bond counsel Kim Crawford, who was on for your earlier agenda item. 10E is also available for discussion on 10F, and we have used the assistance of Butler Snow on this issue. I think you're pretty familiar with this matter and some of the background associated with it. Originally, there was discussion of a possible fee that was going to be dedicated by Telluride Ski and Golf to fund gondola operations associated with some of the voter considerations of 3A last year. That fee arrangement was never consummated, and we are now in a position of having the town of Telluride, along with the town of Mountain Village, look at imposing a lift ticket tax, which is the issue that's before you today. So I don't think I have a lot more to introduce on this item. You have, I believe, a lot of background on this. This is now the language that's required pursuant to Tabor to get this to the voters for their approval.
Kevin, thank you very much. Any questions from council for Kevin or our experts that are here on Zoom? Seeing no questions and seeing nobody in the room, anybody have their hands raised? Tiffany, can you confirm? Okay, unless we have any further discussion on this, I would entertain a motion.
I just have a question, or maybe this is obvious because I'm not a skier, that's no secret. Do we need to, should we specifically call out that that ski passes are exempt from this tax?
So if you look at the language, I'm now looking at page 208 of your packet materials. There is, second to last paragraph, a discussion that there will be
Exemption.
Yeah, exemptions will be created,
Oh,
including
here we go. I see
exemption.
it now. Sorry.
Yeah,
In the copy that I was looking at from last night.
I think it's a good thing to call out for the listening audience.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
so as written, this is the voter authorization to impose the tax. What you would do if this is approved is you would come back with a subsequent ordinance, probably at your first November meeting, which is the 28th, I believe, and then your December meeting. You have to take action on an ordinance to implement the tax through code provisions in the municipal code. In that code language, we would include all of the exemptions, but the exemptions are called out in the ballot question of what you think you're going to exempt. Ski passes, full-time season passes would be exempt. And then there's a discussion, we'll have to word it appropriately. But if the town of Mountain Village passes a similar ballot measure and you have a similar ballot measure, you wouldn't want to have double taxation on the same event. So we would have to put a provision in there that one of the entities is going to be the primary or initial collector of the tax and the other would basically stay in abeyance. But
Aren't we covered on that as well, though? 'Cause-
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, that's the same language. It includes reference to the other exemptions that you think will make it as well.
Yeah, so the listening public knows it wouldn't be a double tax in that situation. One tax will still be applied to the tickets exempting the season pass ticket.
I know we've talked about this, but is like a 10-day pass, is that a pass or a lift ticket?
That's a lift ticket.
That's a lift ticket.
Yeah.
So just to recap for the listening audience, what this question is asking the voters, should Telski be required to charge a 5% tax on non-season passes for their lift tickets to help pay for construction of a new gondola and maintenance of gondola operations in general?
Yes.
Unless anybody else wants to add anything to that. I just wanted to make it as simple as possible because currently Telski is not contributing towards the gondola.
And there's
Well, they
just-
are
just-
currently, that agreement's gonna
Sorry.
run out.
For the next, yes.
Just to be clear, there was an MOU that was signed by ownership at the ski resort during a previous election stating that they would be putting a fee on their lift tickets in order to fund the operations and maintenance and capital improvements for the gondola. That MOU did not fail to become a contractual agreement. And so therefore, we are asking the voters to support that initial decision and hold the ski resort accountable to the agreement that they had previously made.
And Mountain Village constituents are also voting on the exact same ballot initiative, so.
We felt like it was important to have the local residents vote and speak directly on this matter.
Thank you for the clarification, everybody.
And is the,
Thing public is Ashley?
I just want to ask a question too, because it doesn't call it out directly in here. Would the intention be that the tax then would be funneled from, if we end up collecting this in the future world, if this were to pass? Is the intention then that the town of Telluride would collect the tax and then that would be ushered directly to SMART? Or would it remain in the control of the town of Telluride for any gondola improvements?
So that language is found about halfway into the ballot question with that paragraph, and shall the town be authorized? This is an authorization that you can pledge those revenues to SMART. You're not required to. You'd have an agreement subsequent that would lay out the terms of that conveyance or that pledge of the tax revenues to SMART. But it's been envisioned that, yes, that would be the scenario.
Any other questions for Kevin? Seeing no other questions, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, setting forth the form of ballot question relating to the imposition of a town excise tax of 5% on the purchase price paid for each ski lift ticket and other matters relating thereto.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. That resolution has been approved. Kevin, you're good on it all?
Yes, and thanks to our helpful consultants online here, Kim Crawford and Jason Simmons as well, for joining us.
We appreciate your time. That brings us to agenda item number 11, work sessions. 11A, discussion 26 town council goals and objectives. And we have Zoe to present.
Thank you. And Tiff, I do have a presentation if I can share my. See if I can. Thank you all. I know it was dense in your packet. I want to break it down for you and for the listening public of exactly what this discussion is. And it's setting the stage for our 2026 budget process and the discussion of our 2026 goals and objectives. So I'm going to just briefly touch on why we set these goals and objectives, our core values and focus areas, the strengths and opportunities that we've seen that helped spearhead some of these objectives as well, and then dive into our 2026 priorities and initiatives and the next steps in discussion. So why do we set town council goals and objectives? This is the first step in our budgeting process. So these discussions are essential for shaping the future budget allocations and setting our strategic priorities. It's important for everyone to realize and note that while funding availability, which is refined over the course of this budget process, will ultimately shape what we can accomplish, this initial conversation lays the groundwork for that thoughtful and informed decision-making. It is also important to note that these items don't represent the full scope of staff's operational duties. Rather, they highlight the initiatives that carry significant budget implications, require substantial staff time, or are expected to have a meaningful impact on the community. So it is not all encompassing, but it tries to be. Each action item is structured to achieve a specific outcome over the fiscal year. We look at, to start, our town council's adopted 8 core values as guiding principles that help establish the high-level focus areas. This is community engagement, dynamic economic environment, financial soundness and operational excellence, infrastructure, quality workforce, regional cooperation, safety and security, and the superior quality of life. We also utilize many other pieces for this goal-setting process. This is informed by a range of adopted plans and studies developed in collaboration with our community, boards and commissions, and other stakeholders. These include, not limited to, our 2012 master plan, the 2023 vision plan, our 2021 Southwest area conceptual plan, 2020 town park master plan, 2022 climate action plan, 2025 housing needs assessment, our facilities master plan, and of course, the 2024 and 2025 community surveys, among many others. So as we dive into our the goals and objectives, we have our broad strategic focus areas, which really frames the town's vision and helps guide these high-level planning. The themes are addressing critical infrastructure needs, preserve the community, protect health and quality of life, cultivate economic sustainability and a thriving commercial core, and ensure the town of Telluride is an employer of choice. Of those focus areas, we have our goals. Those goals help define the outcome-driven objectives that the town aims to achieve. They help translate those broad priorities into tangible outcomes, which then lead us to our action items, which are time-bound, measurable tasks linked to these specific goals. This is designed for completion within a fiscal year, and they represent the tactical steps necessary to implement the town's strategic objectives. Those action items we have identified and presented to you in this draft there are 69 across 19 goals within those 5 focus areas. 41 of those are continuing or evolving from previous years. 22 are new initiatives and 6 look to be carryovers from 2025. And just for scale, for 2025, we had 94 items, and in 2024, we had 91 items. We did look at the community survey to help guide our initiatives. The community survey identified some of our strengths, such as safety, our parks and recreation, and environmental quality. We still have goals to maintain those strengths. It also helps show us more opportunities, including housing, mobility and accessibility, which includes parking, traffic, street repair, economic development, confidence, healthcare access, governance, transparency, and while preservation rating is still high, it is on the decline. So we look at our 2026 priorities, and advancing our housing projects helps meet some of those issues identified in our community survey. Updating our emergency response and wildfire preparedness, implementing our climate action plan, sustainability projects, addressing mobility with Lot L, Mahoney Bridge, and our street and sidewalk upgrades, looking to support our regional medical center infrastructure, and enhancing transparency through improved digital access and bilingual communication are all examples of how we are connecting to the community survey responses. Also looking at our focus areas, examples of initiatives within those are for our critical infrastructure. It's important how many of these are truly maintaining and upholding our infrastructure, such as our smart valve upgrades, accelerated water meter program, Lot L construction start. Looking to preserve the community with our comprehensive plan adoption, historical survey update, bilingual council communications. protecting health with our climate action plan measures, our wildfire plan update, compost and weight reduction pilots, economic sustainability through continued integration of childcare, our business engagement, wayfinding improvements for some, and for the newer one that we had for last year, being an employer of choice and ensuring our workforce housing goals, compensation study, workflow streamlining, and AI tools are all high-level examples of us accomplishing those focus areas. So our next steps after this discussion is that we will take the council feedback. We'll look to finalize or the next draft of the 2026 goals and objectives. Make sure it's integrated into the budget process, and we'll have the tracking like we've done through Clear Plans and ClearGov and provide regular updates to council. We'll also be engaging with the community to make sure if they have any input or questions on this, that we capture those in our discussions as well. So with that high-level overview, I'll pass it off to you for discussion. In your packet, you saw a breakdown of a year-over-year snapshot of 2025 to 2026 goals and action items comparison, just to kind of see how we are shifting some of those priorities in our focus areas and our goals. We do have fewer this year, which I think is great for our staff and for the community. We did accomplish a lot because a lot of it was deferred during COVID and stacked up, and we were able to accomplish a lot of those deferred goals. And now we are maintaining that pace and on track with continuing the goals that we've had at hand. So I am happy to take any initial questions, and then I will go through each focus area and goal section and see if there's any discussions with the action items, if that sounds good for council.
I think that sounds great. Zoe, thank you very much for the high-level overview. And after review of the packet, are there any questions for Zoe at this time?
Okay. All right, I'll go.
Can one of our goals be slightly less construction on Main Street all summer?
Yes, is
Great.
the answer. And again, a reminder for that, that was a goals that were set for previous years that aligned within this year. So we were able to accomplish a lot of that deferred maintenance, but now, as you can see with 60 some goals compared to 90 some, we are definitely at a better pace for all of us.
90 is a lot of goals.
It's a lot of goals for the last 2 years. So for under address critical infrastructure needs, we have the goal of efficiently pursue quality, affordable housing opportunities to meet our varying income levels. A lot of these, all of them, are continuing from the previous year. And just looking at that next step within these, is there any questions, adds, concerns?
So, yeah, I've already expressed my opinion about the Building F remodel. We don't need to debate it at this moment. But I just wonder why that's sort of the category of 1A5. That feels like a Southwest area plan. Just feels like an odd thing to have the Carhenge Chair 7 plan underneath there. It just would.
Well, that was last year's.
Yeah, I put in,
goal.
sorry, and they don't align. I was just showing what was adopted from 2025 and 2024. I see that that's wrong, just so you can kind of see what else was in that category from previous years, but I apologize if it's not supposed to align.
I see. Thank you.
Yep. So we're strictly just looking at the 2026 column.
So each column lives separately and doesn't relate to the things in the row next to it.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I started to do that. It doesn't really work out and it would take too much time.
Okay,
It's only there for reference. No comments on that. I don't want to rush anyone. Anything to add? Okay. Addressing water and wastewater infrastructure and funding needs with regional partners. All of those are also continuing or rolling over. Questions, additives, concerns?
I mean, I don't know if I'm interpreting this incorrectly, but it seems like the one at the top is the primary goal, and then as you go down, are they decreasing in importance? Should I read it that way, or is that just, that's just the way it got put in?
Yeah, spent a lot of time doing
No,
it.
yeah, I
but
just-
didn't get too deep into that.
Great.
I think that we've,
Then I don't have a
in the
comment.
past, talked about should we put things in a priority order and then realized we would just debate that forever and ever. and,
Great.
If they make it on the list, they're a priority.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, just
I mean,
checking.
if
That's
you-
a good
I think-
question.
I think that is a good point, though. If it is on the list, it is something that we
Yeah.
are expecting staff to try to accomplish. So it's within a priority of this year. And we don't take it any differently than that.
So let's, maybe just for the listening audience, even if we don't have questions, we can just note that last year in 2025, we had 16 concrete tasks that we were trying to accomplish for water and wastewater infrastructure. And in 2026, we're looking at 7, which means we have checked a number of those off the list, which is good.
And I could ask for the listening, does council want me to quickly read through the goals?
I don't.
I don't think.
Great. We will
That's a
trust the
long-
public to please look at these goals and we will send out
I would
communication.
encourage people to read these, but I think just for the sake of time, that would seem
Right.
extraneous.
And I think also just, I would like to thank the public for participating in our survey because that is how we decide what our goals are. And we are trying to meet your desires to make the town better.
And since this is a work session, even if you don't contribute today, please feel free to reach out to your favorite council member or mayor or town staff member if you have any further comments that you don't have today.
Great. And again, we will push this out and communicate it out for the public as well. All right, so for 1C, under our focus area of infrastructure, refine and evaluate parking plans regionally. We have the simple goal this year of just continuing our education efforts and enforcement efforts. Any questions or concerns?
Yeah, how are we doing on the LPR system? Because I know that took a little longer than expected to
Ye-
implement.
Yep, it is currently in place and we are working on a strategy to roll it out. It is very effective. So we are,
Probably very good at writing tickets.
right, so we're working on a slower implementation strategy just for the public to get used to it.
Okay, I'm waiting to get a ticket.
Yep.
I'm like, no, it's like, I'm kind of like,
If you,
yeah.
if you are not following our parking rules, it will identify you very efficiently.
Okay.
So the times
I
of
do that.
we've done tests on it now and it's less about is it working and more about how we should strategically roll it out
Okay.
for the community, the benefit of the
Like
community.
we want it to,
It's
we want
incredibly
it to work
effective.
80% of the time.
I think we'll probably, yeah, we're talking about it internally, but instead of like 5 days a week, is it 1 day a week? And then we use our staff for 4 days a week and then slowly we'll do 2 days a week or, roll
What's
it out
the
that way.
strategy about like not
We would
going-
give, we would give so many tickets that it would be really upsetting.
It would, yeah, people would be not happy.
So better to roll it out slowly so that
Part of the education
Yep.
programs
Do
that
it.
we're
Okay.
actually
Okay.
enforcing things.
Parking ticket lottery.
That's
It writes
what
all of
kinda
the
feels
tickets
like
and then
that
it
you're
all
like-
goes in there and then we only
Yeah.
draw a number that actually have
Yeah.
to get paid.
Yes. So anyway, but it is
Party
it's
around.
currently
Parking ticket lottery.
being worked on and analyzed and coming up with an implementation strategy.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, 1D, addressing municipal buildings, infrastructure and funding requirements. Any questions along that? And that is, again, just maintenance of town infrastructure.
I'm really excited about the art integration.
Yes, that was 1D5, which was definitely a direction from council.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. 1E, implement town parks master plan as funding availability and in line with comprehensive plan. It's continuing the town park core area improvements, and now looking at the River Park corridor management plan. No questions there, additives? Participate in long range gondola planning. Those are all continuing from the previous year. No questions or additives there. Addressing accessibility for all. We do have 3 new ones in this category, but the majority are continuing.
Do you
One
wanna
of
talk
them
about
is
B?
exploring the feasibility and value of a scheduling application within our Galloping Goose. That could be called the Goose Chase. as part of
Wild
it.
goose chase.
Yeah, wild goose.
Wild
Excuse
goose
me,
chase.
Wild Goose Chase, okay.
It's gonna be the best thing that Ellen and I have done for council.
I think it's gonna be my legacy.
The feasibility side right now, but we'll look at. Okay, any other questions, additives?
Nope. Can we briefly go back, just on, Town Park Master Plan, the, 1E1, IE1?
Yep.
I have heard some community feedback about the planned oval enhancements, AKA paving over the oval, and I believe the plan is to put, basketball hoops there, basketball courts. I share some of that skepticism, and I just wanted to raise that with the group and get a temperature gauge on that one.
Well,
Would you like me to share mine?
know,
That I see
it-
Stephanie's online, so I know Stephanie probably working on that. And to that point, we did put in there kind of where it came from the Town Parks Master Plan and that evolution of that involvement. But I'll leave it at.
And broadly speaking, the Town Park Master Plan has been wonderful. I love the vast majority of the improvements in Town Park. That just specific one has been something that has been a sticking point that I believe I share in the sentiment that I don't know that I love paving over that section of Town Park. But happy to hear other input from staff or other council.
And we would also love our regional partners to add some recreation opportunities for the public.
And I will also add, this is a continuation of the 25 goal. So they are planning to begin implementing that goal this year and it continuing on for 2026. But Stephanie, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Just that staff is working on project information. I think that there's some misconceptions of what the project is and isn't, but it is directly outlined in our master plan, and the primary goal is to gain recreational facilities, multi-purpose recreation facilities in Town Park while recognizing historic uses, which include private events and special events in addition to recreation. We're working on an Engage Telluride page. We don't want this to be like other recent town projects where a gap between the design and planning work and construction catches people off guard, because 2021 is when the design for the oval improvement component, and we've been working on some minor updates. I heard your guys' discussion at a recent meeting under when Ashley gave a very thorough update. So more information, just want to make it clear that this is directly in line with the master plan. There's also, I think, some concerns by people on how it will be managed, and it will be in a similar way, which I think a good reputation of multi-use facilities throughout the park, and that management discussion is forthcoming between all those different user groups to make sure that none of them monopolize the use of the space, which I've heard is a concern as well. But I would just hope that there's trust in our team to implement the work and to implement a management plan that is sensitive to all that as well. So more information to come. We were hoping to get it started this fall. I don't think that's realistic. Members of my team still think that they could start construction this fall. I think we're looking at a spring start instead of a fall. So there's some more time on this as well.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. I attest we got the gist of it. She broke up a little in and out of her answer.
I mean, I'm just going to continue saying this. I very much appreciate that we are Parks and Recreation. I really do think that we need to focus on community and gathering spaces for community. And so I think, Teddy, you and I have had this conversation. I would be a lot less vehemently opposed to this if I knew that we were addressing the entrance to the park and replacing that gathering space first and foremost before taking gathering space away from the public. So that, for what it's worth.
I also think it's important to note that, like, basketball court is utilized a lot and a lot by members of the global majority and not white people. And expanding that kind of space is should be part of our inclusion.
I just wonder if there's better places, like we do have a paved footprint behind the stage that like could be multi-use. Like it doesn't necessarily just have to be parking for festivals behind the stage.
You actually can't park on the pavement.
Yeah, you can't drive on it.
Okay. You
No,
could probably
but
bounce,
that's
yeah.
your point.
So you could probably bounce a basketball on it, you know?
There was a lot of input that went into that master plan, and I don't know.
I mean,
And it was already approved, and that, to a lot of our other projects where we had delays between approval and implementation, this is just a symptom of that same situation that we were in across the town, where this was approved in 2021. And now this just happens to be when it's actually getting implemented. But I will say this, I don't think that having space paved negates it from becoming a gathering place. I don't think that having it be able to be used for certain sports negates it now from being a gathering place. We utilize basketball courts right now to serve drinks on for, bars and festivals. It's not, I think that it gives it more use in being paved. It doesn't necessarily remove a use. So I would recommend everyone, again, review it, look at it, but look at it with open eyes and recognizing that it will also then, the paving of this specific place does create basketball space. It also helps with other court games, pickleball, those types of things. It also will assist in the use of that oval for winter ice skating, which is difficult right now because it is just on grass. So there's a part of the bigger view that this, I think, will accommodate, and I hope that we can support it.
And I'll ask Stephanie to confirm, but there's approximately a third of that oval will remain grass and even become a little wider after the construction of the warming hut. So it's not the entire oval that's going away. And when you see a lot of the organic events there, they are on a reduced footprint. But Stephanie, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Teddy. That was what I wanted to emphasize. So it's about 2/3 of the oval would get transitioned into concrete. So the word paving, I just want to be accurate in terms of how it's going to look and function. It would be concrete, and then we have green space added on the north side of the new warming hut, which has become a really nice spot for people to gather associated with use of the hut. And then the space directly south of the bra tent area, which is where the majority of private functions and informal gatherings happen, will remain grass as well. And then there is green space on the east side of the concrete as well. So there's been a lot of effort to balance the need for hardscape for recreational purposes and maintain green space. So with the majority of use happening under the bra, that's where there will still be about 1/3 of the space maintained for. So once again, I think just re-educating everyone on what the design is will hopefully help address some of these concerns. I know we're not going to win over everyone, but what we're going to gain in terms of recreation in the park, which is a big part of what we do, but also while recognizing historic events and private events and informal gatherings. We also have the new picnic area which is where the old hut was. That is getting so much use, and that is very much a gathering space as well. So we have gained that area in addition to the bra. And if you haven't seen it in use, come take a look, because I always see people using the grill, using the picnic tables, and enjoying themselves.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. Any questions on that topic, or are we ready to keep rolling?
I mean, I didn't really weigh in on this. I think I don't have a relationship with basketball, so it's hard for me to like look at this neutrally, but it is sad to see us lose green space. I do love the space to the north of the warming hut. And yeah, I just don't know enough about basketball to know the need
I agree. And I think it just to me, and I'm just gonna keep saying this, sorry, guys, like.
You don't need to know anything about.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, we,
There's a lot of demand for,
yeah, that's what I don't know. I don't like play basketball, so I don't know like if, where that, how hard it is to get on the court that we currently have.
And I'll just,
Okay, sorry, I just want to just say this, like, my concern is, as a private event organizer, is that I get quotes for spaces now in town that are upwards of $12,000 to rent them for a day. And that is not something that most people can do if they are hosting a celebration of the Jewish community or a memorial or a quinceañera, or, you know, God forbid, somebody that's local that doesn't have some substantial means behind them wants to get married here. Like I think we have to balance the needs, all of the needs of our community. And I think things have changed drastically since 2021 to now in regards to the affordability of gathering in this community. I mean, I think at lunch I was joking about the fact that I just had brunch and my entree was $48. Like, it was horrifying. So like, I just think we have to be mindful that the world has changed, and we need to make sure that if we are taking away places that are free for people to gather or run their dogs or run their kids, like that we are replacing it someplace else. And I do also, to Teddy's point, think we cannot continue to use Telluride taxpayer dollars to subsidize the activities of the entire region without getting financial buy-in from the entire region, because
or
it's not just Telluride pickleball players.
right, or facility support in other areas outside the town's borders, which, you know, for lack of a better word, that additional facility support is dragging woefully behind in the recreation sector.
Because there are a lot of pickleball courts up in Mountain Village. Candidly, but they're private now.
Oh.
Private.
So you can't get on them unless you're a member of the ski and golf club or a member of the racket club. But so are we are we subsidizing their exclusivity? Like, I don't know that that's what I want to be using Telluride taxpayer dollars for.
Yeah, I mean,
that feels really uncomfortable to me.
The flip side of it, and just to be devil's advocate, is that, you know, people have asked for a rec center for a long time and we don't have one. And this sort of feels like a little bit of a, you know, giving what we can to that. So.
It's just ultimately a very hard decision for a lot of things that we do, not just the oval, where you have multiple desires for a single space. And as we grow and lose spaces for organic functions and smaller gatherings, we've also further squeezed on all of our active recreational spaces, and and it's just tough to decide which way to go and how to best replace the ones if we adjust, and how you move forward on that. Because it's just, you look at the number of, it's the same tennis court and basketball court configuration since I've been here for 30 years, and it's a lot bigger.
Yeah, I mean, just to throw another idea into the mix, like, I think part of the reason that space is used so much is because it has some shade. And I wonder if maybe the kind of olive branch, but like literal branch, as we look into planting some more trees around some of our other green spaces so that they can be more comfortable.
I don't think it's also necessarily shade. I think it is the weather protection in general of the bra space, of that if there's rain or things like that, that they're protected, which I think, you know, we have opportunities in the town park to look at these. I still just I'm not totally prescribed to the idea that making these into courts somehow pulls them out of being able to be used for other events. And I think that we just have to be mindful with the management of the space to recognize that use needs to be something that we allow for, and that is, you know, not always just put aside because of people using the courts. So I don't think that they're mutually exclusive.
Yeah, and I think the management will be key, and you know, tenting the concrete area for event, for example. You know, hopefully we can make it as multi-purpose as possible and kill two birds with one stone.
Great.
Okay.
Are we ready to move on? Any further thoughts?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I have one that will tie into that. Can we potentially this year look then at eliminating some campsites and reallocating some of that space for other uses, since obviously there is such a need for utilization at the park.
And I will add to that, that in the town park master plan on the north side of the campground, kind of in those willow trees, it was designated as potential future use.
Like reservable event space?
Well, like for future development, like for recreation uses, like not saying that would be courts, not saying that would be a rec center, not saying that would be a gathering space, but that is, there was, Stephanie, you could probably correct me on my exact language as it reads in the town park master plan that we approved, but that there is definitely, could be used for future development. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, there's a long list in the master plan of potential uses over there, and it includes what you stated and some other items. And there's no design work or anything that's started on that space. But there is prescribed uses that could, it is a very natural area right now that's shown. It's got a lot of trees. It's right next to the river. So what type of development happens there might also be controversial. But it is a space that was identified for the growing needs of park uses.
And then
just while I'm unmuted again, our current basketball court is not anywhere close to regulation size. So yes, we have a court. It gets a lot of use, but it has never and can never be in its current location a regulation size court. So that's just one thing. And then everything we have in the park is multi-use. So I just want to be sure people know that we do accommodate private functions at other facilities other than the core area. We've got the pavilion that can be rented for a much more affordable rate than what Mian shared for private venues. We've also allowed private events to happen on the fields. So we do have other facilities with either no fee or very low fees that we make available to private events. But I want to be clear that multi-use facilities sometimes have a hierarchy of public uses get scheduled first. So things that are open to the public, either recreation or events, and then private uses as space allows. And then the last point I want to make is hopefully an exciting one, that the core area improvements also include the Warner Field safety netting, which will allow coexisting use of Warner Field, especially during adult softball, and use of the oval, which we currently can't have coexisting events. We'll still have a parking challenge and other impacts, but that is something that is completed through the design work and something that we're going to implement in this phase of the project as well.
And then one thing to add is if you look at that space and over the course of time, start thinking about what you think might be, or what we think, what the public thinks could be presented for possible use in that area north of the pavilion, is that one of the reasons the pavilion ended up in its location where it currently sits is because the neighbors across the river fought its location based on what they would see. So we had to move it back significantly from its original location. So that's something to keep in mind. And if we do discuss that space and elimination of more of the active campground spaces, it didn't work out previously, but there is some space on the south side that maybe in the future open space would entertain presenting some of the lost campground spaces to that use as well.
What are some of the alternative or the other utilizations of that footpad behind the stage? What else do we use that for?
Is that directed to me?
I guess you or
Next to
Parks and Rec.
We'll go to you, Stephanie, on that one.
Yeah, so currently, because access to the stage and catering area involves driving along fields, and specifically Little League Field, where there's kids certain times a year, heavily populated. The current management plan for stage and catering does not allow private events. It only allows special events that are approved and open to the public. The master plan does talk about circulation improvements to make it safer for people to drive. As much as I'd love to say people don't drive to events, they drive to events, whether it's set up attending or cleaning up. So we need to have a safe access route. We also don't have adequate parking back there. And that's also another item addressed in the master plan, is providing more space for parking in the backstage area. So we have, the current management plan does not allow private use, but we know that that is a desire down the road, but we need to take these other projects, move them forward in terms of access and parking in order to make it a safe experience for people on the fields.
We feel like we could use that for something else, another sporting event, like a basketball court or pickleball courts instead.
It'd have to be completely modular, which would be challenging to have. Modular basketball standards is what they're called, the hoops. But yeah, in order to make it truly multi-purpose back there, it would take some creative design work. It also would be displaced quite often when existing events come in and put up their tent. That tent goes up usually at the beginning and doesn't come down till the end. So that's a challenge with the current basketball court, for example, is that those people playing basketball get displaced when it turns into a beer booth or a merch tent and other things. So we want to be cautious of that component as well. And the Oval, we're not anticipating displacement as often as we would if it was near the stage.
And there's also a final phase to those, festival stage area improvements, which includes, maybe improved parking, improved larger vehicle turnarounds, and who knows, maybe that can encompass some recreational uses when that comes into fruition, whenever that is down the road. So I think anything that, back to the multi-use stuff, if we can do more things that are multi-use, even if it gets taken away for events, it's still better than not having it at all.
And Parks and Rec Commission is meeting next Wednesday, and they're going to talk about the 5-year capital plan. So everything that we've been mentioning, with the exception of a new facility in the campground, is on the 5-year plan. It's just a matter of where it ends up in terms of priority. But the focus that staff is recommending for 2026 is in line with your goals and objectives. And that is to complete the Oval, the core area improvements through the Oval and Warner Field safety netting, in addition to some projects that are carrying over from this year, and the River Park management plan. And in terms of bandwidth and available time to construct in the park, I think that's about all we can handle after several busy years. But I would encourage you all to listen in that discussion as well.
And I'll also note, as I mentioned at the start of this meeting, also the availability of our funds will dictate a lot of this final discussions as well, which is more limited than it has been in the previous years.
Great. Anything else?
So
on this one?
So I got a lot of comments,
Yeah.
no firm direction to change anything from what we have in front of us. Is that correct? But a great discussion.
Great discussion, great ideas, and just want to make sure that we, as our chair of Parks and Recs likes to say, measure twice, cut once. And we just need to follow that direction.
So no additional direction to staff for any changes. Okay.
Moving right along, Zoe.
Moving around, we
Stephanie, thank you for jumping in. We appreciate it.
participate in the long range gondola planning. We mentioned there was no discussion on that. They're all continuing. Oh, yeah, sorry, I lost track. We talked about addressing accessibility for all. And where we are on some of those continuing goals, and adding in the exploration of the feasibility and value of a scheduling application, as well as partnering with the Mountain Village for their transportation safety action plan, are the two new ones. Is there any questions, considerations, or anything that anyone wants to add to that category? Great. Then we're moving on to our preserve the community focus area with the goal category of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. Unlike previous years, we don't have anything in this goal category for various reasons. But we are doing a lot for that aspect within our communication strategies, as well as our programming within supporting community events and services to have additional outreach. It's 2C4, pursue opportunities to incorporate affordable commercial space for diverse, economic diversity. But a lot of it falls into now provide consistent outreach to the public in a multilingual and accessible manner.
I guess the thing that jumped out at me was, well, and this is actually from 2024, but we've talked a lot about finding a home, like a better home for the food bank, and that was in the DI like 2024 goals, which I don't even know if that's where that belongs necessarily, but
yeah, that one,
that's kind of a weird place for it, but I do think because we've talked about it a little bit about kind of a more long-term, better placed home for the food bank as a goal. I'm not sure if that popped.
And I'll give a little bit more history on that one. That was from our community services director to work more closely with them in the resident relationships and come up with a better relationship and programming to better serve both of those communities. But to your point, you're more talking about the infrastructure for the food bank and working with them on that security.
Yeah, I mean, I think it also is, there's an
add
access component, because I think if we can determine a better location that serves residents better, I think that the outcome of that is increased access and access. And yeah, I don't know, I saw that and thought it was worth mentioning because we have talked about the food bank recently.
Just because it's integrated in with some of the facilities space that we're
I
looking
don't know
at.
if we want to call it out specifically, but
Could add it into, again, foster and support community events and services. I think that falls.
that
under
actually feels like a
services
better.
piece.
Do you think, I don't know if we even need to call it out. I feel like it's not a specific goal. It's going to be part of the broader facilities discussion. And I don't believe that piece is going to get lost.
Okay, if I'm not sitting in this seat.
Yeah.
The food bank as a whole.
I mean, you will next year.
I mean, I will
They'll have
I will-
time.
The year after that. The food bank continues on. My aunt was the one who started it, so.
Yeah, I think for next year, we'll just be continuing those conversations. So there's not much action to that, but that placeholder piece. So if you want to just keep that placeholder for future action, that's fine too.
I don't think it's okay that we don't have anything in there for diversity, equity, inclusion.
That
Seems like 2A3, continue development of Latino community outreach to align program
Yeah,
offerings
and
could carry forward because that's an ongoing thing. I also think it's a good goal to have we've discussed in the past, making it a focused effort to get bilingual staff within our communications department or administrative office or the manager's department to sort of help us coordinate Spanish language communication through all departments to the public. So
yeah. And I'll be honest, so that's what I mentioned. A lot of these, including 2A3, is now 2D2, which is continuing to strengthen outreach to historically underserved communities to ensure town park programming is inclusive and aligned with community interests. I think it was more focused on the communication aspect. So that
I get that. I just don't like if there's a category 2A, promote DEI, and it's empty, it should either be off of the goals and objectives altogether, or we should figure out what the next step is, because we're certainly not done.
I think it would be off of the 2026 goals and objectives because it's getting spread out into other areas of our goals.
Which I can kind of see both sides of this, but I feel like promoting DEI becoming more a part of our big picture fabric of how we conceptualize our town isn't a bad thing. I don't know if it is I think
it's an interesting thing for funding right now as well.
Yeah.
They have to keep that in mind,
I think
sadly.
if we can keep this work and call it out specifically in other categories, I don't know that we need to waive the red flag right now on it, but I do think that this is work that that isn't done ultimately. I mean, I think we still do need to be continuing the development of Latino community outreach. I do still think that we need to continue guaranteeing, I mean, now more than ever, guaranteeing the bilingual execution of town communications. Like, I think all of that still needs to be called out. I do understand the sensitivity of the current time that we're in as far as being explicit that that's one of our goals, but I just want it to be in our goals and objectives.
And a lot
somewhere.
of them are
Yeah.
within 2D with the outreach, or 2C, fostering community support and events.
I think
Yeah.
that makes sense. Then I think we just renumber.
Yep.
And get rid of that big, it doesn't make sense to have a big bold
You are
headline that
correct.
is
I
empty.
will renumber.
And then we could just move everything up, but as long as those tasks are still included, I can live with that.
Yeah, and I think
Works.
it's almost better that like promoting
That's just
DEI
part
is
of
just
everything.
part of
It's
every
permeated.
Yeah.
not its own
And
category.
even if empty, to call it out, it's probably not a great idea in this.
I totally am on board with that.
Okay, good talk.
Great. Moving on to utilizing land use planning and protect the character of our community. This has a lot to do with our comprehensive plan, which we're both continuing on, and then initiating land use code update.
I'd like to maybe just add in, and I think we're gonna do that through the comprehensive plan, but that we are going to bake in community gathering spaces as permanent locations within Telluride. And like that are able to be utilized.
So how does that, what word that goal?
Um,
Can that be included in like Gondola Plaza and Chair 7 development?
well, the challenge is like, like Elks Park is a great example. You can't, you can't use Elks Park for, there has to be a public component to your event. So like, I want to ensure that we are still creating places where the public can
Yeah.
gather
Mhm.
without it having to be like a ticketed or free event to the general public.
I see.
So again,
'Cause we had
we're
it
trying
for-
to foster the character of our community.
Yep.
And that's the one thing that I consistently hear from people is there's no interaction anymore. And so if we don't have places for them to interact where they don't have to pay money, then we don't have places for them to interact.
You mean that you want it to be something that someone can reserve? Is that the difference?
Sure.
Organically just show up.
But how does that, I mean, the reserving thing to me, I think kind of flies in the face a little bit of an idea where people can just get together if it's like a private party. That seems to me like then that's.
I'm thinking communities. I'm thinking the Jewish community. I'm thinking like.
But the Jewish
school.
community can't reserve the Elks Park right now?
So can I just quickly, we did have that goal this year, was encourage, incentivize, and assist in offering community events to further support breaking down barriers and bring opportunities to connect as a community. And as we've been updating council for that goal, it has been focusing on the use of our public assets for public events and the long list of events that we have available to the public
Mhm.
through those facilities.
Right.
So do you want to carry that on? Do you want to
I
change?
want to do, I mean, I'm saying specifically to land use planning.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying, except I do think this sentiment belongs better in 2C, foster and support community events and services.
That's great. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, whichever, either location is great. As long as we like are, not slowly but surely whittling away at.
Do you want to keep that language that we had from this year? Again, encourage, incentivize, and assist in offering community events to further support breaking down barriers and bring opportunities to connect as a community.
I mean, I do want that,
Yeah.
but I also think that when we're talking about land use, that's important.
And I think,
Creating
yeah.
the feasibility of creating new gathering space. It's something along those lines, right?
Yes.
And I think, I mean, that obviously is a huge part of the comprehensive plan, is to bake that into our
Mhm.
long range planning goals. So I think that's encompassed within that process as well. Instead of a single call out, I'll leave that to you to provide me any different direction. Right now, the direction I have is just carrying over to C5 into this year. Yes.
Look at 2C5.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want that to move over.
Maybe instead of offering community events, it's offering community spaces. Because I don't know if we want
I like
more
that.
like, yeah, I don't know if we want more. I love our town organized events, but I'm not sure if that's what you're getting at.
No.
That's not how we've been reporting it either. It's kind of use of our public spaces in then tracking all of the public events that are utilizing those.
She's not talking about public events though. She's talking about
Events or why don't you just do events or
public
spaces?
places that private individuals can use for their own events.
Okay.
And like birthday parties, like I don't think we're talking about like profitable events. We're talking about like,
We're talking about graduation parties.
yeah,
Like, we're
yeah.
we're talking about, I'm talking about memorials, you guys. Like, that's what I'm like thinking of is like, where do people, where do people have a memorial these days? And frankly, like, yes, you can have it on the softball field, but like, come on. Like, I just think people's lives deserve something a little bit better than that. You know, like, I understand that we could squeeze people anywhere, but I think there needs to be some respect for like honoring relationships. And if we don't have that space, we don't have those moments anymore for the community to gather.
I guess I'm still, we do have those spaces because those types of events are, you can have them. Right? I've been to memorials. I've been to many memorials at the park. I've been to memorials at the base of the gondola. I've been to memorials in the school. It's like, I guess, like, I hear what you're saying, but I also like, what is it that you want?
And is it more something I need to get with Stephanie on providing data and information of how our facilities are used?
I mean,
So
yes
we
and
have
no,
that.
because I think like to that point, you know, to bake in the screens for the softball field. I mean, that's something that's been asked for years, over a decade. And like, I'm so glad that they're now being put in order to block that so that that space could be used for sports. But the number of times that space was not allowed to be reserved because of softball.
Yeah,
It-
now
I
it's
mean-
getting fixed.
I mean, and now it's getting fixed, but it's not getting fixed for gas. So like, the data points are skewed because you couldn't use that. You weren't allowed to like reserve it for that.
And to Mian's point, however it's worded, just something that looks at the reality or opportunities create additional space. Because it's no different than creating another basketball court, right? We
Right.
have more people than ever. We have more people in the region than ever. And that's going to be something that even if there isn't a need now, even if there isn't a need in 3 years, there's going to be a need for it. So if we have an opportunity to get a space, however, big, however small, that we can have a use like that, I think it would be good for the future. And why it's a land use plan.
What it is, but what is the space? Is the space just green field that you can sit a chair on and do whatever you want? Or is the space a building where you can have, AV and projection? It's like, these are like, I'm struggling with like what it is that the want is.
I think to me, it's generic. I don't know what that is. I need to see what the opportunity may lie.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs
possible.
AV. I think we have a community that's really multifaceted but we don't have a lot of places where they can gather. And maybe there's spaces that are in existence right now that are going to come online and like the town will be able to use those for like larger gatherings of the community organically. I'm just worried that we are losing, like the one thing I feel like we all consistently hear is that like we're losing the sense of community, we're losing the old Telluride, we're losing. And most of that to me directly translates to the fact that our community isn't interacting with each other anymore. And they're only interacting in these smaller groups based on whatever parameters there are. We need spaces that are free and open to be able to fit a large amount of people in, whether it's for 10 families having one graduation party, because that's the most affordable thing, or whether it's, for a memorial for somebody that is like truly revered in the community or not, or like whatever it could potentially be, or when like 15 people all turn 50 and they have a birthday party. Like those things have always happened. And if we're taking away a space where where those sorts of things have always occurred and we don't have it anymore, like can we just please preserve it someplace else?
And it might not be taking away, it just might be the need to expand.
I mean, I think we need more spaces, not less.
And that's why it's been the land planning part of it, just to
Mhm.
have it be cognitive to think about, right? If you don't have it as a goal to think about, then it might be that much harder to get there.
So
I mean,
similarly, because, I don't want to take away from the discussions we've had. Council is looking at those opportunities within our developments. We've talked about it within the gondola. We've talked about it within
Chair
the
7.
ruin space. We've talked about it in Chair 7. So just like we have goals to integrate commercial, we have goals to integrate childcare. Maybe this is kind of how we are framing that, to look within town projects to integrate these community spaces where we can within.
I mean, we
town
just looked at,
projects.
today we just looked at a proposal for the gondola that had a stage that's gonna be up for 365 days of the year with a green open space in front of it that's not gonna have any port on it.
Exactly.
why don't we just say we can leave it as is, or we can add gathering space and move on, straw poll, right? Let's,
I mean, I'd like to just say that we're gonna focus on like identifying gathering spaces for the public.
Within, like similarly to like childcare
Yeah,
and
and like,
affordable commercial, like within that vein.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Can I add it to like affordable commercial and slash like community gathering spaces?
You would add
Maybe add that into with that goal.
protect health and quality of life, probably under there, right? Which
I
are-
mean, I
No,
think that goal is, to
not,
be honest.
not protect, it's gonna be,
Is it an economic?
I mean, I think it's to be personally, but that's, because I'm thinking like,
Yeah, it could
I'm
be
not trying to
preserved
program it,
community.
I'm just trying to say, can we just make sure it's still there?
Okay, if wherever it is and I can find it, I
Maybe
can
if
add.
we, look to incorporate community spaces in new developments. Something like that.
Yeah.
I agree with me, and I think it goes under what is gonna become 2A, which is 2B right now. That can say that that would be, preserve and create spaces for the community to gather.
Yeah, and you could refine the verbiage a little bit, but.
Work with Lance on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
it-
you.
And I want it to be so broad that it could be any idea and not part of a new development or part of an existing recreation space. Like, who knows what it might be? We may be presented with an opportunity that gives us a kind of space, and just as long as we're front and center with it and we recognize it as a goal of being valuable to the community. And if we don't think that's valuable to the community, it's time to say it. And we won't, but I think it is.
And great. These are this is more of a continuing goal, because it's not something we actually have like complete this in this year, but.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be a goal in perpetuity probably.
So, and sorry, where did you say to add it? It was two, you wanted.
B?
2B, but that will become 2A. 'cause we're
Yes,
gonna
I
strike
don't do that to me yet, but yes. Okay. Thank you,
Thanks, guys.
everybody. Okay, so moving on, did we talk about foster support and community events? I think we did. Again, this is where some of our other items are, such as supporting the multi-jurisdictional youth center, pursuing opportunities for the commercial space, to ensure local businesses, to help support local businesses, economic diversity, and other things on other pieces.
I have a question about that.
Yep.
I'm just trying to figure out why the first one, C1, is a carryover from last year, why we didn't accomplish that and why that's continuing. Because that seems like carry out youth open gym programming during the summer months in the town park pavilion should be like I'm just curious why that didn't get done, if that was a goal from last year. And if it didn't get done this year, what was the obstacle to it not getting done?
There she
Hi
is.
again.
There she is.
So we haven't been able to purchase and install the equipment needed for the pavilion. That's another multi-use facility. So we have to be very strategic on how we install equipment, and if it's not permanent, how it gets stored. So we're working with a structural engineer to figure out how to get hoops incorporated into the facility structure, because it's not straightforward with weight loads and everything else. So we're very eager to get it done, but we were not able to get the equipment, but it's in process.
Got it. So that it actually should,
It should.
I think it should talk about the purchasing of equipment or whatever, because it's again, that looks like to me that was just something that we didn't program versus something that like had a structural engineering component to
So
it.
facilitate it. Yeah, I mean, we had the money for staff, we had a lot of pieces, but we just didn't have the facility improvement that we needed to accommodate it.
Okay, I'll work with Stephanie on that to incorporate your suggestion.
That was just my question. I appreciate it.
So from last year on another topic, if we're ready, we launched our rental housing tenant survey this year. That's not a goal. We're still doing it though.
Doing it.
It's just launched, so we don't need to.
Now it's part of normal operation.
Just confirming.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Moving on to provide consistent outreach to the public in a multilingual and accessible manner. We have a lot of continuing but new goals here as well as we look to continue to enhance our communications with the public. Is there any questions or additives to that?
Have we, just for the sake of just a question, because it says multilingual, I'm just curious if obviously we know that we do have quite a few Spanish speaking citizens, but is there any other language that we should be, have we taken any other steps to figure out if there's other languages of people that are maybe here as J1s or that we're maybe missing, not just Spanish speakers?
I can let Lindsay answer some of this too. So a lot of our evolution or progress that we've made has made our website and other things accessible so people can use Google Translate to translate into any language that they prefer. In terms of us providing like we also have Language Line, which if there are any members of the community that need to have a translation, whether it's another language or sign language or anything along those lines, we have that available for the community. But in terms of having things posted in 2 languages, we have prioritized those specific languages for our community. Anything to add to that?
Yeah, and this year we implemented Spanish agendas, beginning with the very first agenda of the year for regular town council meetings, but there are a handful of other meetings that I know our Latino community is interested in that we need to find solutions for. Additionally, we need bilingual recaps and some more accessible formats for recapping what occurs. Our emails, the majority of our emails are in English and Spanish, and it's coded based on how your computer's coded. So you folks may not see that there's a Spanish option on there because it's coded to detect that your computer's in Spanish. But there's still a lot more we can do, and it's just a slow roll as we have one person in comms.
Yeah, great. Just was curious about other languages as well.
Yeah. Who is she?
Who is she? Who is this woman?
Great. Any other questions? Additives? All right, we're moving on to our next focus area, which is protect the health and quality of life. The first one being implement environmental action agenda. And we have a few new and, well, quite a few new and continuing. Any questions, additives to that?
Well, per our conversation today, at least some allusion to explore and implement the low energy and carbon code.
Yep.
And that's
It's 3A2, but I can put in for that just a little bit more of a call out for LECC instead of where it's kind of at a little bit more high level.
Great.
Does that satisfy Dan? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh,
Come on up, Darren. Don't you dare talk from back the room.
You need a microphone back there.
I know, the peanut gallery.
They should have a path thing, just a mic they can turn on and off and.
Former teacher, so I could make it happen. But yeah, I'm only wondering if we might want to include language on all electric and LECC, just so there's like the flexibility to analyze the subtleties between them. That would be my only suggestion, just to be more like inclusive of both.
And I think
Or-
finding like the pathway for how we're going to get there.
If that makes sense to folks, I mean, it's all up to you all. That I was just gonna add that the climate action plan calls out all electric. So maybe it's worth mentioning. And then if we see the LACC as superior, which I think that's the energy office's idea is that it will be, then we have kind of the language built in to move that way, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Along that thread, we do have, if you look at oh wait, I'm not gonna jump ahead. Nope, I'm not gonna jump ahead to C. Okay, great. Any other comments for implement environmental action agenda?
Is 3A4 the feasibility study? So it's just for the facilities like on Black Bear and Lot L? Thank you. So like, is there
This is Darren's.
a plan to like go further down the road?
Yeah, I think
Early?
what we're looking at with the pre-feasibility and scoping study, we're looking at that well, I shouldn't say southwest area, that the southwestern part of town, where Black Bear Road and Shandoka Lot L and Carhenge, because of the physical proximity, because that's actually a potential benefit for a thermal energy network. We don't know at this point if the water, like groundwater, water table, geology is correct or not for that. And it should give us a lot of information looking at that area, which if it is promising, then we can do a full feasibility study potentially right after that. And then the idea of like looking in other areas of town could be of interest. So
Kind of like pilot program. Then move it
and
forward,
in
potentially.
I've been in a lot of discussions and sat in a lot of webinars and talks on thermal energy networks lately. And the way that they do work is essentially they're very modular, but the planning to phase them into big developments is important. But once there is, let's say they kind of talk about them in loops, it's essentially a loop in the ground, right? It's a very basic definition, but they become modular, and if you expand them, they just become more efficient over time. So if we're looking at a larger area on that part of town, and there's another area that's identified that's, the funding and makes sense, the access to develop it, then there's potential to expand them. If you look at the Colorado Mesa University campus, they're a really good example. They started with one loop in one part of campus, and then it was really effective. So then as they renovated or expanded their campus, they expanded it, connected more bore fields. And so it's a really modular and expandable kind of technology if we have the feasibility. So the first step this year is to find out if we do. And then I work with Lance McDonald a lot to see if this can be phased into those projects in any way. And we don't know yet, but I think it's an important goal.
Would there be potential to loop in the private?
I mean,
buildings
as far as the technology is concerned, it can be looped into, yeah.
There's just a lot. Obviously that part of town is the densest population areas. And it seems like if we could get some of those old buildings that are down there or older buildings,
Yeah.
not all of them are as old as Telluride Lodge, but then that might be
Yeah. And
really
they
great.
typically what I've seen from the experts is that an ideal mixture of buildings is kind of what we're picturing for like the Carhenge area, especially like mixed use, dense development is really a good candidate. If like I said, the geological and hydrological factors are there. And then one of the other big potential advantages is, speaking of heat pumps, a ground source heat pump can be heating and cooling. So as we continue to warm, unfortunately, people want air conditioning. You could provide heating and air conditioning through that kind of system without burning anything, right? So that's what we'd like to do. So this is the beginnings, and if it's promising, we'll definitely look for funding externally. The Energy Office, the program we won some funding for this year doesn't have funding next year, but it's something that the state is big on, and hopefully it will be funded again the following year. So we'll be
Doing this, right? Like they're testing it this year, like throughout their entire village.
Yeah, they had a kind of horrendously, sorry, Vale, inefficient natural gas snow melt system all through the pedestrian corridor, and they're looking to integrate that in one of their large hotels that they have access to. And I forget what else. I think the ice rink Geothermal people love ice rinks, so that's a thing. Yeah.
The Mountain Village complete their feasibility study for their town hall on this technology?
They have completed the pre-feasibility and scoping, which is what the goal that you have there. And it looked promising for them. So they're looking at their core areas or area next to their town hall too. And so they're proceeding on to an RFP for the full feasibility as we speak, I think. Lauren in Mountain Village and I talk a lot. So yeah. So if theirs is promising, we probably have similar, but we are 1,000 feet-ish, we're in the valley floor. But I can say when I talked to folks, we were able to get into this Enroll program free of cost called Energy to Communities. And there's a team that is doing like some initial data work for us right now. And they get really excited when they look at the area that we have. So hopefully it'll prove out to be
Excited because it'll work or excited because
No,
it's interesting?
well, I think both. But yeah, that's other mountain towns in the region have typically found they have potential. So then it's a matter of phasing in the physical infrastructure and the financing to make it work. But it's very, very efficient. It's like at this point, ground source heat pumps are the most efficient way to heat and cool space. And if you have a whole bunch of potential, you can also heat water. So that would be the dream, but we'll see.
I think it's really exciting.
Yeah, and to just answer council's question, this is the first step. in a
Very first
much
step.
Longer
Yeah.
exploration of geothermal for
Yeah.
our community. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yay.
Other questions before Darren leaves?
I'll
on
just
this-
stay right here.
Yeah.
On this category.
Don't go too far.
Give everyone headsets.
Yeah.
We have
I
a
know.
mic.
You want a handheld mic back there.
Oh. Okay, moving on then. We had promote mental health and well-being. We did not have anything in this piece for the medical center that got moved to infrastructure because really, truly, we're just supporting them right now with our society turn agreements. I will move the numbers up.
Yeah,
should we
change
not
those numbers.
have-
I think that we still have a lack of mental health professionals in our area. And I think that it might be a goal for us to explore like attracting or encouraging somehow. I know that we were trying to do stuff with housing and stuff like that. I'm just curious if we do actually want to put something in here.
We actually, yeah, so I think this was a Communities That Care meeting, but at one of the meetings I attended, we actually have like 29 new mental health professionals.
great.
They don't have office space. That's the issue. We have a flood of new people who went to school, and a lot of them went to school and came back to Telluride or did some online programs. And so we actually have a ton of people in that field, but that none of them have anywhere to operate. So it's a space problem, which is why in the original gondola conversations I brought up, do we make offices that are like earmarked for mental health professionals? Because that's the limiting factor. Like we have a ton of the people who want to do the work.
Well, I think we do have space there still to discuss offices and stuff like that. So I don't think that that's off the table.
Yeah, in Lift 7. But yeah, just to clarify, that's if we want to make a goal.
Would you like to put that as a goal to prioritize identifying or creating spaces
Yeah, I mean, is
for
that the
mental health?
right, is this the right category, or is this like an infrastructure thing?
I mean, promote mental health and
I mean,
well-being.
similar, like, we have childcare, commercial, affordable commercial, we have community gathering space.
Mental health. So I
now
think
have
putting it
mental
there
health. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
because it's
The reality is a lot of these things could fall under
And
a
it's
lot
more-
of
yeah, I'm
categories.
just trying to be this is an evolution of the process now. And we're trying to be more strategic on how we're categorizing these for updates. It was before we were kind of updating the same update in multiple categories because they kind of all fell into a similar thing, especially these type that aren't very this year, but more of the aspirational pieces. So I think, again, this is something that I could talk with Lance about. And I think we learned, like with Voodoo and other places, we make these goals, and then when we actually have the infrastructure to support it, maybe the goals have shifted. So I think it's good to keep it there, but still have it open for discussion as well.
And because of, I forget the specifics of it, but because of what they do, they can't have like in-home offices. Like that's not an option for mental health. So it really limits. It has to be commercial spaces. I think for like insurance reasons, there's HIPAA something, I forget.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I'll work with Lance on how to integrate that.
And that might just
Maybe
be
it won't
something to
be
work
under
with
this.
MedSci too. They could potentially expand out there.
Yeah.
Maybe it's prioritize mental health offices, yeah, like, and be part of larger regional conversations to support that. Yeah. Okay, but perhaps that doesn't fall under this category and.
Better work. If you find a better spot for it, I'm open to, I'm not the only person here, but I would be open to it going if there's a better.
Yeah, if it needs to go somewhere else, but I think that that is a specific called out goal that sounds like would be beneficial. If that's the problem that we're experiencing right now.
It's like in the same, it's the same area that the space is, because really ultimately we're just identifying spaces. And they could be flex, they could be changed for different things, but.
Well, but with this, I think it has to be, because of HIPAA stuff, I think it has to be dedicated office for.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying it's still the same as like childcare, right? It has to be dedicated childcare.
Right,
Like,
right,
it's just like
right.
whatever the
Okay.
space.
You said flex and I was like, ooh.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Not like we can store bikes there.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure we were saying.
I think it was more that like the space that it can go in is like
Right.
not
The
like.
space, the
yeah.
physical space is
Yeah,
not a flex
physical,
space.
yeah,
Got
exactly.
it. Okay.
And that could fall under community, I don't want to jump back, but community sustainability, because we have childcare within there, like, those are the things that we need to sustain our, community, but.
You'll
childcare is
find,
very
you'll
tough.
find the perfect place for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm so good at that.
Great. Okay, everybody. Any other questions or topics on that? Okay, prioritize the safety and security of our community. We have in there about participating in the county's wildfire protection plan. Through the discussions that we had today, Kristen also gave a recommendation that maybe we should put in how we are adopting the wildfire code with compliance within 3 months per the state. And
Yeah, can we see that code? That sounded like a lot.
yeah, it's
Yeah, no
not.
trees within 5 feet of.
Yeah, and the code is an exception. It doesn't trigger having to,
Well, and I think, I mean, I've been approached by some people in the community that very much want to look at a lot of that,
Yep.
as far as building code goes, switching materials, et cetera.
so
So
it sounds important to add to this goal and objectives.
I would also say, I know that it's kind of, there was a lot of talk earlier on, about, not today, I mean like longer calendar time, about like floodplain, stuff like that. And, so I would just, I don't know if how that goal translates, but I just want to make sure that we're staying up on that because I'm concerned that it's been several years since we had a major flood event and that those things on longer timelines tend to get more and more likely.
Yeah, and back to the insurance thing, I don't know how to incorporate it or if it's even necessary, but pretty soon, you're gonna see, mandates of insurance companies for what to do and how that could conflict with, land use codes or HARC approvals or anything in the middle. And I think after seeing what's happening in the western part of the state this year with the active fires and the insurance ramifications I'm already seeing, it's coming quickly.
Yeah, something that I'm thinking about is, as in our historic preservation, we encourage the use of traditional materials, but sometimes those traditional materials are also flammable. And like, do we want to revisit? I know that would,
No, I mean, just Mountain Village and, the roofs up there.
I don't know much about their roofs.
They've got
their code required all cedar wood
Cedar shake.
roofs, and turns out.
Yeah, well, and I'm thinking, actually, it's because Geneva needs to fix her porch, but she has to, because it's in the historic district, you have to use wood and,
And it's rotten after 8 years.
Yeah, which besides it rotting,
Replace it with something else.
there's more fire retardant materials that could mimic historic materials, but I know that would be a whole can of worms, but maybe it's worth talking about.
I think that is a can of worms we 1000%
should
need to
open?
open.
Okay, I'd love to.
And I think, Clifford Hansen has like approached me about this as well. I think, I mean, we literally, we're like, our soccer program was just canceled because of smoke today.
Yeah.
You know, I think we have to
Well, and even like wood frame windows, like they're not efficient, but they're required to be used in our historic homes. But then we're talking about like being more energy efficient. So is there more of a balance there?
Well, and that goes along the same with solar not being allowed to be visible on historic homes from the street. And therefore, and even if somebody wants to put solar in, they can't.
So I just wanted to sort of let you know, staff in my department, we've already begun to analyze the wildfire code provisions and how they impact historic preservation, how they impact our tree permitting process. A number of things are going to be impacted, and there will be land use code updates and updates across the board, design guidelines that will come from what we need to adopt as part of that wildfire code. And so we're sort of doing the deep dive right now. And perhaps as I'm listening, perhaps we could look to a work session at some point where staff could share with you what we've found. You can share with us what you've been hearing. We've already had the insurance, with the tree mitigation side, things are starting and moving quickly. So we're staying on top of it on the staff side and would welcome those conversations. And as part of our goals, I think it's really important that we move this quickly forward. There's a lot happening in that space.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it's the Forest Service that governs the National Historic Landmark District regulations. Am I correct on that?
No.
Park
Yes,
Service.
Park
Thank you.
Service.
Park
Yes,
Service, not
yes.
Forest Service. Park
Yes.
Service. Have you been talking with them?
Yeah, it's where we're beginning the deep dive
Yeah.
because we're talking about materials, historic preservation, how we will have to make changes. And this is not just our town. So trying to learn from other communities as well, and then be able to bring that information to you for decision making. So absolutely, just wanted to.
So maybe the goal could be, obviously, forget the word, but look to adopt the wildfire code and discuss any further additional amendments.
Just for, I agree with me. And I think this is the can of worms that we have to open because
And
it's,
even if it's just to get people used to the idea.
Yeah. We don't need to change everything right away necessarily, but we got to start the
I think we need to
conversation.
start exploring it.
Yeah, and I
that
think
this is sorry, Elena.
Oh, no, what were you gonna
Do you
say?
think this is a good trigger for that conversation? Do you like it being encompassed in that and carrying forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think this,
We have requirements we have to abide.
yeah, and we might as well address it all at once. I think instead of trying to piecemeal our fire mitigation, we can just kind of, I mean,
Or wait for a fire to come in and mitigate it for us. And then we have to deal with that.
yeah.
I mean, listen, you guys, it's not, we're in a rough spot here.
So,
I guess to that point, can we, and I don't know if this is supposed to be that here, but I mean, I know Mountain Village has a forester like on retainer, whatever. Like, do we have like a fire break plan that kind of surrounds the town? I just don't know it, and we may already have it, but if there is somewhere in here where we can look to say, this is what we need to do to like create a safety ring around the town of Telluride, what does that look like?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know
if
where
anyone
that
else has
goes.
anything else to say. Lance is coming up here too.
Yeah, I feel like that's maybe more of a Lance thing.
So there's a lot of meetings happening right now with the county's wildfire protection plan
Mhm.
planning. It happens approximately every 10 years. And I would let that process kind of lead these discussions a little bit.
Sure.
And see what recommendations come out of there, especially with regard to codes and things like that. Because I think that the group that they put together to review this is really experienced. They know these things pretty well. But I think you're right. I think that we should be looking at, is there a meaningful fire break situation that happens with Telluride? How much do the aspen trees actually provide somewhat of a natural break? What I'm hearing is the highest risk areas are certainly Mount Village, Lawson, those types of places where they have these dense forests up against the urban edge. So,
I mean, I would be concerned about our south border
yes.
where the ski area comes in, because that is majority not aspen, that is mostly timber.
Yes, but You know, it's interesting because the ski areas actually do provide.
Yeah, because there's
somewhat
the
too.
ski runs work as breaks.
Yeah, so we have some advantages, more so than some of our neighboring communities, but that process, I believe, will be coming forward with a lot of recommendations with for the local governments, and that would be a good thing not to jump ahead of necessarily on a code.
When do you think they'll be making those recommendations?
It's my understanding that the plan will be developed over the next year.
Okay.
So, and I can get back with you guys about more specifically what their timings. They have a lot of different stakeholder groups that are feeding into the various parts of that plan.
Okay.
It'll probably change dramatically now.
Yeah, it's always evolving.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, we'll add that in for the wildfire code piece and the other item. As far as floodplain, I know you mentioned that, Ashley. Do you have anything in particular or just kind of reevaluating
just-
our floodplain?
I feel like our focus right now, because it's been a very dry summer, is on fire. I don't want us to forget that I do think that we're due probably for a pretty major flood event. We haven't had one in a while.
And maybe it's more, I can talk with Kyle, maybe is on, but any monitoring systems that we have or anything.
There was just, like I said, there was a lot of stuff with like the FEMA stuff and da-da-da-da-da. I just want to make sure, I feel like that has kind of gone to the back of mind. Like I said, and I feel like it's particular because this season has been so dry.
Yep.
And it's like, it's easy to forget about that unless we're in a big, monsoon weather cycle that we haven't experienced this year. So I just didn't know if there was anything missing for us to be doing, or so that we don't lose sight of anything that we need to be doing with our floodplains also. And the maps and whatever. And if we need to do more surveying or whatever, I just know there was some stuff and it seems like it's kind of petered out with the flood stuff.
I can discuss that with staff and get back to you. on
Yeah,
that.
just see if,
don't have-
I just want to make sure that we're not forgetting.
I don't have anything for you right now, but I'll look into that. Okay. All right. Any other pieces? Moving on to cultivating economic sustainability and a thriving commercial core as a focus area of the goal, evaluate efforts in our marketing and tourism activities. We're just kind of moving forward with our relationship with the tourism board. So I didn't have an additional goal or action item for that for this year, as it's just become more of operations
Remind me when our current contract with the tourism board expires,
next year. Not 2026, 2027,
2027.
I believe. I'll have to double check that though.
Because I believe it was a 2-year contract, I think is what,
3-year
or was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, if it's outside the time scale of this.
How about I look
goals and
into that and
objectives,
make sure?
then definitely fine having it off there.
Okay, I'll come back to that. If it is for 2026, I think the goal can be work to, yeah.
Just, I mean, if we're gonna be renegotiating a contract, we should re-examine it.
But if not, we'll have that for next year. Okay,
27, January 1st, 2027.
thank you. January 1st of 2027. So
You
can
might
we
want to
begin
include it then.
conversations?
I mean, I feel like, the section is called evaluate efforts of marketing tourism activities. It's like, I feel like it seems like our tourism activities are down. So I don't.
The whole state.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not saying it's unique, but I just think if this is called, evaluate or whatever, I'm just like, should we continue to monitor? I don't know if there is a goal there or not. I just am
I would agree with Ashley.
nervous.
I mean, I think the reality is like tourism is the basis of our entire economy. And so, if we have this, by the what we've been doing through everything else, like because there's nothing here, we would be eliminating this. And I think that we'd be really remiss if we were to take that away. So I think that even if it's just continuing to implement a marketing strategy to ensure economic resiliency, like I think that that's something that needs to just be a continuous, no matter what goal, always, because without
Well, it
that
goes
goal,
both ways
yeah.
too, right? Like there's people that want us to have oversight because it's taxpayer money. So whether it's like keeping an eye on how the spending's going or making sure that it's effective.
Yeah.
Those are both key goals.
And we obviously have a seat on the board. So like that's helpful, you know, and so that is ongoing, but I think that we would be remiss to not be evaluating and overseeing the crucial component to our entire economy.
So I'll carry forward that goal and add in begin conversations for the 2027 contract renewal.
I mean, I feel like
Okay, cool.
I mean, there's the goal from 2024 that says develop marketing strategy to ensure economic resiliency during future years of large infrastructure challenges such as the gondola remodel. I mean, I feel like we don't maybe need to be like as specific just to the gondola, but I feel like develop marketing strategy to ensure economic resiliency during future years. Like,
What if it's just ensure economic resiliency during future years of large, like what if we get
Just
rid
get
of
rid of the-
develop
yeah.
the marketing
I mean-
strategy and just keep the rest of it?
We could do that. I mean, I think maybe economic resiliency during periods of disruption,
or downturn.
I think could be, I mean, I think Zoe, I would like just look to you to like wordsmith that, but I think
Okay.
just making sure that we're
Carrying-
keeping our eye on that.
Yep, I'll carry it forward and change that last sentence to be a little bit more all encompassing of that reality. Okay.
And then I think the other thing that's come up from the businesses on Main Street, which could be here, or could be in the next little section too, is just, you know, our contract with the tourism board is tourism. Like that's like destination management focused. But is how do we create something that is supportive of the businesses, the retail and restaurant operations that are on Main Street, and help them to continue, whether in times that are great and times that are not, like how we're making sure that they're staying solvent as well. I don't know if that's like within marketing or tourism activities, but I think we should be, and we do have like the merchant meetings, and maybe that works, but I would like the goal to maybe be a little less like we had a meeting and a little bit more, we developed a strategy.
The more you want the town to serve as a chamber of commerce.
I mean, maybe we have a goal to evaluate whether or not the town should participate in the development of a regional chamber of commerce. I do not think that the town should be the chamber of commerce. Let me be very clear about that.
Well, the town can't be the chamber of commerce.
Yeah, like I don't think that we need that department, and I do think it's regional, but I think maybe if we're kind of going in that direction, but maybe we call it out as a goal, just to like.
Yeah, I would definitely put under the next section.
Okay.
And I like the way you said that if everyone agrees to it.
Yeah, I think it's good to have it as a goal and maybe participation at the merchant meetings if they know there's going to be a bigger picture if they participate. You know,
I mean,
if no
I
one
would-
cares,
yeah.
then we're not going to go that route.
I would rather us
Challenge.
investigate and look into to the development of a more traditional chamber of commerce so that we can be done kind of with these merchant meetings, that like the chamber of commerce is this, figure out if that's the direction that we want to go, because then a chamber of commerce could be established and then it operates and it's, you know.
But it's the merchants that will dictate that, not us, because we've tried it 2 other times and they failed miserably. And so was it
Yeah.
3 times and failed miserably? And so the merchants, I think, if they see that as a goal and they think that's a good idea, then hopefully that leads them to the next step, which is better participation in the merchant meetings, and then we can expand and elevate
I
it.
think again, I just want to like go back because I've been like attached to, because I like very much care about economic vibrancy, but the main reason that those programs stopped working or didn't work was literally due to funding. Was that they were either on a business model where the businesses had to pay in and therefore it wasn't successful. So I think if I mean, I have a lot of opinions and a lot of thoughts. I'm not going to share them right now, but I think if we like explore that with Mountain Village and TMVOA, like, and we've been kind of going down that path a little bit, but I think if we just set it as a goal to really like align to like a specific point, whether it's the development of a merchant association, whether it's whatever else it could potentially be, that would be great. Just so that way it's a goal, we've done it, we know like what we're trying to do and what we're trying to accomplish.
And get the input from the business owners as well for what direction they'd like to see.
This sounds like an optimistic, I hope they do something, but the whole point of it being effective is that we're not involved.
Yeah, I support businesses starting a chamber of commerce and doing it. I don't know that this is a area in which we need to lead the charge.
I don't know that there's anywhere that I have ever worked that a chamber of commerce is not subsidized by the government. I'm not saying we have to do it, but the likelihood is that if we want something like that, which does generate the tax dollars that let us do everything else, like I think we're gonna have to fund it. So I think we just need to like go down the path of like, is this something, let's evaluate if it's something that we want to do, or if we want to kick it down the road another 5 years. But I think we need to look at it. I mean, and truthfully, I had a meeting at 9 a.m. this morning about it with the business. So like it is being asked for.
Are they talking about it in their meetings with us? In their merchant meetings?
They
only had
Because those are the
I would
people
say-
that are engaged.
I mean, to Mian's point, a lot of the answer is like kind of yes and no. I think there is a want for someone to really help them organize and support them. I think there's a loss of that execution in how they play into that relationship as well, whether it's their presence or financial contribution or what else. So, I think again, there's a yes and no to that conversation, but, I
Fine
mean,
with like carving out some money in the budget to like help get it started or subsidize it. I don't think that's like inappropriate, but getting it started feels like something that.
I mean, I think the goal I have right here is just investigate, and I'll word it, but investigate and evaluate a traditional chamber of commerce with input from businesses and regional partners, and see how the town can support or something like that.
I think that's great.
Fine.
Yeah.
Really don't like it, but that's the idea.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is everyone okay with that?
Totally cool.
Okay, moving forward then. Anything else in that category? I will want to point out that incorporating childcare in our early education facilities into new development projects is part of economic development, very much tied to that. So just wanted to point that out as well. I did get the comment of early education facilities. Someone did want to add in child serving, school age serving nonprofits as well. I don't know if there's any interest in that.
Sorry, say that again.
Repeat that.
We don't have in here any goals to support nonprofits serving our youth. And if there's any want to add that into.
We do.
I feel like we already do, and that's why it's not called out as
Yeah.
a goal for the case.
Right.
Yeah, we have case. I don't I feel like we
Maybe
do.
youth center.
Yeah, I mean,
We just built the
Right.
shed.
I feel like we're doing that, so we don't.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. This one was a new category last year, and then we added a goal within this category. It is ensuring town of Telluride is an employer of choice. The first goal is to build and retain a highly skilled, motivated, and diverse team of employees. If there is any questions or concerns on those pieces that are continuing.
Can you remind me what SWORD inclusion is?
Yes, I forget what it stands for, but it is new training platform that we're utilizing with staff. Really to set expectations of, we started it with our leadership team of how to work within a culture in this organization that supports what we call psychological safety. So supporting others and figuring out better tools for communication, feedback loops, understanding our differences and how to navigate those pieces. But it really has been helpful for, again, to develop a culture within the town and set expectations of how we work together.
Can we carry forward A7 and whether it's
I
like
moved that.
where to go?
So we now have, because I didn't feel like that's really what that was doing to
Okay.
building a retaining team. So we have a lot now under streamlined internal processes and workflows to boost efficiency, to support a high performing culture.
Okay.
And so with that, we have,
AI's in there.
yeah, B4 is
I thought
continuing
I
to streamline.
I saw it somewhere, but okay.
There we
Okay,
go.
That's great.
I actually had the same. comments.
I was like, no, we're doing that still.
Yep. In fact, I mean, that was the point. We had so many under that it felt like it just needed to have its own category because it's different from building a highly skilled, motivated, diverse team of employees. So we can, if there's nothing on that goal, we can skip to the last goal. And is there any questions, additives, or concerns on that?
Nope.
And I will say, I did work to fit things within categories. If I felt like it didn't fit in the category that something was in, but it was continuing, kind of shifting that. But it's open for any discussion as well, the titles of these or how we want to categorize it or anything like that in the future. But it's easier for a comparison.
I think you've done a great job.
Yeah, I think we worked this quite a bit, so I feel good about it.
Else to discuss for our 2026 town council goals and objectives? All right, moving right along. Item number 12, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items.
Do you want to do, there's no one for public comment, I'm assuming. Good.
Yeah, I
And
didn't see
thank you
anybody.
so much for staff. It is now 6 p.m. and they all hung on for this discussion. Thank you, department heads, for
Wait until
staying
you
a
get
little
out
later
the
for
back.
that. We're all leaving now.
Okay, yeah. Back on track. Item number 12, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. Agenda item 13, Telluride Housing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Housing Authority. That brings us to adjournment from mutual consent. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in late. It's much appreciated. And